PKA 713. I think our guest Wolf will be coming. He said he was a few minutes late. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Lock and Load and also by our merch. Both links in the description. Code PKA for the Lock and Load or any of those products. Code PKA10 for the merch.
Yeah. Check out the merch, actually. I was looking at it and I was like, this is funnier than I thought. So.
It's good and high quality stuff. I made sure of it.
Yeah.
I didn't. I didn't get to say anything.
You did not. It would have been too expensive to have it shipped to all of us. And so I said, zoot all that my way.
Made thousands of dollars immediately, but I can't get a hat.
Can't get a hat. You want to wear it around town?
I was looking at the Olympics. All right. The French pole vaulter would have cleared that bar, except that his cock was too large and his dick knocked it off the little posts. Have you seen this, Taylor?
I have seen. I didn't know he was French. Makes me not like him.
So my question to you is, would you rather have a gold medal in pole vaulting or be known as the guy whose dick was so big that he couldn't get a gold medal
in pole vaulting?
Like, what do you get for the gold medal in France? Was that one of the big deal countries?
You get a gold fucking medal. Like
in an event that nobody gives a fuck.
I've got gold medals
downstairs. It's pole vaulting. It's one of the...
Every person who's really good at track and field, it's because they couldn't compete in a team sport. We're coming out of the gates hot.
Name one male pole vaulter.
Well,
name three.
I don't know.
This is what a gold medal in pole vaulting gets you.
It's not about notoriety. Name this guy. We don't know this guy's name.
The only pole vaulter I know, and the reason I said male, is that hot chick. I think her name's Allison Stokes from like 10 years ago.
Remind me to circle back to hot Olympics, but okay. I would rather have the gold medal. That would be such a wonderful, like that's got to be, like, as a human being, like that's got to be top 5 or so things you can win or accomplish. Like maybe a Nobel Prize, or maybe the presidency of your country could be one. Maybe some higher form of government. But a gold fucking medal on the global stage, everyone watching you.
What could be better than peaking at 24 in pole vaulting?
I don't know. Kyle's being pretty compelling. I do think it would be cool, even in a really ridiculous activity. Being the best in the world at it would be sick.
I got that though. See, I get that it's pole vaulting, and to us, it's like name one pole vaulter. But in his world, it's his world, right? All of his friends can name a dozen of the pole vaulting greats. So for him to win this, it's the biggest accomplishment in his little sphere of influence that he could ever get. That's
only slightly better than being a great paramotor pilot.
It's so much better that it's not even.
It's so much better that you can't name a single one.
Yeah, name a single paramotor pilot.
Me.
Other than yourself.
Tucker got.
See, but what you're doing right now with paramotoring is what Kyle is saying, that like
that's why it's
these
just
other
like
guys.
It. That's my point. That proves my point.
There's no gold medal for what you do.
Yeah, the gold medal is the whole thing.
There actually is. They hold competitions and no one gives a fuck about them, much like pole vaulting.
I don't know. Pole vaulting is still you're pushing me to Kyle's side. I was so entrenched that it was stupid.
Dude, the only pole vaulting jump we saw was the one where the dick hit the bar.
No. There's a subreddit called Summer Olympics 2024 because Olympics with the Double H got banned, of course, leading up to this wonderful event.
Why?
And basically because it's about objectifying women's bodies and like getting the creep shots of camel toes and big old booties. It's some of the hottest people in the world. Woody may have convinced me that there are 10s, that we should just allow women to be 10s. Because I was going through Summer Olympics subreddit and seeing some of these ridiculous athletes. And it's like, oh my God, these are the most beautiful people in the world. And they're basically naked. Yeah. They have bodies that defy the laws of physics and gravity and anything I've ever seen.
I saw some
before.
beach volleyball players wearing pants. The fuck is up with that?
Losers. I hope they get fined. I saw some Egyptian gals wearing like a full burkini out there.
Whoa!
They look like fucking the ghosts in a Pac-Man game. Bloop, 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 running around out there. Fuck that shit. No, I want their whole ass out. I want asshole out. I want to see some asshole.
Now, what percentage of women should we get able to be called 10s?
Oh, I don't think it's based on like statistics. I don't think it's necessarily like this many women are in each bracket. Like,
Okay.
of course, if you did
like a bell
went,
curve, you know,
if you went and
Yeah.
measured, you know, out there and you put a panel together like American Idol, you could eventually have some statistics, but we don't really do that. But I think it's higher than you might. There's just so many people, and there's so many people online, and the most beautiful people are online, so it can be hard to like gauge. Like,
yeah, we are.
This is where we go.
And it's very easy to be fooled online now.
Not by these the Olympians though. Oh my god, just oh my god. Just ridiculous bodies. A lot of them pose nude because or have OnlyFans as well. So like on there they'll link their actual nudes, which is great. All those Brazilian ball players and beach volleyball players.
Tagging onto Woody's hypothetical with the penis guy and the gold medal.
Yeah.
What is there a gold medal for an event that you value less than like $100,000 in cash, where you'd be like, give me the $100,000?
To be clear, we can't parlay this gold medal into $100,000 or better, right? Because
see, it kind of parlays because
just pretending that there's no money in gold medals.
Pretend you're one of those countries
alone.
where they're like, oh, we give you $4,100 a year for 4 years for your gold medal. Like, just not.
It's just prestige. Like you put a hard.
It's the prestige, exactly. But you're the best at whatever it is.
Most
Curling.
of them, I value less than $100,000.
Yeah, honestly, like
$50,000. $50,000. Because you were just pumping me up, Kyle, over how awesome it would be to be a gold medal winner.
Because you made us go to an alternate reality where there's no way to parlay this into prestige and money. Because in reality, if you're a gold medal pole vaulter, now you're the guy who gets whatever,
you
like
get Adidas shoes or something.
There's one girl from maybe Italy who got this cheese sponsorship, and she's very hot. She's like in her bikini posing with huge wheels of cheese.
Yeah.
That's a perfect example of the kind of opportunities that bizarrely get opened up to Olympic athletes.
Yeah,
in the US, obviously, you get like Wheaties and Nike.
But in this case, are we really hot girls? Because like that's a thing that's exists. There in the UFC. I've said this for years. On a guy, if you want to be a marketable fighter, win and do a good job on the mic. Those are the things that make you a huge legend in UFC. If you're a girl, win and be attractive. Those are the things that are the parallel.
That's my cheesy girl.
Paige Van Zandt, right? She won a little bit, but she was attractive and she was a huge star. It's so big that she's like, fuck this fighting thing. I'm just going to get by on my looks.
What are you talking about? She does bare knuckle fighting and slap.
True. Yeah.
Do you think they're selling those wheels that she does
power slap?
For
I would pay extra for that fucking No, Paige Van Zandt is doing OnlyFans,
You're right.
power slap, and bare knuckle boxing. No, it's a good example. She's a loser. She's fucking sucks. No, you were right the first time. She was a dirty whore who wrote a dirty whore book.
Whoa. Do we look down on dirty whores now?
Dirty whore book. What did she write? Is she? Wait, who is that one that was like dating a much younger UFC fighter, a woman?
Oh, that's a whole different scenario.
Oh, a whole different thing. Never mind.
Yeah. No, Paige Van Zandt is pretty fucking attractive. She couldn't cut it in the UFC. She went to lesser venues where she still struggles. She's doing slap fighting now, and she's doing OnlyFans where you can see her clam. So that's a good time.
Lateral move.
Yeah.
You sell your body in the ring or on the web.
She's got a pretty hot OnlyFans.
The gig economy.
I don't like her. I mean, I haven't seen I haven't been to her actual OnlyFans, but there's tons of leaked photos from her OnlyFans. So I feel like I have a flavor of it. And I don't know.
Yeah. I don't pay. Sometimes you got to dig deep to find like the private and personal videos that have been leaked. It's a whole.
And also, you're probably looking at them, and you're like, oh, she was only super hot compared to those disgusting ogres that she was brawling with in the ring. Not compared to like a movie star or
Zach. Come on, help me out here with this Paige Van Zandt thing. Show me some prime P.
I know what she looks like.
Z. That's way harder than it should have been.
It was some prime Plants vs. Zombies.
Safe for work yet. Picture that.
Show me that big old.
But don't err on the side of caution.
Show me some camel toe. I want it to be deep.
You want a deep camel? Is that what she's known for?
No, but I'm a fan of it. I'm a fan of it, especially if it's accidental. Camel toe. A lot of my favorite sports athletes. That's why I enjoy the Olympics so much. Is there's just so many camel toes. I saw I don't know where she was from, but she was like the last marathon runner. She was in dead last. There you go.
Okay. See, now, is she attractive? Yes, absolutely. Amongst people whose only talent is having a picture taken of them, I find her to be run of the mill.
Really? Taylor, what do you think here?
I think her very pretty.
I think her face is really high up there. It's very, very pretty. And her body is not like, I don't know, maybe perfect, but it's close. It's very, very good.
Look at how lazy she is in that yard, though. Look at all those plants waiting to be planted.
This doesn't look Photoshopped.
Is this a 70? It's not. Is this a 70, you Woody?
Yeah. Well, I'm baffled by the fact that it's not photo. If it was Photoshopped, her belly would be more perfect. I think they do something there. And instead, I'm like, she's actually this good looking.
Yeah, her boyfriend took this in her backyard and then they uploaded it. Like this is her OnlyFans.
She on a slip and slide.
Well, they do
something like that.
OnlyFans photos. That's it.
I suppose some people do. I don't think. I think she's super, super hot. I think she's like way up there, way better than a 7, like, but not a 10. You know, somewhere like that.
I just think it wouldn't be hard if I was surfing popular OnlyFans pages. It wouldn't take long to find a better one.
Well, it depends what you're looking for, right? Like most people aren't just looking for like, oh, that's the perfect looking woman. They're looking for some sort of scenario or like role play or like what maybe she does a specific thing. I think that's what draws people because the market's so saturated. Like everybody's doing it.
Have I ever told you the first time I ever looked at an OnlyFans page?
No.
I was on Reddit and I was like, I don't know why people would pay for porn. There's so much free porn out there. I'm not interested or whatever. And then there's this Redditor who's like, I'm an OnlyFans model and my thing is I have 2 vaginas. And I'm like, what?
Oh yeah.
And yeah, 2 vaginas. And I'm like, $3.99? It's like a freak show. Like
yeah.
So you'll let me walk in the tent and see your double vagina? And sure enough, two vaginas.
Was it like, oh, nice, or was it like, oh, gross?
I'm in.
I'm down.
It was $2 per vagina.
That was
a hell of a deal.
Was saving for her future husband.
That's a pretty
all the
joke.
guys fucked 1 vagina, but she was a virgin 2.
It just seems like it gets messy down there with an extra hole. Like there's too many already, if I'm being honest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hard disagree.
It should be built more like men.
Exactly.
With a nice penis.
Exactly.
Now we're under
like
the boxing conversation.
Yeah. You got it right the first time, God.
Yeah. Well, dang. Okay. Well, that's different. That's like if you wanted to see the bearded woman. Actually, I shouldn't use bearded woman. That's the least interesting of all the freaks. Like a Siamese twin. I'd pay $3 at a fair to go gawk at a Siamese twin for a bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if they tried to act sexy with it, I'd be like, cut it out. I could see you growing like a fucking plant, like a grafted plant out of your sister's abdomen with her lazy
Taylor,
head.
Would you pay more for a Siamese twin than you would like a Siamese koala bear or a Siamese alligator?
What?
If I could ask them questions, 100%. Otherwise, no, the people question.
Oh, okay. You know what I really want to see? All right, as far as freak show porn though, what I really want to see is one of them 2-headed bitches suck a dick. Like remember the girl with two heads?
Yes,
like a school teacher?
They got married, right?
You get like an update on those girls' life every like 5 years.
How are they doing?
It's crazy. They're married. One of them is, and the other just has to like read a book awkwardly to the left, I guess.
No, he didn't marry both of them. What a douche!
That's polygamy.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
They got 2 feet.
They've got 2 brains.
Yeah, but like, you can only ever use them in one place. Like, just
they have 2 brains.
They should go in on it together. That's despicable of that guy to ask one of them to marry. Because then you put the other sister in an awkward position.
Where she's were you about to say he did marry them both?
Well, I mean, I would presume that. Look, there's no, like, yeah, they're all together. I don't know what we're talking about. Like there's no. I don't imagine.
Got some Bose headphones, sound canceling.
Yeah, there's no scenario where girl number 2 is like wearing her noise canceling headphones and blinders while she can like sort of feel her vagina getting pounded out by her sister's husband.
Do they have 1 vagina?
They've got one. Yeah. They got 1 vagina. They can. Feel
I like
everything.
to think that one of the Siamese twins rats out the other for faking orgasms.
Oh, that'd be funny.
Yeah, that was nothing. I didn't feel a thing.
Didn't make it again tonight, huh, Mark? It's been a while. Just saying.
Susan, you bitch! I'm not going to help us wipe this evening.
Oh. Oh God. Yeah, there'd be a lot of teamwork in that.
You remember
the
old Opie and Anthony clip where they were making fun of those
Two-purse
girls?
having hoe.
And yeah, he was 2-purse having. They were going up. It was doing that thing in the documentary where the commentator rather, is like, Jane and Susan play on the baseball team and have aspirations to be a teacher. And they like pause it, and Jim's like, "Oh, great!" And it shows them like lumbering. I said, 2 outs at once is up. Like,
can you imagine how scary it would be for a small child to see a two-headed
That's one of my favorite O&A bits. Jimmy is just going off. He's like, "Oh, can I find him on Facebook?" It's yeah. Like, imagine you listen to the two-headed girl. OP
imagine one of the heads wanted to start dating. She's like, "Yeah, you're married, but I want to start dating."
No, you can't do that. We've only got one pussy, and it's for our husband.
Actually, we were thinking maybe we cut you off, literally.
Yeah.
How about that? How about we cut you off and put you in a jar? We'll tell them that you just didn't wake up one morning.
Kyle,
would you do that?
I remembered them different. I remembered them connected at the top.
Imagine your brother.
No, one comes out of the.
They have double necks.
They have double necks. It's like a fucking Hydra or something from mythology. It's crazy perfect. I mean, Taylor, imagine that your brother was attached to your head, your shoulder.
I'd hate it.
And it's his full size head. Don't imagine like a Quado situation where you've got a miniature.
Yeah.
Where you got a miniature version of your little brother.
Silence, fool! And he's just
no, you can't like and he's got your left arm too. Like he's a stout fellow just as much. Yeah, you guys work out together. It's weird. It's hard to coordinate. Yeah. Wouldn't you be ready to cut him off? Like, can you imagine the conspiracy to like have your brother cut off?
I'd be working out my right arm and right leg stronger in whatever secret I could, doing curls off the side of the bed, and then I would pull our disgusting body to a train track and force his head onto the tracks.
I'm going to refer to the head on the left as Carol Prime and the head on the right as Carol Beta. If I'm Carol Prime, I'm thinking we gotta get rid of Carol Beta. Right? Like she's got to go.
They're too intermixed. You can't.
What are you talking about?
There's nowhere to go. There's nothing to do to separate.
Cut her off.
There's no way that wouldn't kill them both.
You don't
look at how close their fucking necks are. Man, can you imagine being the shorter twin in this
Beta head?
Yeah,
Did he marry the Prime head or the Beta head? He's looking at Prime in that photo.
I do imagine.
Yeah, he's standing next to Beta, but he's looking at Prime in the dance.
He has no choice to with where if he stands next to her or not. I guess he can get on the other side, but this is his good side. He wanted to be on the right.
Yeah, see, you can tell from the
orientation
of the picture.
God, what a freak show life that
was. Nice gals.
You guys, I'm still spinning on the idea that one of the heads decides she wants to start dating. Right, the husband has to be like, what?
It has to be like agreed upon by both, because I think they control they each have a hemisphere of the body.
They each get a pussy lip. Is that what you're saying?
They maybe.
I think he's saying the other one wouldn't walk there.
The other one would just like ragdoll.
Are you telling me everywhere they go like a fucking 3-legged like sack race?
You're like you shit her pants.
Oh,
to be like, no one will want you now, you whore. You're stuck as the third wheel in our relationship. Man, what a hell beyond imagining.
What if you didn't like the other person? Like, clearly they get
have
along.
spats.
How could they? Their point of view is so similar that you would think they would always agree.
Yeah, but I imagine there's like an independence crisis there where they both want to establish that would have to be stopped. I remember from the video that they only have one GI tract. It's
it doesn't matter how many GI tracts there are. It's the body fat, right? Like you could literally one of them could never eat.
No, I was saying, imagine if I live on your neck and we're on your body together, and you're eating everything you want because you have your own stomach. I'm eating everything I want because I have my own stomach, and it's not until after that it comes together. We're gonna be shitting nonstop, constantly, because we're gonna be disgusting.
Imagine that you give me heartburn and I'm like really upset about it, and I'm giving you hemorrhoids from my.
Taylor, stop waking up in the middle of the night and dragging our carcass to eat hot salsa.
He's got a bag of them under the mattress. I can't get under the right side of the mattress.
He's making them at night. Yeah,
yeah, that would be you're right. That would be a literal hell.
It'd be so.
I'm so glad that I don't have another person attached to my goddamn shoulder blade.
Yeah,
Fuck.
I would hate that. You couldn't do anything. I saw it in the documentary. There's a couple documentaries about him. This was many years ago. I saw it, but like they learned to drive, which is like get out of town, get out of here.
Where are you going?
Well, no, I mean far away.
Can you imagine? I get in a car accident. That bitch passed me on the interstate. I'd be like, "Whoa!"
You got a lifelong dream of moving to that Alaskan town where the sun never rises,
or maybe like a colony of blind people. So, like Sarah and Jane are always together. Have you noticed?
Dude, they could go to India and be worshipped as a god. Can you imagine?
Yes.
You know that fingernail guy does pretty well over there. And you've seen have you seen the fucked up arm Indian guys?
Yes.
Yeah. Fuck those guys.
Imagine how they're gonna look when they see a genuine two-headed ladies.
Gishnu! We have awaited you, Gishnu.
This guy's gnarled up. Oh, this has been a tremendous waste of time. Clearly, they are blessed by
the upper class hates those people.
Yes.
So the Indians that I knew that worked in IT, like the engineers that came out of India and moved to America, that is already like a slice at the top of their population food chain. We're not the doctors, but amongst the Indians, that's near the top. And everyone I worked with that was from India had servants. 100% of them had live-in servants in their houses. It was weird to me. And when we talked about those guys, they're grifters. They're taking advantage of the uneducated, the gullible. The guy with one arm in the air basically does that instead of working.
Yeah.
And some people see him as like a demigod on the planet, but the educated see him as a asshole who should have done something better with his life.
He could just be a crazy guy. Like that's such commitment. And I've seen videos of the guy with his hand in the air. He still lives in a trash pile in India. So he's not like making bank with this.
You know what he's not doing? Working.
No, he can't. He's got one arm.
He's a beggar.
Yeah, he could be throwing garbage into a lake for 12 hours a day. Another shift at I hate the planet factory.
They're like Captain Planet villains over there with their fucking.
It's going to be a tentpole subject on this show.
It's so over the top,
so
ridiculous.
It's so funny to me. And then it just added to it the fact that they can't win a gold medal to save their lives.
Oh,
do they have any
gold
in the history of the country?
They made the entire. No,
are there a billion
of
those people?
Yeah. Way more than that.
Yeah,
well,
they're the most populated country on the planet. Did you know that? It used to be China. Now it's India.
For now, we'll see. Because India's mostly getting those numbers pumped up by like people living in garbage. And
Is it
stuff.
China has a population growth rate problem. It's too low.
Everybody does.
Yeah. I don't know, but
not here though.
I'm pretty sure everywhere in the West.
Import them. No, we import people here. We're on the rise.
A permanent, sustainable strategy.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
You know how many people live in South America, Taylor?
Trillions.
Trillion. You're right. Correct. Correct. Taylor's a man with his finger on the pulse of global economics and.
I used to think that expression was thumb on the pulse, and it's like that's not how you take a pulse.
Yeah, no, nobody does that.
Your thumb has its own pulse.
You were talking about the Olympics, and a story I had not heard of. Some Chad archer, not like a cool guy, like a guy from Chad. A Chad. What's the word for someone from Chad? Chadinese.
Chadian. Just Chad.
A Chad. I like
Chatty.
Some
Chad
was so bad at archery that they were writing articles about it. And I found
that's mean though. That's a mean take, Taylor.
Dude, if you're making articles about how you got 1 point. Now I'm not fully up to date on the archery scoring system, but I know no sports is one good. Like it's probably like dwarfs. Yeah, like what was the score? 1 to 70. 1 to 102. Like this guy had no business being there. He embarrassed his home nation, and he should be ashamed.
He's not the worst guy in the Olympics.
From what I understood,
the break
this guy's a feel-good story. Taylor's just being mean. This guy taught himself archery and then went to the Olympics.
I taught myself archery. I wouldn't go and fuck around at the Olympics. And if I did, you bet your ass.
Chad only had 3 athletes, I think, and he was one of them. He had no gear. He was wearing a polo out there fighting a South Korean who looked like RoboCop. Looked like the Green Lantern up there.
Nah, I would have got more than 1 point, dude.
He hit the 1 point thing is he hit the outer ring of the target, which is white and says 1. And if you watch enough archery, I don't know what distances he was shooting. Like this is our boy. Like he, come on now, leave Magumbo alone. He taught himself how to shoot.
Yeah, but he did it badly.
Why does his bow have a tripod?
That's a balance thing. Yeah,
it's stabilizing him.
I would love to see him like miss a shot and then like blame the equipment.
I choose how sometimes he holds it sideways like a gangster.
Oh, that would be hilarious, Woody. That would be fucking great if he held it sideways. Break yourself, fool.
So Chad only sent 3 Olympic athletes, and one of them taught himself like in his yard to shoot a bow and arrow.
Basically, that's my understanding. Yeah.
They should have given him another 4 years of practice. Hit the scene with a little confidence, and because you think he's going to go back now? No, this dude. Nobody hates archery as much as that guy now.
Dude, can we transition to the Australian breakdancer? I love her. My wife hates her. And we're both doing the fucking kangaroo.
Oh, Trouble in Paradise.
The thing. and Jackie's making fun of her, and I'm celebrating her genius.
What are we talking about?
She has like a doc. Do you know this person?
I have no inkling about what you're talking about.
Really?
So breakdancing was an Olympic sport this year. It's only the host country gets to add a few sports, so they don't last from like Olympics to Olympics. It's just a one-time thing. So breakdancing was added to the Olympics this time, and this Australian woman became their representative, at least for, I don't know. Anyway, she teaches dance. Like she has a doctorate in dance and something else, like interpretive dance and I don't know, gender studies.
The dance doctor?
Dude, legally that means she's good at dancing. but in reality, she's terrible at dancing, and she got 0 points in Olympic breakdancing. She was the only competitor in men's or women's to get 0 points, and she went up there like the funny part was when she transitioned from like standing to the ground. It was like I was getting down at 51. Like she slowly worked her way to the ground, and then she did this like Three Stooges thing where she was on her shoulder running sideways, like twisting around.
Yeah,
I love it. I fucking love it. There's no one with more self-confidence than Ray Gun, the Australian dancer.
Oh, I saw it as like she was taking them for a ride. Like she lied and got a free trip to France
like American Idol
for like a week. Yeah. Like, which is also funny to be like, oh yeah, I can break dance. Oh, breakdancing is an event? That niche cultural movement from the late 80s, early 90s? Yeah, we're striking while the iron's hot. Yeah, let's do breakdancing. And then you just get a free trip to France. I hope she had a wonderful croissant as she's like looking at her watch like, oh, I've got to go make an ass of myself in front of the planet. Sorry about that. I'll be back for dinner.
She had these dance moves that like honored Australia. I remember the kangaroo, but there were a couple other ones as well. Yeah, that was...
Dude, Kyle, I watched it.
She did like an Aboriginal, like siphoning gasoline.
I can't believe you missed Ray Gun. She was like, to me, the biggest story of my Olympics.
We could all go out there and all just improving, put together comparable routines. Like, and I'm 100% serious. Like it's like she's literally doing the whoop, 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 like running around on the ground. She walks up to the judges and she goes, "Nyah, nyah."
No, I didn't see this. To be honest, I've never followed the Olympics or given a shit about any Olympic event ever. The basketball thing seems like a point of pride. It seems like our game. We should always win at it. I kind of have that thought process.
We did.
Other than that, there's a little bit of that nationalist thing where it's important that we don't get blown out by China. I saw this year we beat them in total medals but tied them in golds. That's kind of cool, actually. I like that. Bet here's what Chinese propaganda is 100% saying. I bet they claim Taiwan and all their medals and say they beat the US because they did that 4 years ago.
How are you doing, Wolf?
I'm good. I'm sorry I'm late. It was
You're fine.
crazy commute home. I'm so glad you're talking about this freaking topic, bro.
The Olympics? Yeah.
The breakdancing Australian embarrassment to the entire...
Oh, bite your tongue. She's a legend.
Listen.
Did you hate it, or did you think it was funny?
I would be so proud of my countrymen had I been Australian.
All right, first of all, let me give you some background. I was on a breakdance crew back in the 80s.
Do you know The Kangaroo? Is that a movie mastered?
Yeah.
So I got that one straight from Brooklyn, bro. Like, that was hardcore. But Jesus, it was... Listen, breaking has been around since, the early 80s, as some of you guys know.
Oh yeah.
I take great pride in my dance moves. Still do. Look, bro, I was good back in the day. Like, I could 1990, I could windmill, I could, oh my gosh, I could do a whole bunch of stuff. But it's weird that the evolution of breakdance now, because it's so far beyond what we used to do. You know what I mean? Like, it's like the acrobatics involved in it now is just ridiculous. But
I can relate.
The minute we get the world stage, right?
We
as breakdancers
of the world,
of the entire globe, like, oh, bro, why? Like, okay, first of all, there's a whole bunch of conspiracy theories saying her husband was on the decision crew to choose who goes from Australia.
That helps
to the thing. I saw footage of the girl she had to beat to get to the Olympics, and the girl she had to beat was much better than her. All right. Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay. Excuse my language, but it's so frustrating because just imagine your favorite sport that, if it's not on the Olympics, finally making it to the Olympics, and the one who gets the biggest press is literally the worst one. It's like your drunk aunt from the wedding that should have been pulled away from the dance floor. You know what I mean? And it's
she was just one bad representative.
So you
right?
were starting that video up. That part of the Olympics, like, yeah, they've mocked us for the last time. No,
like, bro, it's embarrassing, bro. It's embarrassing. And
how long into the routine until you were like
the first 9 seconds? It was like, what the heck is going on? Like, because when you start, like, first of all, breakdancing is hard to impress people. It's like being a comedian at the Apollo. You would get booed and shunned if you suck in the circle. You know what I mean? Like, you got to be hardcore about it. And it's like, and it's amazing. I mean, breaking started in New York and Brooklyn or Bronx. That's a whole argument with regards to that. But the Asian kids have taken it over, which is amazing. Like, the Japanese, Chinese, Vietnamese kids have taken over a lot of breaking. And they've taken over hip hop culture, which I think is a beautiful thing.
Cultural appropriation. I hate it.
There's a difference between appropriation and appreciation. You know what I mean? It's a slim line.
You see a Japanese guy with cornrows? Yeah, that's appreciation,
bro. You seen the Japanese guys who are getting perms done to their hair so it looks more like an afro and stuff?
Don't do that.
Like the zoomer look where they get like those
the broccoli head.
The broccoli head, yes.
Yeah, but they get it like even more intense, so the curls are closer to like the afro.
Talking about Japs with Jerry curl, dude.
Bro, no, not Jerry curl. That's a whole Michael Jackson.
That's a Rick James thing going on.
They're not spraying the mister and everything.
Oh my god!
If I did my hair in a tight afro and blackface, would you understand that was appreciation?
Well, this is clearly one of those.
Woody, your fans would not. But I don't know.
Oh, give this guy a break!
It's so glow. You remember that from Coming to America?
It's just humid out.
Well, yeah. No, yeah, the Asian kids like are getting fades done. They're getting their afros done. Like, that's how much they love hip hop culture. You know what I'm saying? And we actually appreciate it, which sounds crazy.
What the hell?
Did he grow that hair or buy
No, that's not
that. I don't know. I don't know about that
fucking hat.
Everybody, there's no fingers to count.
That looks like a wig. But again,
what are we even doing?
Okay, what are you doing now? What are you doing now?
Now that's a wig.
Take it down a bit.
He went as Blackula for Halloween as an Asian man.
That's hilarious. That's so bad. But again, the Asian when like the Asian kids started getting into hip hop and they started like, you remember BAPE, BAPE, when the bathing ape clothing line? I don't know if you're into all that style. When
I
Japanese kids, they started getting.
Remember Hollister?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus God. But they started getting into hip hop culture, right? Like it came to the point where like Wu-Tang and all the old school groups were touring more in Asia than they were in North America in like the late 2000s, right? And they started bringing hip hop in huge, and they're bringing a whole bunch of hip hop, like Nas and DMX, and like they'd get huge numbers over there, right? And they were really appreciating the culture and the dancing and stuff. And if you're not in the culture, it's hard for you. Like you would see people saying, using her breakdance routine to represent breakdancing. You know what I mean? Because the average person isn't in the culture. So they would see that and they go, oh, why is this stuff in the Olympics? It looks like garbage.
Well, it's not anymore.
It's not anymore. But
I'm sure there were some cool routines before that lady went, right?
Yeah, there's a ton. Like,
yeah, but this one's getting all the attention, right?
That's the problem, right? And it's like, but the thing is, they stopped. They didn't want breakdancing in 2020 Olympics, and they decided that from last October. So that's a whole different thing.
So it had nothing to do with this.
So
lady.
it had nothing to do with the lady.
Writing was on the wall. They saw the fox dance coming, or whatever that was.
But if you look at the guys who actually were good, then you realize how good these guys were. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm sure they're very good for the most part at it. It's funny to me as an Olympic. Some of the sports they had for Olympics are interesting.
But Kangaroo Lady, like she was there walking on the streets, like her husband was there as her coach. You know what I'm saying? Like they went together to the Olympics to represent Australia.
I was saying to Woody right before you hopped on, I think that they were just taking a nice free trip to France so they could have a vacation. And she's like, oh yeah, I'll make an ass of myself for 45 seconds or whatever it is. Who cares?
But the craziest thing is she literally teaches breakdancing in a university in Australia.
What, a PhD?
That's what she wrote her thesis on.
Dr. Dance let them down.
That's
the stupidest thing I've ever heard of,
bro. That is like, I mean, it boggles the mind how someone could let this happen.
Well, I mean, let's be real. Why is dancing in the Olympics? Like, I'm not trying to denigrate your people, the breakers or whatever, but like, I don't think the floor routine should. You know, the floor routine when they're just running around in gymnastics and sort of twirling, and sometimes they've got that ribbon like Will Ferrell from Old School, and it's like, I don't know if this is Olympic grade material here. Like
they do flips and stuff, right?
Yeah,
sometimes it's nothing but flips, but I'm talking about, like, I think there's a floor routine where they just dance. It's like it's interpretive dance or something where they just like.
No, I don't like that.
It's don't get me wrong. There's light gymnastics, but mostly it's like interpretive dance. Them dancing around and being silly and like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Throw something or shoot something or run real fast. Jump over something. That triple jump thing is fucking cool. I don't think men should be allowed in the Olympics at all. I think it should only be women. I don't care to see a man do anything physical. I don't care who the best male pole vaulter is in the world.
So what new female sports should there be?
The squat, the pole dancing, sure. The bend and tug.
And when the judges like what they do, they start throwing $1 bills at her.
We need an all-new criteria for the floor routine.
Bro, it's European. You can get it done.
Yeah.
Probably oil wrestling.
Yes.
Something like that.
Oh, we should have oil wrestling, mud wrestling, jello wrestling.
Beach volleyball will now be determined by a wrestling match at the end of the final match.
How about
I would make a lot of changes.
Competitive kissing.
Ontario wins again.
Italy versus Spain in the Makeout Championships.
Sponsored by Brazzers.
I'd be
First one to get wet loses.
Because you saw the lady boxer that has testicles is suing J.K. Rowling and Elon Musk for their cyberbullying, and apparently I never know how international lawsuits work. Sometimes I imagine that it might be a little bit like, unless you're doing business globally, it might be a little bit like when you get a speeding ticket in Iowa and you're like, fuck Iowa. I ain't never coming back, you Iowa cocksuckers. I'll go as fast as I want. Come get me.
How does it work if someone in Algeria is mad at you and you're like the richest man alive?
Yeah, I think maybe
it's kind of like, you know what?
The lawsuit is based in France, right?
I think the lawsuit's based in France.
It's based in France. So they got different criteria when it comes to litigation.
But so the question then is, how does a French court go after Elon Musk or J.K. Rowling, who are, I don't know, Musk is dual citizenship. You would imagine South Africa and the U.S. and Rowling's a UK sit. So
she's suing them as a business, and they're both licensed in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
So she's not going after personally. They're licensed for both of their businesses.
Yeah, but I don't know how that works though.
In Europe, so they're both
like,
liable.
Okay, well, we're closing the French branch. It went bankrupt today. Like now, there's nothing to sue. I don't understand how it works.
I don't think he's gonna pull Twitter out of France. Like I don't think it would work.
Oh, not Twitter. Like what, he sues French Twitter, and then a French court makes French Twitter pay money.
Yeah. Because it's under the conglomerate is Twitter Universal.
What are they suing for? Like what has to be
cyberbullying? Yeah.
And that's basically, you can sue for that in France.
In the UK, you can be arrested
for that.
In
anywhere.
the UK, they will come to your house and put you in handcuffs for a Facebook message and take you to jail.
Oh, I did see that.
Yeah,
some dude was posting about the riots, and they locked him up. That is fucking absurd. And I saw some commandant in England was like, "Oh, we're gonna come after American citizens then and extradite you here." And it's like, get fucked, you limey piece of shit. I don't want you.
Now I'll say more mean things.
Yeah, I'm gonna say more mean things. I'm gonna make them up
now.
Well, Elon, unshadow ban me so I can go wild.
Unleash me, my lord.
The mistake. That's funny.
You deserve it.
The guy that you're talking about, though, the thing that he messed up with is that he said to go to a specific hotel where immigrants are staying and to burn that down. Right? So it's like he was specific.
I need to see the phrasing.
Yeah, he was specific in the location.
Someone should go over to 4th in Maine and burn that roach nest down. What's full of immigrants? Someone. Is
the governor at the end.
Governor. Like he said that seems like he's just sort of pontificating about things that may or may not happen. Who knows? But if he's like, all right, everyone, attack Plan Alpha, the right wing sweep. Let's clean them up.
Maybe it's
but it's the same thing that happened in January 6th, right? Like all these guys got tracked down by social media and using facial identity.
Yeah, but that's because
stuff.
But because of things they did live in person, not because. Although the things that they wrote then became, problems for their other case, proving that they intent.
It's admissible in court.
But you shouldn't be able to send someone to jail for just posting.
Depends what you post, right?
It depends what you post, though. If you're inciting a riot, if you're inciting violence on someone, if you're saying go to a school and do this and that.
If you're a public person and you direct your mob or somebody, that's not just posting, right?
Seems like conspiracy. If
she had millions of people after her.
Oh no, I'm talking about the British guy.
Yeah, British guy. It's not like he's not like the
J.K. Rowling was just doing the trans thing where she's like, that's a man and you're beating up a woman, which going to jail for that is fucking ridiculous.
Because that is just a lie.
Yeah, it's not accurate.
Yeah, I'm saying what she said.
I
follow that. I didn't mean to say that you said
the problem
that,
is I agree with her a lot of the time. I like her trans
hate
trans exclusive radical feminist TERFs. I think that's just fun and funny. But in this case, it's like, no, this is like a person who has a vagina and titties,
born a woman,
but has testicles instead of ovaries. So it's this weird thing. And that is its unique thing. It has nothing to do with her being transsexual. It has nothing to do with LGBTQ plus HIV anything.
It's like a legit birth disorder. Like you,
or like a fucking like is she a superwoman now? I mean, no, she's barren. But if
are you sure she doesn't have ovaries?
That's where her testicles are.
Are you sure she actually has testicles?
I'm like pretty fucking sure. I did as much internet research as my attention span would allow.
30 minutes then. Okay, we're good.
I'm talking 8 minutes.
8 minutes, and you're like, oh my God, I don't care about women's boxing.
That's enough for today.
Yeah, what it seemed was that it was what I said, that she's mostly female anatomy wise, but definitely has testicles which are producing testosterone, which is making her look like that. Because she's big and she won the gold. I mean, you know,
what was the term back in the day they
4
used
years ago too
for people born with both
she didn't
parts?
Hermaphrodite. Right?
There you go. We don't really use that anymore, do we?
Sometimes people say intersex.
Let's bring it back.
It's incredibly rare. I think it's incredibly rare.
It is rare.
And also her she's XY. She's not XX. Which is another like big red flag.
I could only confirm she failed some gender test.
That's what it was.
And they wouldn't specify what that test was.
But that was for a different boxing league, though.
I think that was a chromosomal test.
It was she failed chromosomal and testosterone was elevated. But it's no fault of her own. Like through this whole thing, I'm like, why is she the bad guy? Like what has she done wrong?
Yeah, she's not trying to cheat.
By the way, she's from a country where being trans is a fucking crime, where they arrest you and put you in jail.
If you're lucky.
It's a criminal offense to be trans in her country. So, and from her point of view, she's a woman who's got lady balls, and she doesn't want you calling her fucking gay because she likes schlong, hairy Bulgarian schlong, or wherever she's from.
Algerian
schlong.
One of the most progressive of the Ian countries.
No, those dudes are fucking. You think that UK dude's right wing? I bet she's feminine in her land. That's the most feminine girl in her village.
In all of it.
Is Bulgaria Islamic based?
Algeria is mostly Muslim, right?
No idea.
I thought it was. That's why I thought it's pretty dangerous to be considered trans there. But maybe I'm just
most Muslim countries are notoriously chill with that.
Oh yeah, I know that. I'm just saying that specific country.
Oh, they love it.
I didn't like that she got pulled into the big hate fest. She
did totally
to be any of this.
And
she is and who she always was.
And the woman who started it all was actually did this, like left another match crying the same way because she was getting hit too hard before this person. Yeah, like this is her like second or third time doing this thing.
She's just Kyle's take on it a week or so ago. He's like, if you watch the UFC, you see women with courage in there. They're taking big hits, giving big hits, giving all the heart that they have pouring in there. This woman's a quitter who doesn't belong in context.
Yeah, Michelle Watterson retired, karate hottie. Michelle Watterson, she's like Asian lady. She's got 2 or 3 kids, and she's competed in the UFC for like ever, like 10 or 12 years or something like that. She retired a few months back. In her last retirement fight, which I'm sure they were trying to take it easy on her, she got mauled. She's bleeding, and again, she's like smiling going into the 3rd round with her pretty ass face all gashed up, and I'm thinking like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
So when I saw that other chick who was wearing a headgear, I think maybe or something, like start crying and quit the match, it's like, come on. Like most of the gals in the UFC would be happy to just fight a man. Like they just get their beating because they're athletes. And
I bet they do. I bet they train with men 5 times a week.
They take it easy on them. They're not going full
force.
Well, they're not training with elite men, but I bet they spar with men 5 times a week.
I bet you that'd
they
be fun.
They could kick the ass of an average man easily. You know what I'm saying?
Bet. Like, yeah, depending on this average man, yeah, maybe.
That's an interesting discussion. It depends.
You don't think so?
It depends on the girl and the guy. There's a lot of variables, right? Like at some point, I don't care how good your ninjutsu is, your jujitsu, your judo, whatever the fuck. If you're 135 pounds and he's 235, he's going to murder you. Okay, you're going to armbar him, and he's going to use the strength of his bicep like he's arm wrestling your whole body, and he's going to pick you up, and he's going to kill you.
I have experience in this. So I was 32.
Beating up women?
Yeah. Yes. I was like 32 when I first started Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, right? And I weighed like 205, 210. I'm a pretty fittish guy at that time. I was probably
powerful man.
But I think I fit the average. I'm taller than that. I might be above average guy, right? At this point in my life. And this woman was world class. She competed in is it ADCD? What is that?
CDL?
No, it's ADCC. I can't remember it right now. But anyway, she was a world-class grappler, and her hands were even better. And I was way stronger than her, But every time there was like a transition in our grappling, like any confusion, it's like she read me like a book. She knew what was happening and anticipated it and got me in some disadvantaged position. And in 5 minutes, she tapped me 2 or 3 times, world class. And I asked my instructor, I was like, what would happen if we brought hands into it? You know, we were punching. And he's like, it's even worse. You don't want that. She hits like a ton of bricks. I don't know. How much did she? She was big-ish. I bet she was like 145. She competed at something like that.
But when I say average guy, I meant average guy. Like the average male does not know how to fight and is not trained.
That was me.
And they're fat.
It was day
one. You weren't fat, and you at least have some athletic know-how.
Right?
Yeah, you're not average, no matter what people tell you.
Someday I'm going to keep training and I'll get average.
Now, do you think it would be easier to defeat a normal ovary having lady or one of those Algerian testicle ones?
I think it would be easier to defeat the lady with the ovaries.
I agree, which means there is some, like, she's not cheating, but there's definitely a big advantage there.
Yeah, there's an advantage, but when you look at most Olympic gold medalists, you'll probably notice a bit of Olympic or genetic advantage being displayed on them. Like you'll see some dudes with quads that don't look human. I mean,
I'm totally on the same page. Like that's the point I was trying to make. Is like some people just have a genetic advantage. Like Michael Phelps has a genetic advantage to be a ridiculous swimmer. Some guy who's 7'2" and isn't like dying of a bone disease has a genetic advantage in the NBA. Like you can't just be like, this is the sport, but only for like totally average people. Oh, Connor McDavid, you can't play in the NHL because we tested your hand-eye coordination and it's much faster than even an elite person. You can't play. Sorry.
I wonder if they do any advanced training for hand-eye coordination or reaction time, because like
goalies do.
With I know in the UFC they do these light training drills and they do stuff with tennis balls, and I've seen in drag racing where they've got like a mock-up video game where the light ticks down and they hit the pedal to like.
Dude, that was my I was like a whatever goalie in ice hockey, and that was my warm up. Like you take 3 tennis balls and you juggle them against a wall, and then you like get closer, further away. Just
you could do that.
Yeah,
you only use 3.
I bet I would need a little warm up to get it going. But I could at the time. Yeah, only 3. I wasn't training for the Olympics. I was getting ready for hockey.
We always use 5. I'm just saying.
You did. You would do that and like also have one up.
Well, you gotta be heading one and like kicking out with your ankle or whatever.
Can you juggle?
I thought you were an athlete.
I used to be able to like do like 3 obviously and 4 very briefly, but I never put any effort into the regular juggling. I just knew how to do it off the wall because I saw other like goalie coaches tell me to do that.
The old paralysis.
Colin can juggle. Mm-hmm. He likes juggling, so he's juggling all the time. And I think he likes hazing me because he insists that I juggle, and I just can't get it. I'm bad at it. And I've tried. I think amongst people who can't juggle, I must be top 10% in trying to juggle.
Oh.
and I still don't have it.
You're right on the cusp.
He just mocks me. Like sometimes I get like 5 or 6 throws, but I can't do it continuously. And he's just like, my son's autistic, so he doesn't say things right all the time. And he's like, "You're hard for juggling." And I'm like,
"Yeah." No, Daddy wishes he was.
Wow.
How many items is he hazing you by being like, "Hey, Dad, watch me. I can do 5," and then he's making you start with 5? Because then that's obviously not fair. You got to start with 3.
Yeah, no, he'll just come juggling and like, so I can juggle better if they're the perfect juggling balls. We have these like squishy kind of jelly balls, and that's what I'm best with. But he'll walk around and juggle fucking footballs or something. Like it doesn't matter. And
oh damn,
yeah,
wow.
So he's mocking me.
One useless skill that I always wanted to do that I could never do is spin a basketball on my finger.
Did you see the NBA players talking about that?
No.
Yeah, so here at the Olympics, right? There's the Olympic NBA team.
Mm-hmm.
I would guess maybe half of those guys could do that.
Really?
No. They had to be
really.
trolling.
I could never, and I played on my school team and everything. I could never get that to happen.
There were kids in high school that could do it.
Yeah, that's honestly, what the cool kids in high school did.
Is it on your? I feel like it's gonna hit my fingernail. Do I have it on like this part of my finger?
No,
like
the top of their finger.
Yeah. It's gonna grab my nail.
I know, well, they cut the nails off, but I know guys who could like switch fingers as they do it.
Yeah, I've seen. Like, have you seen the Harlem Globetrotters?
Oh,
where
yeah.
They'll spin it, and then they'll have like a little kid stick their hand out, and then they'll put it on the little kid's hand, and they'll be like, "No, you gotta hold it." Like just because it's a little kid. Yeah, I was able to spin a basketball on my finger for very brief periods, where it would be like a couple really good spins, and now we're walking quickly in whatever direction it's falling.
There you go.
Like it wasn't.
Okay.
I couldn't sustain it. No.
Like I could do like soccer tricks, like balance it on my neck and kick it up and stuff like that. But the spinning on the finger, basketball, I could never do it, bro.
My dad used to do that when I was like 5. My dad played soccer in college, and when I was like 5 at those practices, like it was so clear how disappointed he was in me every single practice I ever played soccer. He'd be like volunteer coaching and like kicking these crazy curves across the entire thing, like barely, like he'd take corner kicks and like put it, like curve it and all that, and then throw it up and put it on his neck. And like, even at that age, I'm like, I don't think I've got what it takes for my dad to enjoy watching me. Because at the time, I was very into insects. And so I was mostly looking for bugs. as he would like yell at me. That was like 2 years or like a year before I started playing hockey and like found a sport I was decent at that he could invest his time in.
There are these videos of me playing t-ball in the outfield, and I'm like looking at butterflies. And my mom's got the big VHS camera, and she's zoomed all the way in on me. You can hear her go, "Stop chasing the butterflies! Eyes up on the ball!" It's just like you see the camera shake with anger.
When I was like 5, I maybe even younger. Like you start baseball at a whatever age they start pitching to you with those slow pitch machines.
Yeah,
not even like someone. And so they'd have a little kid, like I'm maybe 5, and I'd stand next to the pitcher thing. And that was my job as the pitcher. They had identified me as someone who wasn't paying a lot of attention. And I was like just standing on the mound, just like looking like into the outfield, looking at the bench, seeing what other people, jealous of the kids who didn't have to play at that moment. And this kid, this kid hit dingers. And this kid hit a dinger so hard, straight in my nose. Like it startled me and it hurt, because it's not that I missed the catch. It's that I was paying so little attention, I didn't know that anything had begun. It hit me right in the nose and just blood pouring. And then I was very embarrassed because everybody, all the parents, both teams are seeing me, and I'm getting glassy-eyed, starting to cry. I'm bleeding everywhere. And then this girl that had a crush on me ran out and like checked on me. And even at like 5 or 6, I'm like, this is so humiliating. Just being so embarrassed.
I was easily worse than either of you at t-ball or baseball.
You missed the t-ball, right?
Oh, all the time. I would not striking out in t-ball was like my Mount Everest.
It's so easy. It's right there.
Can you imagine the umpire being like, "Strike 3."
I didn't know if I was supposed to run.
It's okay, little guy.
I hit the shit out of that tee sometimes, and the ball would roll forward, and I'm like, "What do we do in this situation?"
Oh, I can imagine the ump looking at all the parents, sort of shrugging after strike 3 and putting the ball back up one more time. Like,
no one.
Come on now,
I must have had a horrible coach, and obviously a father who just worked too much, because I faced straight at the pitcher and sort of hit to the side. I didn't notice everyone else was standing sideways when they batted.
Fuck, man, they didn't tell you where to stand.
No one helped you out,
bro.
That's a
parenting issue, bro. That's a parenting.
Yeah,
thing.
that's bullshit. That's a coaching issue too. The coach can't like take a break from getting drunk on the bench to come over and be like, "You're turning this way." Like in
a few seconds, I would have done it. No one told me.
Crazy.
Baseball sucked.
You guys are reminding me of Les Nessman in the outfield. Do you remember that? Les Nessman in the outfield? WKRP.
Cincinnati.
I'm aging myself, yeah. And he didn't want the ball to come to him because all he would hear is violin music because his parents forced him to play violin instead of playing sports. And it's like ball coming in slow motion. Oh my gosh.
Dude, pop flies were the best part of baseball because it was like, all right,
You're trying to be a hero.
Nice and fucking easy. A lot of time. You just catch it. Whereas like the bouncing ball that would come towards you when they like would put me in shortstop, it was always like where's it gonna bounce last second? I'm gonna be where I think it is, and then it's gonna go under my glove, or it's gonna do that thing where I don't get low enough and it bounces off the heel of my glove and catches me in the front teeth. I had that happen a few times.
Oh, that's good hustle though. Yeah, that's what you want to see.
I needed you there. I needed you there to tell me I was hustling.
Coach say smother it. Oh, it means like fucking get your body like you don't
in front of it.
Those bounces where you really don't know where it's going.
Yeah.
So you're just like, I'm covering as much space as I can with me, and then I'm you're ready. Even if it comes off your shoulder, your chest, you're ready to like get it up and get it to first or whatever. I want to talk about this post from Izzy Adesanya. Can you show that, Zach? So this is a bit of UFC talk, but this weekend is UFC 305, I think it is. And the only fight I care about really is Izzy Adesanya fighting Duplessis. Duplessis is from South Africa. Adesanya is supposedly a Nigerian or something like that, but he lives all over the world. So the white guy, Duplessis, has frequently referred to himself as the real African champion. and he currently is. He's got the belt because
he beat Strickland.
He beat Strickland. And so Adesanya posts this. This is wild. Why are you hard at your press photo, dude? Like he's back there getting a
school of posing.
Yeah,
meat off is wild. Some guy named Nick goes meat watching.
But is it me or wasn't the entire Olympics dudes are like showing packages like through the entire Olympics?
We opened the show
a lot
with
of
that
Flex.
French.
Like one guy messed up his high jump because of his package.
Yeah,
bar, right?
Yeah,
that big dick French dude.
It's like because maybe it's because it's French, but nobody wore underwear in these Olympics or something. Like that was like
that
a
too.
thing.
I'm fine with them.
I don't want panty lines under my singlet.
Yeah, but like underwear for the men is fine.
The original Olympics were all done in the nude.
Yeah, but they were like shoving fingers in each other's asses. They were doing a bunch of Greek stuff.
Breaking in wrestling, like the wrestling champion had a special move where he would break your fingers one by one until you quit.
Jesus.
Then they had to like make the Olaf rule. No breaking of the fingers, Olaf.
It looks like Leonitskios of Messine and Milo of Croton were infamous for winning the Olympics after breaking his opponent's fingers. Everybody fear Milo.
What year was this?
Or the good old dick twist.
Fucking 37.
This is no. So your guess of 37 is about 700 years too recent. 708 BC and Milos. Everybody come to Greek town and everybody learn the Milos, the secret move. I get the greasy and I break the finger.
Hardcore,
this sport, it was invented 4 weeks ago. I've already mastered.
Opening his schools everywhere,
Yeah. But then Leon Titskios shows up. And then they have a finger break off, I guess. You've learned from Milos.
You're sending your kids to that school. Jesus. Hard learning curve, bro.
Woody, who you got in the fight?
Israel.
Oh, my. I think Israel, too. And then I think Strickland beats him again.
Could be.
Strickland's got the rematch. Like that's
yeah. Kyle, you're for Israel in every conference.
I've heard it. You never have it till you have it, but I know he's next in line. But shit happens in the UFC.
For sure. But he's going to sit and wait and not hurt himself. I guarantee that.
Asked me to put money on it. I put it the same way. I think Israel wins and then he loses.
Yeah. It's going to be a good fight. We'll be in the hangout watching. Taylor, you should join us Saturday night, 10 p.m. Well, that's when it begins. The actual fight will happen around 1 in the goddamn morning, but that's East Coast time, so only a early midnight start time for you.
Maybe I'll pop in.
Israel's 35. Like for a guy that's been in the UFC for like 5 years, you wouldn't expect him to be as close to 40.
Yeah, he was kickboxing champion, around the world for a long time.
I wonder what his legacy would be like if he joined the UFC at 25. Would he be like, beaten and maybe a little mentally not the same because he learns his place at 25? So to walk in as a champion caliber fighter is the way to be, or would he have had a 8-year reign or something?
Would Usman not have gotten a reign because Israel was there to keep him down?
Usman was at 170, right?
Oh, I always get those two mixed up.
Yeah. So it would be like the Bisping Rockhold era, I guess.
Oh, old white guys. I think Israel can take them.
Yeah.
That was the clunky like white dude era.
That was like the post Weidman.
Every time I watch, I've never seen Luke Rockhold win a fight. I swear to God, I've been watching UFC for 10 or 12 years, like ever since you introduced me to it at your house that time. And I don't think I've ever seen that man win a fight. Even when he went to bare knuckle, he got his teeth knocked out by.
Maybe you saw him beat Bisping.
I saw Bisping win. I remember Bisping being on his little win streak.
Wait, am I wrong? Did they not?
I believe
was that a rematch? I'm not sure.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I saw Bisping beat him, but I just remember Bisping winning most of his fights. I've never seen Luke win a fight ever. So the idea of if Israel had been there, you'd like to think that he could have had some crazy reign if he hadn't lost that Strickland fight. Like he's like in the GOAT conversation. It's crazy. And then Pereira, like avenging the Pereira thing was so crazy. And Pereira to me he's already like on the Mount Rushmore of UFC. Like how could he not be after what he's done? And Dana's not going to let him fight at heavyweight. But I want it so bad.
Me too.
I think he can clean him out. I think he's the baddest man there is. He's so scary.
I get frustrated when I hear Dana talk about how Jon Jones is the absolute best, and anyone who doesn't think so is a moron. And I'm like, you're talking about the 2018 best fighter in the world. Like that, I won't disagree with. But this is 2024. Jon Jones, you think is still on top? Get out of here.
I don't know, because the last time I saw Jon Jones fight, he choked the motherfucker out in 1 minute and 30 seconds and then walked away saying,
yeah, but that's what he's supposed to do.
And you could see that man. No,
Taylor's right.
What's he going to get in there and play checkers with him?
Yeah.
No, he's going to fight.
Yeah.
Don't give him too much credit.
He destroyed him, and he made like a Trump victory pose. Like, I swear to God, Taylor, he's walking around going, shh. And over his shoulder, the other man looks terrified on the ground. It's fear in his eyes. You can see it. Zach, find me that picture of Cyril Gahn sitting on the ground with terror in his eyes, not understanding what's just been done to him. And Jon Jones walking away cold as fucking ice. Look, if the aliens come down, who do you send? Like to do combat? They're about like us.
All of China.
They look like us, except they're Ninja Turtle people. Like, all right. They're 6'6" Ninja Turtles, and we've got to send our best to do fisticuffs combat with them. Who do you send? Because I'm sending this guy right here. I'm sending that guy.
You're gonna let our best fighter get shot by aliens immediately in the battle?
What are you talking about? They have no. They have shown up and
your tactical mind is lacking. You use the Chinese. The Chinese will break upon them like waves on a beach, and we will weaken them with the Chinese hordes.
Look, when the turtles showed up, they challenged us. They said, "Humans, we notice your technology is far behind ours. Perhaps we settle this in the old way." And they're going to have a gladiatorial 1v1.
I have a better option, Kyle. Hear me out.
We got to say Boagrius and send a big motherfucker.
If you're going to send a guy to aliens, right? Sean O'Malley clearly enjoys the anal probe more than any other UFC champion.
They're not going to probe him, Woody.
Yes, have you not paid attention to alien abduction since the 80s?
You know what a Martian armbar looks like?
They put things in your butt.
That's all you're afraid of. That's the thing you're most fearful of.
I'm not because of the anal part. There was this part.
Is it because you're afraid? Is it because you're afraid you're gonna like it?
That'll be a brief. The anal
dude,
part
you get abducted and anally probed, and you tell me, and I call you gay.
Dude, that's looking gay now.
I'm texting Woody to the side. I'm like, this fucking gay guy is not the same. He's not my friend anymore. He's close.
Yeah,
but they wouldn't have just done that to you. What were you wearing, Kyle? a nightie and like a sleep cap.
He was asking for it.
I was walking around my home with a lit candle. And my bottle was plundered by the beings.
Humbug. No, if they the anal part would be a brief reprieve during the scariness of an alien abduction. That would be like, okay, all right, this is a little familiar. But what I always see what I see in the movies is like they're like putting needles in their eyeballs and they're like drilling their teeth with lasers and putting weird like things in their neck and like taking them apart, vivisection without anesthetic, like you're an animal on a platter. And that to me is terrifying. That's why the only real world thing outside of nonsense that's kind of close to that is that sleep paralysis where you genuinely can't like get up and you're lying in bed. That's terrifying to me.
Well,
and
that and
pufferfish venom. Like if you ever, where do you get pufferfish venom? Because that sounds terrifying.
Yeah,
from pufferfish.
From pufferfish.
Did you grow a pufferfish? Did you raise one in your tanks?
Yeah, dude, they're popular in the reefing hobby.
Oh shit!
They have a fish personality is one of two things. They're either aggressive assholes or they beg for food. That's what fish personality is.
Okay. I thought you meant the person who keeps them.
I thought that too, actually.
Okay. So pufferfish beg for food. They'll eat straight from your hand. They'll let you pet them, stuff like that. They're pretty cool. They have big open eyes that you can.
That's the one, right? That their venom can cause that long-term paralysis, like that voodoo shit.
I'm familiar that they have venom. I don't know the effects. They can kill everything else in your tank when they die.
Is there a difference between pufferfish fish and blowfish?
I don't know what a blowfish is.
Isn't the blowfish the one that they make?
I think they're the same thing
that you could die from.
I think they just call. I've never heard. That's the one that like gets big with spines?
Yeah, that's what a pufferfish.
I'm sure it's a whole like.
They're the same thing. I googled it real quick.
Okay. Do they make venom that used in voodoo like techniques to make people into zombies and paralyze them?
This is outside my hobby.
I don't know why you seem like you were googling.
I can. I just looked up pufferfish versus blowfish. It says opening.
You're the reef keeper. I'm just asking the expert.
They're both member of the order Tetraodontiformes.
Okay, so they're two different things, though.
Tetrodotoxin.
Family.
The opening sentence is literally.
What does tetrodotoxin do, Taylor?
This interferes with the transmission of signals from nerves to muscles, causing paralysis of the body's muscles. In general, TTX, tetrodotoxin, is more concentrated in the gonads, mainly ovary, liver, intestines, and skin of the pufferfish. And so I guess that would make sense. If it's all in the mix down there, they're cutting around a lot of stuff to try and find the good bit. And there's no way it's that tasty.
Remember when Homer had it? And the chef is like, very carefully cutting around the poison part.
And then he accidentally eats it. And, oh, you must leave. And they like tell him to leave. And then the next, like that night, he's like, Marge, I'm coming up with a whole plan for tomorrow. My last day. And he's like, and then she's like, wake me up at 6. And he wakes up at like 12:40 in the morning. And he's like, or in the afternoon.
Like, his last day on Earth. Yeah, that's a sad episode.
So you want to do a group watch of UFC 305? I'm in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, sure. The Patreon hangout. Jackie shows up most of them now.
Text me
she's
and remind
spirited. She picks on
midnight
guys.
Is such a late time for a fight to start. That's so fucking ridiculous.
So they start at 9, but by the time the last fight airs, it's like. Kyle's right.
This one's in Australia as well. So like for them, it's like noon the next day.
That sucks.
I no longer know what time it is. It's Australia.
10 p.m. Eastern time.
They haven't changed it.
No, not that I understand. Okay. I looked at it 3 or 4 hours ago and it said 10 p.m. start time because I'm going to watch the prelims and everything. I like to get my money's worth with that ESPN Plus shit.
So by the time the last fight finishes, it's usually around 1.
Yeah. And sometimes it can go like really late if there's complications and lots of fights go long, like they're scheduled for 5 rounds. That's 25 minutes. But sometimes you knock the motherfucker out in 30 seconds. They'll like play ball and play some promos for in commercials, but eventually you got to start the fight. And they're not going to wait around for 20 minutes. So the night goes faster. This is my other.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, finish. I was going to transition.
I lost it. Sorry.
Well, one thing I can understand though is that, like, if you're in person at these fights and you're paying all this money, you can understand. You appreciate that it lasts a little longer. Because you remember back in the '90s when these guys would pay ridiculous. They pay ridiculous amounts of money to go see Tyson fight, and it would be done in like the first round in like 32 seconds and stuff. That's like
UFC's a little different though because in general you usually care about 3/5 of the card at least. Like this card's not that great, honestly. I think Gamrot or somebody's fighting. I only care about the main event, but oftentimes there'll be a The real problem, though, is the viewing experience for UFC is poor because of the nature of what it is. It's two men in a chain link cage, way far away from you. So you end up sitting in an expensive seat looking at a jumbotron instead of in your expensive seat at home looking at your jumbotron with a bathroom 6 steps away. You know what I mean? And there's no traffic and everything. Woody and I have been to one. I didn't love the experience. It wasn't that crazy expensive. It was a few $100s. But I know they're doing the event, the Ocho event this year. The Mexican event is at the Sphere, and tickets for that are crazy. They're like $7,000-$10,000 or something a seat or something crazy like that.
I've been to 2, one with Kyle, like you said, and those were the best seats we could buy. I think Joe Lozon got us like a hookup to get us good seats. When I went to the one in Japan, I was literally in the fighters, friends, and family section. And Kyle's so right. The viewing experience is bad. You can't buy the seats as good as I had in Japan, and it was still bad. You know, the cool thing was after the fighters fought, they came around and like sat near me. Like,
I'll tell you how you know it's bad. When you watch Joe Rogan and DC and they're sitting ringside watching the fight, they're looking down at their fucking monitor because the fight is happening right in front of them. Yeah. And instead they choose to look at the view that you have at home because it is the better view. It's to be there and to like smell them, I'm sure is a fucking thing. And if they banging against the chain link and you could reach through and almost touch them, that's a thing.
It's not a good live sport.
But you're not Joe Rogan. You can't buy those seats. They don't exist. Right. You got to be Mark Zuckerberg or Donald Trump to get in that fucking seat as a civilian.
And so Kyle's right. It's better on TV. The sport is really good on TV. It's like made for TV in a way that like Formula One isn't. I watch Formula One a little bit sometimes too. And really I'm just more, it's a better viewing experience to watch the car rankings, like literally just their names in order. And I see the orders change and watch the race highlights. But what's cool about going there in person, the one thing that I do like more in person is you get to choose what you watch. If there's a rough knockout, they don't show it on TV very much. They really try to avoid that ugly side of the sport. The loser walking back to the locker room, he just vanishes if you watch it on TV. After a guy loses, he's not part of the show anymore. Yeah, but when you're there in person, you're like, shit, half the guys that come here tonight lose. And you get to see every one of them take a really dreadful long walk. That is an important moment in their life, dragging their ass back to the locker room. If the loss is bad enough, a lot of times their team, they've got their arms on both shoulders and they're practically
they might be crippled and concussed.
Yeah, they're carrying this wounded warrior back to the locker hospital. Room. And maybe it's personality flaw in mine, but I like to see the real agony of defeat, which is hidden from you on TV.
Definitely.
Yeah. That is, you nailed it. That's the only things that you get that you can't get at home is you're your own production crew to some extent. You can see beyond what the camera wants you to see, but Jesus Christ, like I take that $10,000 and buy yourself a home entertainment center, right? What are you doing? That will last you for years. Like now I live in a movie theater that I built with the $10,000 I was going to spend on a night staring at a jumbotron from my expensive chair. It doesn't make any sense to me. Unless you want to network and like hang out with the other people who are there. Like if you're that guy, but as a fan who wants to see a thing, fuck that. No way.
A sport that's better in person that I'd rather watch in person than on TV is baseball. You can there's some obvious hockey, obviously, but baseball even it's pretty static. And you also can pick and choose when to pay attention more than other sports where you can be like, all right, I'm going to really lock in for, these next few pitches and then go get a fucking brat and then watch a few more pitches. Go get another
I disagree, and I'll tell you why.
So you can go to the bathroom. I mean,
my Irish and British background burns alive in that much sunshine. I am whiter than you guys think. These doors aren't yellow. They're supposed to be white. I am a pale motherfucker. You just don't know.
I do. I mean, I'll get a little sunburned, whatever. It's probably good for me.
Yeah, couldn't you say, get a big hat?
Could you say that about almost every sport though? I've been
not hockey.
Football games. Well, see,
Even night
hockey is a
games, too.
smaller venue, but football games, like I went to Syracuse, and the games you see in person, like you can watch, they're a lot easier to watch on TV. You know what I mean?
That's true with like I think you hit the nail on the head with like hockey, basketball, like the smaller rinks, the smaller court, like there's just better viewing. Like it's just going to be better. Whereas like football, like the most fun I had watching football games was in college at Mizzou. And I don't remember, like, I think it was
Watching
fun
the
because I
game?
was like trashed with my friends. Like we were like being like, hope we win, we can run on the field. Like it was just like basically doing that. It wasn't like we were like, man, with these seats in the student section, watching us get manhandled by Auburn.
Yeah, well, that's why I didn't
section,
like
good seats.
Yeah. It was like one whole
They're-
side of the stadium was students, and the other was like alumni and people from Columbia who wanted to go for some reason.
See,
When
that's
I
why-
lived, like 10 years ago, maybe more, in UNC, so UNC basketball is a really big deal here in this little triangle North Carolina section, and all the best seats were reserved for UNC alumni. UNC alumni, they call them like the wine and cheese fans. They're kind of civilized. And one time, because of a heavy snowstorm, which in North Carolina is like more than 2 inches, no one could come. So the students got to sit down up front, and then the players got to feel like a rambunctious crowd for the first time in like UNC in ages. And they changed the seating. So now they put more students
cool.
with.
Oh,
like,
really?
Yeah. Now there's rowdy students kind of cheering the players on.
100% what you want. Like,
Yeah.
that's what you want to see
absolutely.
on television too. Like that's what your sponsors want to see. Like that's just all around better. Like I remember watching, like, Duke was huge when I was in high school, and just watching the Blue Devils or the Cameron Crazies. That's what their fans are called.
Yeah.
They're all like faces painted blue, even, and they're like, I remember they had some weird chant where maybe they like kind of like vibrated and like moaned or something weird. like it was always what?
They vibrated and moaned.
They like I don't remember. I remember them being like almost like an African like war dance where they were kind of going like oh, and like kind of bouncing up and down on their toes.
Okay, that seems fun.
There's like a fan club that organizes chants and stuff,
Yeah.
mocking opposing players, stuff like that. Whatever current drama
What's
they're
LSU do? It's something about suck that tiger cock.
in. Yeah. The song is called Neck, and they have like a hand motion. Everyone's doing this, like a coordinated sort of dance.
It's
And,
like whoa, chop, suck that tiger cock. It's something like that. and like everybody's screaming it. You got 80,000 people in there talking about suck our cocks. And I'm like,
All the
oh,
girls
any
too.
children?
All the women are like,
All the women are like suck our cocks too.
See, I didn't see that one because they didn't do that when they were playing Mizzou.
Oh, they do
They're
it when
both
they play
they're
us.
both the Tigers.
There you go.
I've
There
seen
you
that
go.
a bunch of times. It's fucking great.
See, but that's why they
right, you Tigers
changed.
too.
That's why they changed like seating in like the Grammys and stuff like that, right? Because in the old days, it would just be like the rich executives and the trophy wives in the front seats and stuff, and they'd be sitting down, and you'd have the different acts and music acts, and they'd just be like, "Oh, very nice." But then they put the artists in front now, so it'll be a lot more hyper when other artists are on the stage, as opposed to the old executives who were just like sitting down and quiet and stuff, right?
Keep the energy a bit higher.
Absolutely,
those award shows are on the decline.
I think they have been for a
Am I
long
right?
time.
It's because TV in general is on the decline, right? Like, who's really watching live TV like that anymore?
TV's going down, but and this is just something I'm from memory, but like those like news TV and like award shows and stuff like that is going down faster than like normal cable programming. So like Fox's
I don't know.
lineup.
I thought Will Smith was going to breathe some new light into the awards season. I thought that was going to be a regular thing. Somebody was going to get taken out every year.
Did they even when
like John Candy just comes out?
Someone needs to talk shit
wailing
about
on
John
somebody.
Cena's wife. John Candy.
There you go.
John Candy's wife?
How dare you insult the widow of the long dead John Candy?
The long dead John Candy.
Did you mean John Cena? Did we have the same idea?
A deceased Uncle Buck going up on stage and smacking somebody out. Like, that's jeez. He's Canadian. That would never happen.
No, that was when I think back to that, it's almost like an alternate reality. It's such a bizarre happening that Will Smith slapped Chris Rock, like slapped the piss out of him in front of America and said, "Don't you keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth. And like the fact that happened, it's almost as wacky as the whole thing is like Donald Trump becoming president. I feel like that's another wacky alternate universe thing where in most of the universes, like if we're going Marvel style, like most the prime universe where the band of most universes go do not involve a Trump pregnancy or a presidency or a Will Smith like bitch slap.
Dude, we might be in the one version where
we could be in the
where we
the
one version where we defeated England.
There you go.
What if every other version is we're colonists right now and we're getting locked up for posting memes online? It could be us.
No, then the empire would be huge. All right, so after World War II, England lost its empire through a number of things that happened.
We helped.
But imagine if they had kept the colonies and taken North America and just that was the that's a cool future too. With like, I want it to be steampunk though, because I like seeing the Union Jack on like futuristic steampunk blimps with like auto cannons to police the people, 1984 style.
Ooh.
Yeah, we would have needed
Nazis having a base on
the moon. You ever seen 1984?
Better Kings. 1984. I read to read it for school. I don't think I saw the movie.
The movie's excellent. Movie's like really good. I want to say there's like a receptacle to like fuck that's in the wall. He's got like a milking machine. Can't remember. It's in a minute. It's a good movie.
In the wall.
1984 a good book? Like, would you recommend it to read if you weren't forced to?
I mean, it was so long ago. I remember it being, you know what I do remember? I remember it being more interesting than other stuff I'd been told to read. Like, I think 1980, I think we had to read 1984 after Fahrenheit 451. 451. Yeah.
Okay.
And I remember thinking like, oh, this is like a better version of Fahrenheit 451. Where it's like, oh, people are so propagandized by the 1984, the big state, that they're like, now they won't even acknowledge the evidence of their eyes and ears. Like they'll look at something. It was just like the emperor has no clothes kind of thing, where it's like one analyzing like why in a not that exciting way at sometimes. Like, oh, why would everyone go along with this? The emperor has no clothes. Oh, there you go. Maybe I will watch that. I'm not going to watch it.
But
I'm not going to watch it.
The one thing that's the Will Smith situation, the one thing that really showed me though,
I might.
Yeah.
The one thing about the Will Smith situation is that what it really showed me is how quickly the public can turn on you. Like Will Smith is literally the nicest guy in that Hollywood world. Like, you know what I mean? Like all of his social media was the nicest, the most fun stuff.
He seemed fake nice to me. He always seemed.
I don't know, man.
Here's what I think. Here's how I always felt about Will Smith.
Yeah,
I felt like he was fake tough, fake nice, fake black a little bit. Like that. Those rap albums were like, come on, man. I
love those rap albums. I was the right age group.
His contributions to hip hop.
Parents just don't understand.
Vanilla Ice.
Oh, dude, I love his bedtime rhymes. It is whack. We have to go to bed.
A butterfly collar. I'm on Will's side with this.
It was bad. Like Vanilla Ice is harder than Will Smith.
No, don't insult the man.
Come on, it is. Like Vanilla Ice has raps about like gangbanging and shooting people. All I heard was shells falling.
What Vanilla? Oh, Jesus. Forget that. Zero. Get with a hero.
5.0. Didn't he have a clock on him or something? I forget. Vanilla Ice pretty.
And my 5.0. Windows let down so my hair can't blow.
Will Smith in the hip hop world had respect because before, you have to remember that he was out a while before he got famous in the pop world, right? Like if you were back when I used to listen to hip hop way back when, like him and Jazzy Jeff were hugely known for freestyling and stuff like that. And Jazzy Jeff and him created the Transformer scratch, which is like when you scratch, when you scratch records and stuff. They created a scratch that sounded like Transformers transforming, right? And that's how they got big in the hip hop world itself. And then he got into the whole parents don't understand thing and the summertime thing, right? But there's a lot of commercial rappers who had respect before they went pop, per se. You know what I mean?
I think he's a bad actor too. I think most of his movies, like we were kind of conned into thinking were good movies, or like What I have to go back
Come
and do
on.
every now and then is I got to go back to like my childhood movies that I still think of with my man brain as like, yeah, that's a classic. Congo, come
Independence
on,
Day, come on.
Amy, good gorilla. Like, and then I go back and watch it, and I'm like, this is horse shit. That is not a gorilla. That is not a real gorilla. That's a midget in a fucking suit. I thought that was a real gorilla as a kid. Like, holy shit. I thought they had a sign language gorilla with a gauntlet that like had a speaker on it that interpreted the sign language and spoke for it. Yeah, I thought that
if you want to get Kyle, show him a sign language gorilla. He wants to believe so hard, and I know that feeling because I used to be like you. I used to want to believe it, but we've been hoodwinked.
You're an amateur primatologist.
I would venture a little more than amateur.
You practice.
Nice.
Yeah, I've been kicked out of the Zoom.
Have a photo of me.
It's not his fault. Those chips were
Like
sick.
me holding a lemur over the alligator exhibit. I'm like, I just want to see what he would do.
Oh, damn you! I'll throw you.
I have
in.
a clipboard.
He
This
knows
is
how to
science.
Damn.
He dies.
I think the right monkey would torture an alligator. It'd be hilarious. Like, have you seen the monkey in the trees with the tiger where he's swinging around, mocking them?
Yeah,
I haven't seen that.
I've seen the one where
like a lemur.
there's one jumping back and forth between the
That
branches
wouldn't
trying to escape a leopard in the tree itself.
Oh,
I think that's cool.
For a while. Yeah.
You can tell that the ones, that wasn't its first time doing that. Like every third day, or I don't really know the regularity of it. As a primatologist, I should, but like just having to swing around to not be eaten by a cat.
There is a Instagram page called Dark Side of Nature that will show you how real horrible nature really is. And it's like when you were a kid, you never saw this stuff on Wild World of Animal Kingdom and stuff, but Dark Side of Nature will show you the specifics on how animals destroy other animals and killing, like taking babies out of gazelle mothers while the mother's still alive and eating them, then eating. You know what I mean? Like
I've seen that. I've seen that hyena
brutal.
pull that baby out of there.
It's the Nature is Metal subreddit. Like I don't like that stuff.
I totally forgot about this subreddit. This was like one of my favorite. Well, I'm gonna look at it.
I don't like to see animals get eaten anymore. As a kid, I was super into it. Torturing them and stuff like Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
You were telling me the other day about that stuff.
I'll be honest, I didn't hear what you said. I was watching a tiger fight another tiger.
But you agree that
100%.
You were super into that stuff.
If Taylor's representative, he does not sign off on this.
But just small stuff, right? Like little ones.
Like harming them,
bro.
What are we talking about? What did I do,
bro?
I don't know. Whatever you said, I did.
When you would torture the. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Torture.
Light torture.
So I stay away from the Nature's Metal stuff. I don't want to see fetuses fall out of gazelles and then get eaten.
But
it's a reminder.
But it's even gets down like
what?
Insects.
Just kind of a reminder of nature and like what life could be if you were a fennec fox having.
But I'm not a fennec fox. I'm a man grown.
You're a man grown, but you. But it just killed itself off a bridge.
But it's just stuff like animals on the watering holes in Africa, and like even birds. Like how many birds eat other birds? Like I had no idea. You know what I mean? Like
birds are ornery.
Like they'll go and eat other birds' eggs and kids. Like it's insane the real nature that's out there.
All birds are assholes. It's okay.
A lot of them
most
are.
Animals are assholes.
All birds are assholes. You can't find a nice bird.
I saw my puppy just murdering a grasshopper earlier today. Showing like that grasshopper probably doesn't think much of the puppy.
It's cats are serial killers for no reason.
For sure, cats are
but
no dogs
reason,
are not.
Bro. Dogs are not.
If I put a rabbit in a room with a dog, that dog wouldn't. A lot of dogs wouldn't.
Mine would. Mine loves catching them. But cats just. My cat will just sit in the house and she'll see squirrels outside and she'll start chittering. I don't know if you know that sound, but they'll start going. You know what I mean? And they'll just be the tails wagging and they're watching squirrels go by and they're just thinking of how they would destroy this.
My dog
animal. Just gonna kill him so bad.
If I didn't overeat, I'd fuck that squirrel up,
bro. I'm saying though,
dude, I'm watching a brown bear kill a black bear.
Oh, that man! When the bear fight is crazy.
When
bro.
You don't go to one of these forums for like years, They got a lot of content.
It's traumatizing.
Can we stop the show now?
Let's stop. I need to
I
see
got some bear fights to watch.
As expected,
watch. We could probably play a bear fight.
The brown bear dominates.
But I saw
it is a
did
gift.
you see the one where the female lion is surrounded by hyenas?
Woody loves that one so much.
I watched that recently.
Woody
and then the other lions come running in to save her. Like, it's such a beautiful moment.
The edit
Creed is playing.
of course, it's to Beastie Boys. Actually, it might be Sabotage. And anyway, the female lions are eating, and it's wow 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 wow, and then things go south, and the lions are up on the tree hiding. One's dripping blood out of its leg, and they're scared to death. And then come morning, the male lion is like, my bitches didn't come home. I got work to do. And I always wondered, what were male lions for exactly? They just lay around, fuck, and have food delivered to them?
Pretty much.
All right, now I'm taking fucking strays over
now
here.
you're stealing lion valor.
but anyway, these female lions doing all the work, and males, and then shit goes south, and the male lion proves like what we keep him around for, and goes straight for the head of the pack. Yep. And it's fuck my shit up, or how's the song go?
And there was a lot of them there too.
Fuck my shit up.
It's slap that bitch up, and then he pounces.
Smack my bitch up.
Take my picture. Fuck my shit up.
I made a mistake. Dude,
that's what you sang to that barber that one time.
Another great subreddit.
Another one.
You've seen that one? It's like, just fuck my shit up. It's people. It's haircut. Like the worst haircuts of all time. Like, they're so bad and comical that you're like, did you ask for this? Did you go to a joke barber or something?
I like the opposite ones too. Ever see a guy walk into a barber and walk out like 15 years younger? All of a sudden, he's not bald. They dye his beard. Stuff like that. He took
like a 70-year-old black guy who was very bald.
That's a
and
cheat
they
code.
Glued a whole rug to the top of his head. Like, they got out like a hair piece and started rubbing glue on homie's head and stuck it on there. And then they blended it with a fake beard. He put a fake glued on beard with like chops and shit. Like, blended it all together with his natural and like colored him and like colored his eyebrows were gray. He went from 70 to 35. It was crazy.
I saw them do that to a white guy. He was probably like early 40s. And the top of his hair was like thinning. It was bad. It was almost uncombable. And you could see his scalp through his hair. And then they shave in like male pattern baldness. So the top of it is just all gone.
Yep.
Put a rug on his head, dye his beard and eyebrows and whatever. And he looked amazing. I'm blown away. I like it.
There is a country they're saying who has solved male baldness.
India.
I can't remember who, but like literally solved it. And they're saying China can cure diabetes. Now, which is insane. And the big pharma's not gonna let that happen, right?
Yeah, you would think it'd be hard to keep a diabetes cure like hidden, like that would just get out somehow.
Yeah, but there's big pharma's freaking out because there's so much money made in insulin. It's like there's no way they're gonna let that go. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure the propaganda, anti-Chinese propaganda is gonna go big time now to stop.
I mean, I would just avoid not getting diabetes. That would be my goal, is so I don't need a Chinese diabetes cure.
That's my goal, but stuff happens, I guess.
Now, without the threat of diabetes out there, bring on the cupcakes.
I'm just scared of needles, so I don't. That's the biggest reason why I don't want it. But
those auto injector things, like I don't understand how it works, but they're wearing like a device on them that seemingly has a needle in their flesh all the time, and it's like, how does that not like hurt every time you like move if the needle's just always in you to deliver insulin on the go?
Is that
fuck?
Is that how it works?
I thought it was.
I don't know how.
I thought that was just like a magnetic thing to keep track, so you don't have to. So you don't.
I don't have diabetes.
Draw blood anymore.
I only have internet commercials to guide me.
Fair enough.
But it looked like they had some sort of cuff with a needle that was always inside of them that was like keeping track of their glucose levels and then zapping them with some fucking insulin every time they ate a cupcake. Like, that's what it looked like to me.
I've seen the insulin injectors on the more severe cases, but that's like almost like a machine type of setup, though, isn't it? I've seen friends who have the tab on the arm, so I thought that was just to monitor levels. I don't know if that had a needle in it or anything like that.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
I don't know how else it would
the
work.
chat will inform us, I'm sure. But
I learned. I just Googled it. It's somewhere in between. They have a sensor like installed in them. Like, I guess it's a surgical operation you have on some regular basis where they just put it under your skin, and then the monitor communicates with the sensors.
I'm not crazy about that either. I guess it would suck if you had like the cool kind of diabetes, you know, the kind that you didn't like I didn't do anything wrong. I just got it. It's just like having like, you know what I mean? Like you didn't earn this diabetes. You didn't do this to yourself. Like we know the difference. Like those people who give themselves diabetes. I remember when my grandmother was getting older and she was a little chubby. She was drinking her Coca-Colas in the refrigerator. And it was like, ma'am, you're going to get diabetes. You're pre-diabetic. You could lose a foot. And she went, oh, well, Diet Coke it is. And like never drank like reversed it in like 6 months and lost like 30 pounds and like became a healthy person. Then she got cancer and had a slow death, but that's unrelated to the diabetes.
Diet Coke gives you cancer, right?
Yeah.
No, that's a Twilight Zone episode.
Wasn't that the chick on like 600-pound or my 900-pound life where the big girls were going, oh, well, we were taught that if you drink a drink with sugar in it, soda with sugar in it, then you drink wine that is, no sugar, it just counteracts it.
Cancels
so
it out.
It cancels it out. So
I saw my favorite one is where the two fat bitches are talking to their doctor, and the girl goes, also, I think I might be pregnant. and the doctors, and they pan over to the doctor, who's like a very attractive lady. And she's like, really? She's almost playing up to it. She's like, really? And why would you think that? She's like, I've been craving weird things. And keep in mind, this lady has forehead rolls. And I've been craving weird things.
Yeah.
Like, what kind of weird things you've been craving? Water. I've been craving water, just regular water. And the doctor goes, yeah. You might be thirsty. Those girls are, that might be my 800-pound sisters or my 1,000-pound twins or whatever the fuck it is. But it's disgusting. Like I only see it through GIF form, and like every now and then a bit gets put on Reddit. But some people are sitting down to this and supporting it by watching it, and I can't get behind that. Those people are so fucking nasty.
One of them lost a lot of weight, and now she's getting like the saggy skin thing, and it's like that's like. I don't know. Sometimes that's almost worse.
Oh,
I have a different view on it.
You know what I'm saying?
Like you get the saggy skin removal surgery, and you earn that surgery, right? If you lose so much weight that now you have saggy skin, boom, you're about to you've earned a surgery where you get to lose another 30 pounds of loose skin. You'll look better.
But that's not 90% of the time when they lose that much weight, it's because of surgery. Because they get the band on the
but then they gotta get the loose skin surgery afterwards.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right?
And I don't think it ever looks right. I don't think you can. I don't think you make it look right.
So I agree. You can't look.
It's like you're wearing a skin suit.
You're never gonna be. Is it Ryan Reynolds? Is that who Deadpool is? You're never gonna be that guy. But you can be a much better person than you were. And when you get that skin removal surgery, your clothes will fit better. Like you're removing mass with that too.
I mean, enough respect to it, but if you're I don't know. It never really looks right.
You're gonna look good with clothes on, though.
Like there's a few
that's
times
more than they had before.
Yeah, that's true. I agree with that, and they're much healthier and yada yada yada. Right?
No,
but
I don't care how healthy you are. I'm focused on how healthy you look.
Look, right?
Yes.
It's shallow, but it's true, bro. It's like, ugh. But I don't want I used to be a big guy. Well, no, not big, but I was close to 300 pounds before I got hardcore into paintball. And now I'm like 180 on average, 180, 190 nice. Yo-yo, right? But it's like I look at my pictures back then and I'm like, ugh, I could never go back. And it's like I got rid of all my fat clothes and suits and stuff. And it's like and I'm lucky enough that I wasn't big enough where I had the leftover skin.
Yeah, not even close.
Scenario,
I think
right?
you got to be close. I think you have to be like 500 pounds for a long time to really ruin yourself. But frankly, you are ruined in my like narrow view of the world.
Hard to come back from that, bro.
You can't. Like I'd rather be a burn victim or something. Well, maybe not that. I really hate that. Nothing will ruin your dinner at Denny's than a burn victim sitting adjacent. Oh
Jesus
God!
Christ.
What do? You like? Can I get this to go? Like what do you do?
You request a booth facing away.
I saw this guy must have been like a fucking bronze medal.
Spark up a conversation. Like, you like flame broiled too?
Holy shit! Oh my God!
You go. Ew.
He looked like that. You know the Marine veteran who won the medal, and they always put him up on the stage, and his head's all melted, like Freddy Krueger.
Yeah.
Like, I think literally that. You got to speak more clearly, sir.
I was burned, and I don't have no lips.
I believe he said,
Jesus.
I was burned, and I have no lips.
Put me out of my misery.
I have a brave American, everyone. Give him a round of applause.
Are you a burn victim or are you Biden at this point?
Run out, get me in your car in the parking lot.
Yeah, it just ruins. I still haven't seen a midget. You guys act like midgets are everywhere. Every time my girlfriend comes home from work and I'm like, "See any midgets today?" She's like, "No." And then one day she's like, "Yeah, I did." And I was like, today's the day. Because I've only ever seen one midget in the wild. How many?
Really?
One. Dozens. I've only ever seen one.
Well,
I've seen. Well, I live by the city, so
and it was at a big like theme park thing, where you've got like tens of thousands of people intermixing. It was like Orlando.
Did you pay $2 to see the midget in the tent?
You had to go in the backside. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was actually.
That's just a very small man.
That's just a Mexican.
Listen,
seen him for
a Filipino feller.
So okay, nowadays the whole thing of calling everybody pedos is a big thing, right? Like now everyone calls everyone
pedo now. Is a pedo these days.
But
though. I mean,
hold on.
Just bulletproof vest wearing streamers are pedos.
But the thing is though,
he hates them.
Dudes.
And the MrBeast guy.
The kink. hold on. The kink of being with a small person used to be a thing back then. You know what I'm saying? So is that psychologically linked because they're smaller, looking more childlike? Or
I'm sorry, wait. Can we?
Midgets do not look.
Is being into pet
at all.
Like
they've got.
I've heard people say it though.
They've got horrible little hands.
No, there is a porn star. What's her name? Like little.
Well, I bet you're halfway there.
Are you talking about? You talking about like Tiny Texie or whatever her name is?
All right, so I can't remember her name, but her name's like.
She's got like the blonde hair and the weird face.
No, this is a little Asian girl, I think. But I remember there was a story because the whole thing is she looks underage, but she's like a 25-year-old woman or something, maybe longer, because she's had a long career in doing this. But there was a news story where a guy got caught by police for something unrelated, and he's got all these videos of her on his hard drive, and he's up on child pornography charges in the court of his country, and she flew there and like was a witness for him, like proving that no, I just look like I'm underage, and like got him off.
All right, Vic. Then you are not illegal, but this is creepy. Let it be known in all of Algeria, you are a ghoul. You are a ghouly man.
If you get a chance, go on Instagram and look up official Tiny Texie, Texie, and she's like she's like 3 to maybe 4 feet tall.
All right,
I don't know what the disease is called, but she's very small.
Oh, she's itty bitty.
Yeah, and that's like,
oh, that's silly.
And she does.
She's got a woman face. She looks like Bride of Chucky,
bro. And it's a whole.
She's all tatted up, bro. Like, what are you talking about? This has nothing to do with pedophilia. That's a tatted up, like hard biker looking chick in a itty bitty body. Like, there's nothing childlike about that.
She had to stop wearing schoolgirl outfits because she got banned.
Oh, that's bullshit. She should be able to dress up however she likes. Schoolgirl outfits.
She does adult movies apparently and everything. But it's like, is that not on the verge of?
Nah, I'm okay with that.
You know what I'm saying?
Nah, that's some freedom of speech stuff. I also think you should be able to draw whatever you want. We covered that a couple of weeks ago, but like, I think you should be able to. And it all comes down to like, I just imagine, that guy in England who tweeted the wrong thing or whatever. It sounds like he was like instigating violence or like telling people where to go to do hate crimes. Literally, sounds like what his tweet was, which is a whole different thing. But I just imagine the guy in his house with literally crayons being like, boobies, sex, 8-year-old arrow, and then like, oh, child pornography. Well, that's 10 to 20. Like no.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you can't free speech absolutists, Kyle and I, don't like shutting any of that down.
No.
But you should keep an eye on those people.
Watch them. Dude, so carefully.
It's like the MrBeast guy who had that like the
he's in trouble right now.
Porn
That's
drawing.
girl.
Yeah.
Like everyone sees that, and it's like, all right, this shouldn't be illegal, but I need to log this away. Who is that? Old Maya Angelou. Someone's showing you who they are right now. You better believe them.
Is that what Maya Angelou said?
I feel bad that he's the
like
MrBeast guy, because MrBeast didn't do any of this.
Yeah, but now MrBeast is in trouble for a whole bunch of other things now, right?
Yeah, now they're like
what?
he's rigging. They're saying he's rigging,
faking his
contests, right?
contests.
Which I mean, if you really thought that those were 100% organic, you're the child in his audience.
I don't think he's faking it. I think what it actually was he had actors for some of the contestants to
and his employees for some of them too,
to like liven things up. But there's a game going on where people won, and like who got defrauded? The viewer,
right? That's where I am too. I did see that like he had some employees in these competitions. Now sometimes the competition's all employees, like who keeps their hand on the car the longest is early stuff. But in his more recent stuff, he had employees that he didn't identify as employees in there, and they would lose like immediately. And I'm with Kyle. Like, I don't know. I guess I have a soft spot for MrBeast.
See, I mean, I get it too, but I think it's people are under the impression that anybody could be lucky enough to be on a MrBeast show. So that not being authentic,
but they could
where
though.
you're putting
real contestants.
Yeah, but
it's not all of them.
Now people are questioning how much of it is real now, right? Like
I though all the time.
I'm just being devil's advocate. I don't feel that way. I'm just saying what everyone's saying.
You're coming from. Yeah,
I remember there was a time when prank channels was a really popular YouTube genre, and on these prank channels, they probably started off as organic and real, and they quickly moved to scripted. They're hiring actors, like that nonsense. And I suspect that temptation is too hard to resist. Like
once you can start getting those numbers, bro.
At first, you caught lightning in a bottle, and then you worked really, really, really hard to catch lightning in a bottle again. And it doesn't take long before you realize, well, I can just buy lightning in a bottle. Like I just put an ad on Craigslist, and I'll get a girl to pretend to kiss me, or I'll pick her up on a street or whatever. Like you can fake these videos, and it's so much easier.
Because like Sacha Baron Cohen could only pretend to trick people so many times before everyone got on, right?
You ever see him talk to Kobe? He's in Ali G.
Ali G was the best, bro. Yeah.
And he's talking to Kobe, and he's like, "Yeah, but what for makes a basketball do all that bouncing if it ain't got no springs in it?" And he's like, "The balls has air in it, and that's what makes it bounce, like direct, straight, like."
Yeah,
and this room it ain't bouncing. And Kobe just goes and like stares at him like, where am I right now? Is this this is clearly not a real interview. Like he knows something's wrong, but he doesn't know what.
Yeah, there's a lifetime to doing. There's a certain amount of life. There's a finite amount of time you can do content like that before everyone catches on.
That's why
that guy has fallen off hard.
Wow,
Sacha Baron.
Sacha Baron?
Now
Kobe,
he doesn't even
Kobe,
do
he did
anymore. He just like advocates for people to get banned on the internet.
Oh, you always drag your conservative politics into our art makers.
I don't think that's conservative.
I don't know.
He
did a movie as a serious role, and he was awesome in it.
Your hate speech.
Ever since he tricked Giuliani, he stopped being funny.
That was hilarious.
That was hilarious.
That was funny.
That was really good.
That was a shit tier movie though. The second Borat is just garbage. Yeah. No, I don't blame him for not being able to do what he does anymore. That's why I like the real quote unquote content that I like has to be subject matter that cannot be faked. And that is why I like pedophile hunters. All right. So pedophile hunting, like it's gone. It's widespread now.
It is everywhere.
Who's the actor who's like, yeah, expose me on TikTok, bro. I'd love to be a fake pedophile.
You can find you're right. Yeah.
And if you victimize somebody, they're gonna sue you. Like for fake pedophiling them. What? He's real. He
enter
nude pictures.
Enter Dat Playground.
He's back on YouTube. His new YouTube channel is like the OG EDP or something like that. He just full on pretended like there was no pedophilia and started like reviewing movies or something. Like just like talk whatever he was, one of his normal.
No, that my therapist said I need to hit the ground running.
No, he needs to anyway. Poor EDP. But no, I was watching. I mean, his
shout out, friend of the show,
big friend of the show.
Oh, is he really?
MrBeast.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, we don't know any of these people.
Okay.
We don't have any.
MrBeast was on the show.
No, Chris from MrBeast. MrBeast didn't do anything. I was saying.
Yeah, okay.
I see. Chris is the one who did the fuck.
What was I gonna say? Rewind us like 5 seconds.
EDP YouTube channel.
Oh, so like Vitaly, you might remember Vitaly. I think it's Vitaly Z, the Russian guy who was a prankster YouTuber like 8 or 10 years ago, maybe even longer. He would do the one where he was wearing like a secret agent James Bond type suit, and he would walk up to a stranger with a briefcase. He was like, "You are the informant. Here, take the briefcase. Life or death. Decision is yours." And he'd like basically pretend hand you a bomb. Or pretend hand you like drugs or illicit things and make you think you were involved in like a James Bond Russian type scenario and get people's reactions. And that was funny, I thought. But things have evolved so much now that you have to ruin someone's life to make a real fucking clip. So I saw them catch a pedophile the other day and make him show his dick. I don't remember why. I didn't see the full format of the video. I'm surmising from what I saw that maybe the guy would like, "You sent a picture of your dick." And he's like, "That wasn't my dick." Show us your dick, then we'll compare. And like, he got his dick out and showed the pedophile hunters because now it's not.
That's how you know he's innocent.
What did they say? Were they like,
that's not the dick after all. Sorry, bro.
Yeah.
No way.
No, that's not what happened.
Circumcised.
Yeah, this guy's black. What? Not even close.
He's the real African.
We were looking for an Asian penis all along. Sorry, we accosted you, sir. But it's not classy like Chris Hansen. These new age pedophile hunters, they ambush you in a Kmart dressing room.
Yeah,
with like three, and everybody's wearing like mismatched street clothes. There's, it looked good if you had uniforms on, like Ghostbusters.
That giant guy who is like getting up in their face.
Yes, with the beard.
Rascal McGovern. Deemed him.
Dubbed him. Yes.
Dude, that guy dresses like a third grader while he's busting pedophiles. Like he's wearing
gym shorts that ride up too much and a hooded
gym shorts
shirt.
And like a SpongeBob t-shirt. And he's like, "Who are you coming here to meet?" And it's like,
and he's big.
He's a big guy. And he's not a fat, well, he's overweight.
He like
he's a
like
powerful overweight, a weightlifter kind of overweight. A lot of power in those pedophile stopping hands.
You heard
I saw one guy get slapped in the
Rascal.
store the other day, though. He caught it. I saw one guy, like, they found a guy who was trying to meet a young girl in the store, and like they like cornered him in the store and like they slapped him and stuff. And you want another one type of scenario? And it's like
they'll beat him up.
They're all over all over TikTok right now doing this stuff.
I'm fine with that as long as like you got to be sure. Like they got
100%.
All it would take is that guy roughing up one like autistic old man who happens to be like waiting for pigeons.
Leave
at
that
the
for
park.
Chris Hansen.
Yes, leave that for him.
Yeah,
you gotta
leave it to the professionals.
You got to be sure, but once you're sure, you go in both barrels.
That's when I knew that Shane Gillis and I were on the same wavelength when it comes to pedophiles. And
against them?
No, he was talking about the Chris Hansen show, and he's like, "I don't know, but I don't. I feel for the guys. I feel for the guys because mostly it's guys who are mentally handicapped, who have been tricked, and Indian guys. And the Indian guys are like, 'Hey, do you know what are you here for?' He's like, 'What do you think?' She's 12. Let's go." Like they don't know there's a problem.
I am here for the sex.
With the 14 child, yes, the child. Where is your child? Like they have no idea that the jig is up. The
like,
cameras will come out.
This isn't cool here, right?
One of the best Key and Peele skits of all time. Is the guy comes in, he's caught by Chris Hansen, and he doesn't he thinks Chris Hansen's there to like help him double team the child. He's like, "Oh yeah, we can get freaky, that's fine." And then he's like, "You don't understand." And the cameras all come out. He's like, "Oh shit. Yeah, let's video record it. Hell yeah!" He's like, "It's great."
See, that's a go-getter who got caught up in the wrong. Well, I guess whatever makes you a pedophile. In pedophilia. Yeah.
You ever
That guy
ever come
couldn't do
close?
anything.
To falling into the world of pedophilia?
No.
No, me either.
No.
Not even a fucking little. That's why when this stuff happens, I'm like, dude, you're kind of pedophile adjacent, you know? It's kind of like when I see those UFC fighters that's like, oh, you don't understand it. His cousins are terrorists. No. Oh, no, they raided his gym once, sure. And they only found one terrorist. And hey, it was European terror.
Dude, he's not a pedophile. He just owns hundreds of pictures of 9-year-olds drawn in suggestive poses.
Yes.
He's not a pedophile, though.
Bro, I don't even look even closer like the teen stuff on certain.
You're the one that sent us the little porn star. We already got an eye on you.
You're adjacent. You're on the road.
little teeny Texas. She's over there doing
I thought you were talking about the goth one that I met in the Starbucks that time.
I don't know anything about
How
that.
many are there,
Okay.
Wolf? How many pedophile adjacent?
That's a whole tangent we don't want to get into.
The deposition.
No,
so when I see those people like,
come on.
No, the last time I touched a 17-year-old, I was 17.
But wait. We've gotten so far off of it. When was the last time everybody saw a midget?
Orlando 2010.
Last week,
Holy
Toronto.
Shit. You got to get out more, man. There's midgets.
I would go to Six Flags all the time last year, and I never saw one. I must have seen 250,000 people face to face.
Interact with little people online all the time and don't know it.
I bet you interact with little people online all the time and don't know it.
You knew Dirty longer than me.
Oh, he doesn't. Yeah, he just identifies as a small.
He's
person.
just right. He's just normal short. He's not a midge.
Yeah. What if we found out he was 12 this whole time, and he's
just the rudest 12-year-old on earth.
What a scummy 12-year-old, dude.
Yeah,
he does so much Adderall.
Man, it looks terrible.
I wondered where he got all that Adderall from. Makes sense. He's 12. Okay.
Jesus.
I feel bad for making a dirty joke now. I like it.
Why?
I like it. If I didn't like him, I wouldn't make jokes about it.
There you go.
Yeah, fuck him. Who cares?
Yeah, he's gay. He told me in private that he's gay.
He is. His girlfriend
told me that. He said, Taylor, I'm having trouble in my relationship because I'm gay. And
he's got a long-term girlfriend. I think they're engaged. That's going to be terribly upsetting.
Yeah.
Dang. She's going to leave the Church of Kyle.
Oh, speaking of that, look, this is the third month in a row that none of you have come and had sex with your dirty whore girlfriends in our $50 patron hangouts. I keep throwing the offer out there for you can just come on in, make Taylor awkward 2024. I miss it. It's been too long. It's been years since we've had a fuck show in the hangout. Mostly we just play code names now. Have Woody yell at people and
Switch. Would you deliver for this guy?
Not Switch.
Wow.
I'd rather maybe if Switch has a female friend that doesn't wear any sort of animal mask.
Are you
didn't make any rules. He just said he wanted a fuck show. Now he's got qualifiers.
Great. Top G.
There are qualifiers. There are qualifiers. I would like a lady fuck show, preferably. We want to make Taylor awkward. That's the goal, though.
Yeah, I don't want anyone having sex.
Are you?
I want to play Scriblio, but you have to like
no financial incentive. Just Kyle wants them to do it for the love of the game.
Yeah,
we'll let you in for free. You get to hang out with us. That's an incredible reward. That you can't put a dollar amount on it. I mean, you could put $50 on it. That's what it costs. That's exactly what it costs.
Exactly what it costs.
So
I think most of the people capable of doing that probably are going to do it on OF or something. But it might
that's why it's great to see when you come to our $50 patron hangout, which we do at the end of every month for 2 to 4 hours, depending on how I feel. What you're getting there is a group of 25 or 30 young men with quite a bit of disposable income who might be interested in your wares. You could tempt them over to your show. I feel like this is a great customer base to impress yourself upon.
That's fair.
And hey, if you make nice with Woody and maybe you're out of work, he'll have a whole fundraiser for you and fake raise you some money. So that would be cool too. He'll raise real money for your fake injury. No, that's one of my favorite stories of all time. I tell everybody I know about how like one of our fans got hurt, and Woody's like, Woody really is a great guy. Woody's like, oh, you're down and out, you're hurt. might lose the job, back injury, car accident. Shit, we're gonna raise you some money, dude. Let me throw up the live stream.
Mesothelioma? Like
I donated more money than anybody. I don't think people realize. So what happens is someone donates $5 and PayPal takes like fucking one of them.
Yep.
Who do you think made all that up? Like that was me.
Nice.
So Woody has a fundraiser for Homeboy, and it's like happy day. It's like well over $1,000, like less than two.
No. It was like $7,000 or something.
Holy shit! I didn't know that. That's rough tamales because he took that money. Let me tell you what he immediately bought, Wolf. He bought himself a sybian.
Drawn pictures of children.
He got himself. He paid me $1,800 to draw him pictures of children, and no, he bought a sybian because he bought the sybian that I have because I've been talking about it, and they're like $1,000. And then he was like, "What?
Why do you have a sybian?"
Put bitches on and fucking vibrate the shit out of them. What do you mean? Why do I have a sybian?
To do sybian stuff.
Paint tickled. Okay. It's fine.
I can't judge. I have certain friends.
Yeah. But Kyle, in all seriousness, like you hop on there sometimes, like of course.
Right? Oh, the tank tickler's the best.
Yeah. But like in all seriousness, like you do.
Kyle's like, let's play alien abduction.
Only. No, that thing is great. That first of all, it's loud.
Do you ever let your girlfriend use it?
Of course, I put my girlfriend on it.
But
okay. All sorts
it's
of
not just for you. You're like fingering her while you're on the sybian.
Damn.
It's so loud. It sounds like a weed eater. It's like, it's
really,
it's hilarious. Yeah, it's great. It's incredibly powerful. Like, it's top 5 sex toys all time. Number 1 sex toy, and this is a serious recommendation to anyone out there because you don't have this one yet. You get yourself a Theragun. Get a knockoff Theragun off of Amazon. They're $30 to $40, and they make dildo attachments for them now. So you can put a dildo on a Theragun. It is awesome. That's my favorite sex toy of all time now. Like, that's better than the magic wand.
That's a lot. I use a Theragun on the arches of my feet, and I'm like, this is a little intense. If I put it on my clit, I think I'd be hurt.
Yeah, I don't think there's even a setting on those Theraguns that's not absurd.
The lowest setting. The lowest setting seems
the lowest setting's the hardest one.
Oh, yeah. There's more stroke, but less like frequency, I suppose you'd say.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's super effective. You make ladies just gasm and squirt and pee all over your bedroom. You have to get a new mattress or get rubber sheets. It is the most effective toy I've ever seen at making a woman come. Bar none.
As someone with kids, you have to be careful what you buy because they're gonna find it at some point. So Theragun would be a lot easier to explain than the friggin' sybian. You know what I mean?
Well, it looks like a horse saddle.
Yeah, but still, like, what's the excuse?
What's the dildo on your horse?
I'm practicing for the rodeo.
Daddy's just got a motorcycle in his bedroom now. You can't see it, but I like to rev it at nighttime, and your mother gets a real kick out of it.
These kids don't know anything about modern horseback riding. That's how I stay on and don't fall off.
Just plug yourself right in, and you're good to go.
So these kids have
bull riding.
These kids have access to a lot more adult content than we had access to when we were kids. So it's like
they do, and it's probably not ideal. We're gonna get a whole generation of fucking weirdos.
Well, this is why we have so many incels now, right? Like guys leaving their houses to date women because it's free porn everywhere, and now they're blaming, it's friggin' Top G says we don't need women anymore. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't even know if a lot of it's Top G stuff. A lot of them are guys who just get good jobs and are like checking out.
Can we talk about number 1 Top G?
Can we talk about that?
Called out.
Who?
So, there's a link right there.
Can you show the picture?
Yeah.
Zach, if you're back yet.
Oh, he did say BRB too long ago. I think maybe he was giving the lady with balls a hard time. Anyway, everybody's been calling out this picture of him. He's wearing one of those European mankinis that's way too fucking small. If you ask me, I wouldn't wear anything other than board shorts. And so they're accusing him of being trans now.
I can't believe this guy's still kicking around. I don't hear much about Andrew Tate anymore.
Yeah, ever since he got out of prison, he's been on the low. He's been very
more
quiet.
so, yeah. That's not a good look. I like that it's been pointed back at him. He's not strictly against trans people, but he says stuff like trans people are coming for your children. Everybody at home.
No,
your children are your future, which they want to control. There's a couple other quotes here.
What other truths did he tell, Woody?
Right. He's the pinnacle of masculinity. That's not
well. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know about
well,
that.
imagine if they were trying to like teach that to kids, though, Kyle. Then maybe he'd have like a tangential point.
Well, I don't know about that. I know they're giving a hard time because he's wearing that stupid little mankini and it looked like he didn't have a penis at all.
Yeah, I don't like it.
He is suspiciously not the pinnacle of masculinity in that picture.
I mean, he uploaded the goddamn picture. Why are you wearing that shit? That's a bad look. Look to Izzy Adesanya. He chubs that thing up. He pops the Viagra before his photo day.
Did you see Conor McGregor in his?
Conor McGregor comes out with a full-on hard-on. He comes out ready to fuck you if he wants.
That thing is 3/4, man. Like he just flies his flag for weigh-ins.
Yeah. He's like, what are you looking at down there? What are your eyes are up here?
You could hang a coat on it.
Dude,
he's walking around
I
stealing flask valor.
He wants you to think that he's not backstage priming the pump before weigh-ins.
Exactly. Yeah.
That would be more. Would that be more intimidating, Taylor, if your opponent you were going to fight came out with like 3/4
raging hard on,
like clearly hard in his pants?
If we were about to fight, part of me would at least be like, should I get hard? Like, should I be hard too to show him that he can't scare me? Yeah, guess what? I'm hard and I came and I'm sleepy. I'm ready to fight.
One up him.
I think if you accused him of looking at your picture backstage, that'd be a line that went viral on social media.
I would be terrified if he came out with an erection like that. I remember when Conor McGregor came out, maybe against Mayweather, I think it was, and it's like, why is homie hard? Like what was going on backstage? Although Conor is fucking cool. Like, say what you want about Conor, but he's fucking cool. Every time I see him, like in his private life seems to involve a very rock and roll lifestyle of women, drugs, and expensive things. And he's at different locations around the world, but he still manages to bring those things there. Wherever he is, there also happens to be women, drugs, and like rock and roll environment. Wherever he is, it seems like a gas. It seems like he's having the best time ever.
I wanted to argue with you, Kyle, but when you're right, you're right. He hasn't said one falsehood in this whole fucking thing.
Is he divorced or is he single now?
No, he's married.
No, he actually just bought his wife something expensive. I think it was a necklace. It was like crazy, 10 million or something.
Because I got to be honest, I was not a fan. I was not a fan until I saw his special on Netflix.
Which one? He's got 2 fucking movies. I don't know who he plays to make those documentaries about him.
It's a bio. I don't know. It was a bio about him, and then I saw, his dedication and what he lived like before and stuff. And then I was really impressed by him.
Yeah. Did it have that clip where he's driving by and there's a fan of apartment up on the 3rd floor who has like a cardboard cutout of McGregor, and like McGregor's like, let's go to his door, and they go up and like knock on the door. He's like, hey, I'm. And of course, the guy has a cardboard cutout of the man in his living room, so immediately recognized they had a good like time meeting each other.
Is it Rocky 3 where he gets too much money and like has robots and loses his like interest in fighting?
Yeah, that was Mr. T.
Kind of. Yeah. It's kind of all of them, because even in Rocky 2, right away he blows all of his money and like his personality changes and he kind of forgets what got him to the dance. And that's the recurring thing through all of them. But certainly Rocky 4 is when he's got the robot. Rocky 3 is when he's just like real Mr. like pretty boy, fancy boy. He's in like the super gym with like cheerleaders smooching him like while he like does bench presses. And Mickey's like, this is bullshit, Rock. We gotta get a real workout. We gotta get a rooster for you to chase, Rock.
Look, these pretty ladies.
Well, I don't know if I should be chasing animals.
They cut over to Mr. T. Mr. T's wearing gray sweatpants with the knees cut torn out and gray, like a hoodie with no sleeves. And he's doing chin-ups on a rusty bar in his dirty apartment that that's where he wakes up and just does those chin-ups all day. And he's going, and he's cranking them out so angrily.
To me, Conor McGregor is Rocky, man. Like he started, like you said, he was no one of any birthright. He earned his way. He had an amazing career, and then he got some money in his pocket, And now it's fucking Bugattis and whores and not fighting.
Good for him.
He made more money than Rocky ever did, though.
Rocky made a lot of money for that time period, though.
Yeah,
so it's kind of hard to compare.
Tyson blew through all that money too. It's crazy how you can just blow through.
How did Tyson blow through all that money?
Don King helped him.
It was
no.
Didn't his manager? Don King did the right thing. Look.
What?
Don King did the right
Never
thing.
heard anyone say that.
You think he's like Britney Spears' dad?
That's because everybody's laser focused on the thing. They don't want to look at the big picture. Okay. So, yeah, Don King stole a whole bunch of money from Mike Tyson, and he shouldn't have done that. However, if Mike Tyson had that money, what would he have done? Gotten another fucking tiger?
He would have invigorated
Lamborghinis,
the economy.
Bought a different fucking like mansion to abandon. You ever see his abandoned houses? They're absurd. He has a movie. He has a movie theater screen in a bright ass living room. It's like not even thought out shit. It's just extravagance. He would have hired that money. I bet Don King's rich as fuck still.
Isn't he dead?
I bet his children are rich as fuck.
Yeah, he got a lot of money from fighters, bro. He's pretty twisted. But again, Mike Tyson would hire, dudes for like $200,000 just to be his hype man as he's entering the ring, right? So Mike wasted tons of money.
I saw a list one time of his most irresponsible expenditures, and there was a lot of crazy stuff. He may have had some planes, but I think he was buying like multiple Rolls Royces and like crazy shit like that. And the Tigers seem like they're not that expensive until you consider how much they eat. And if you and he was spending thousands and thousands of dollars a day to feed those tigers, like, and there was just all sorts of sources draining him like that. And then he'd go spend another a $10 million house that he'd let rot, and he did lots of crazy shit with his money.
But it's funny because when I worked in the music industry and I would see, you would see music artists go broke and everything. And like normal people don't understand the expenditures when it came to the music industry and record labels. And, and then you hear like TLC was singing No Scrubs when they were completely broke. You know what I mean? And it's like, just the entertainment industry and sports industry, like look at all these basketball. Allen Iverson, how broke is he right now? You know what I mean? Like,
I have no idea.
Oh, is he broke?
Here's my favorite one. Did I tell this on PKN, the Hulk Hogan machine story? All right, so here's what happened. So we're all familiar, of course, with the George Foreman grill.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, we texted about this. I don't think you said it
grill. Everybody's got one. Well, initially they contacted Hulk Hogan. They wanted him to endorse their product, and it would be the Hulk Hogan meat machine. Well, Hulk Hogan didn't get the voicemail in time, and they went with George Foreman instead. George Foreman gets 40% of the profits on every single grill, amounting to at
who negotiated that? That's horrible.
And they're still selling.
He made $400 million on meat machines so far. George Foreman has they were talking about the monthly checks and how crazy they were.
Good for him.
Hogan, so Hulk Hogan, of course, is left holding just his dick, and so he thinks,
I saw the video.
Let's come up with a Hulk Hogan meat machine. Let's do it anyway. Let's just fuck them, right? And so they just made a Hulk Hogan meat machine, and they copied the George Foreman in every way, except the Hulk Hogan meat machine started fires.
See,
that was the secret.
Do that. Yeah.
So it was worse.
Charbroiled.
Wow.
Well, it would really get all that fat out of your burger because it would burn your kitchen down when you were stoned in the living room.
Can't gain weight if you're homeless.
And so the Hulk Hogan meat machine was a colossal failure. And then he tried to transition to a blender. I believe he had a food processor, Hulk Hogan food processor. It also failed. So huge loss for Hulk Hogan. It's a real pity. The more you find out about him, the more of a piece of shit he seems to be.
I think he's got
total scumbag
of money, right?
Scumbag.
He's probably still set with money, not like I guess Allen Iverson or one of those guys.
He lives down in Florida. I remember seeing him at a tiki type bar, like it's like an outdoor indoor bar type thing.
Yeah.
And not wanting to bother him.
Well, he's like 80, so like Florida makes sense, isn't he?
No, this. Well, this was 10 years ago. He was a spry 75. I would guess Hulk Hogan is in his late 60s.
I bet he's.
My best guess.
You're pretty good. 71.
71.
Okay.
Yeah, but I've heard so much bad stuff about him. Like he's the one who gave up the other wrestlers when they wanted to form a union. He's the one who gave him up to Vince McMahon.
NWO, brother.
Yeah,
that's right.
He's the one that gave him up. He's like, he's like, what else did he do? He was messing around with Macho's wife and stuff behind his back.
Well, we don't know what Macho might have been okay with that. We don't know.
Yeah, well, Macho probably didn't know anything at that point. But...
What would Macho Man Randy Savage sound like if he was a cuckold, Taylor?
Oh yeah, you're gonna fuck my wife, and I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna jack off in the corner while you're fucking my wife.
Give me one of these, please.
Oh yeah. I'm such a little gay boy, I can't even get hard over here. Make fun of me.
Yeah, goosebumps.
Tell me I'll never get the title or the belt or whatever it is we're fighting over. And then Hulk Hogan's just laying the Hogan pipe.
You know that literally happened, right?
Bro.
Like not with
yeah.
But so Hulk Hogan was in a cuckold type relationship.
I thought you came up with a random scenario for me to do.
Well, I did.
It worked. It worked.
I sort of did. Yeah, but Hulk Hogan was also in like a cuckold relationship with this like morning radio DJ in Florida.
Bubba the Love Sponge, baby.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Yep.
Every time somebody says that name, I'm like, that's the guy involved in the sex scandal. Is that his porn name? And I think it's his radio DJ name.
Isn't that like a sports caster or something?
No. He was like a cheap version of Howard Stern.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I guess like he was banging this guy's wife. Hulk Hogan was banging Bubba the Love Sponge's wife, and Bubba secretly recorded them.
Well, Bubba said he could do it.
Oh, well, Hogan must have been okay with the recording, but on the recording, Hogan's saying some questionable stuff.
Yeah.
He's saying some rough stuff. This is the Gawker story. Remember? Like this is what Gawker got fucking deleted for.
Yeah. They wouldn't delete his nudes off their website, and then he got them. Yeah.
Destroyed them. Yeah, that was crazy. And then he also had the reality.
Got a lot of money out of that.
I was a Bubba fan. I used to listen to his show all the time.
I don't know how he would. That's one of those things. Like didn't they just go bankrupt and say "fuck you"? Or
right? So does he get?
Does that not
first
affect
crack
judgments?
at the assets of that company? Are they worth?
You would
anything?
think he'd liquidate them and like he'd get their shit. I don't know if he's a good guy or a bad guy. The main thing I got, the most experience I got like watching him was on his reality show. I can't remember what it's called. Keeping Up with the Hogans or some shit. Hulk Hogan.
Oh yeah.
Dude, and it was him, his wife, his son, and his daughter. His daughter's name's Brooke, and Brooke's the one who was dating the black guy. This is the other time he got recorded when he's like saying he's like if you're gonna date a ninja, at least date like a basketball player or a rapper or something cool.
It was even worse than that.
So he was a little
bad.
bit. He was a little bit classist or wealthist about it. He's like,
he said it was
date
bad.
someone with money, you whore.
See, here's the thing, Bubba the Love Sponge had a hot wife named Heather, like really hot, named Heather. So he was, short, little, chubby guy, hot,
literally
wife,
a hot wife.
money and stuff. Yeah, and he said he would say to, his famous friends, "Hey, you want to lay down with Heather and it'd be fun and watch and cockle and all that stuff, right?" And he did. Hulk Hogan took him on his offer and stuff, and he recorded it, and then he heard all that stuff and everything. But then the recordings got out, right? And then what happened after that is that Bubba had a young cool guy on his show. I can't remember his name right now for the life of me. But then they found out later that the young cool guy on his show, who actually dated Asia Akira, the porn star, Asian porn star, long different story.
Hot.
Yeah, she's really hot. He was dating her, but he was also sleeping with Bubba's wife when he didn't know about it. So that breaks the cuckold rule.
What I'm hearing here is the Hulkster's a cool fucking guy. All right, almost as cool as Conor McGregor.
Wait, so the Hulkster said you can cuck me, and then he fucked the guy's wife. He got
no. The guy
Hulk
who
Hogan was the bull in this situation.
Yes, exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge was like, I want Hulk Hogan to fuck.
Exactly.
Yeah, apparently he let lots of guys fuck his wife.
It was a thing.
Hulk Hogan spoke at the Republican National Convention
because Bubba could not keep up with her because she was this young hot wife.
Dude, Hulk Hogan. Here's what I'll say. I don't know who's going to win the presidency. It doesn't look good for Trump if I was a betting man, and I am, unfortunately. But Hulk Hogan at that Republican National Convention was like
Weird
of my week. Oh, it was the most patriotic and American I have felt in my. No, it was embarrassing, and it was so much like Idiocracy. It was so much like Idiocracy. And if you people out there have never seen Idiocracy, go watch it. Great comedy. They predicted the future about 20 fucking years ago, and Luke Wilson stars in it. And seeing him rip his shirt off, honestly, I liked it. It was. If it had been like the goofiest thing there, or he had been the least notable celebrity there, oh yeah, we got all those A-listers, and then we got the Hulkster to come out and do the shirt ripping thing. It was cool, but it was like I think Hulkster was the biggest celeb they had, and he was ripping his goddamn 71-year-old shirt off.
Dude, all the Hollywood people are libs. Who are they supposed to get? But maybe they should err on the side of not having former professional wrestlers tearing their shirts on screen.
Yeah, I feel like they should not play in the celebrity game rather than just lose it badly. Like they always drag out.
Scott Baio's coming, Woody.
Kid Rock, Scott Baio, Hulk Hogan, Kevin
Clint Eastwood. Clint Eastwood bringing him back.
He's Chachi, for God's sake.
I have no idea who Kevin Sorbo even is.
Oh, Hercules. In his legendary journey. Well, you start. Who's the guy who made Lord of the Rings?
Peter Jackson.
You sir are no true Peter Jackson fan,
bro.
I'm a Lord of the Rings fan.
Out of all the music artists you could get, you got Kid Rock. Like that's sad, bro.
Oh,
like
Ted, who's the guy who pooped himself to avoid Ted Nugent? Is that his name?
Yeah,
the cat scratch fever guy. Yeah, he avoided the draft by showing up covered in feces.
Really?
Well,
pretty gross.
Great American.
And you know what? If he would have showed up covered in feces,
awesome.
I feel like they wouldn't have believed it as much. Like he would have had to, because I bet a lot of people were walking in trying to get out of it.
Like you know what I'm saying?
I'm saying you'd have to do it in real time. Like you'd have to go in there and they'd be like, "Are you ready for war?" And you'd be like, "Go, no!" And then you'd have to shit. And then they'd like,
"Here I go again."
Performance artist.
Here I go again, shitting.
Like what you're trying to say, if you show up with shit all over yourself, is I'm a whack job out of my mind, and I can't even be trusted to make an appointment, except for today. I made my appointment right on time today at this location, this government building. I got here and I sat here and I waited for the meeting with you, sir. I made it here, did all that, and yet I'm covered in shit. No, I'd send that guy right to the front line. Shit squad for you. All right, 37B, left door. Like I
probably would have pulled some nonsense to not go to Vietnam.
Yeah, Woody always denigrated.
I don't think I would have thought
President
about shitting
Trump for his bone spurs. Now, first of all, Woody, he didn't have the fine medical science that you had access.
He doesn't know which foot had bone.
When he was, he can't.
That's how you know it's so bad. They were both.
I'll be honest. I broke my ankle. I had to wear a cast. At first, they misdiagnosed it, and I remember excruciating pain. I was on crutches. I don't remember which foot it was. I think it was the right one. I genuinely don't. It's like I think it was the right one. They both hurt.
Yeah,
he didn't have bones.
Actually, I had a huge knee injury like about 2013. So I can't remember
what I'm saying. 5 draft deferments for these bone spurs.
5.
You forgot about.
No,
5.
what I'm.
I don't care about people dodging Vietnam. It's the most bullshit war.
Yeah, that's where I'm heading. Is it like I know that he dodged the war?
Yeah.
But
it's like if they drafted for Afghanistan. Like if someone was dodging Afghanistan, it's like, yeah, dodge that. That's fucking absurd that we're involved in there.
Yeah, if they tried to, or if a draft happened right now and they tried to truck, I would be pretty political about where they got to send me to. It's not 1942, okay, or 1941. Like it's not a great evil over shores, imperialistic empires conquering vast swaths of innocent people and raping and pillaging and murdering. That's not what's happening. So don't send me to some politicized oil war by like at the point of a gun, or I might lose a toe accidentally.
You think it's a mistake for his campaign to attack walls as if he was some sort of dodger?
Man, I'm not. I think his campaign has made more mistakes than I can count.
So many mistakes, bro.
I think
that
I think if you go back to here's the lowest moment of, and I don't want to do a whole political thing because it's not looking good for my team lately, and that's the rules.
So it's not fun anymore. Yeah,
no, it's not fun anymore.
We did 4 hours on politics.
Only fun when you're losing. Only fun when you're losing.
I didn't back down. I took it on the chin.
Well, I mean, we did 4 hours because Hutch was on. Like we would never have done that.
Also,
that was a Hutch exemption.
Was having fun.
It was a Hutch exemption.
People get upset,
also because it was like crazy news, right?
That episode was so frustrating. I was having to try and backwards engineer what people were saying because it was so glitchy.
I think he'd also been shot, and that was as much news.
Big deal, yeah.
That's still like crazy to me.
No, it's not. It feels like it was 7 years ago.
Yeah, it's
like
because
there
the media
have been so many stories.
the media
since then.
doesn't
It's
keep
disappeared.
it going because it's
I'd have
bad.
surgically
happened.
removed my ear.
There's not.
When I went to the ER, I'd have been take it off.
The whole
At
thing.
least,
So-
at
What do you
least
mean,
a
sir?
piece,
The
bro.
year,
At
take
least
it
a
off.
piece.
I
Give a
watch
little tongue
politics
tap.
every
The
day,
whole fucking
and I'm
thing,
watching
dude.
Trump now. He has the same issue that Biden had a month ago, and it's this. When Biden had that terrible debate performance, it was like he needs to get out there in public on the mic and show people that that's not the real him. But he was incapable of doing that because it was the real him. Now Trump is in this spot where he needs to get out and show people that he doesn't slur his words, that he has more to say than just shit talking America, saying it's an apocalyptic dump of low unemployment and whatever. But he's incapable of doing anything but that. That's his only spiel. He's the Beach Boys playing hits from years ago again and again and again. And he goes out there and he's supposed to like, oh, this one's going to be on economics. And then sure enough, he degrades into some name calling thing against the other side. That is all Trump has to offer. Just shit talking America.
I don't
and it's
fall,
not winning.
I don't listen to as much of it as you. And so my perspective on it would be that clearly the person who's not the incumbent would want to attack the weak points of the incumbent's position.
He's so bad at it that Kamala Harris is advertising his rallies. She's sending out emails saying, listen to Trump,
Using
listen
his
to
footage.
him talk,
Yeah.
check out the insane ramblings of an old man.
Yeah.
That he is doing himself a disservice every time he takes the mic. And that's why he's losing.
Yeah, I don't know.
week by week.
But it does make sense to attack the economy and things of because she's the vice president right now. And
Because
so like when she does stuff and she comes out and says like, we're going to fix the economy, we're going to do this and that, it rings a little hollow.
When is,
Not that
are you starting
apparently the
tomorrow?
president
No.
is just an entirely
It'll be
figurehead
about 8 months
position
from now.
because
That's when those
Biden has done nothing in
We'll
months,
start
years, and Kamala could just walk it, like
Kamala.
just be whatever.
Which, by the way, I'm loving that you guys. I was the butt of every fucking Macaulay Culkin joke for 10 years, and now you guys can't get her name right, and it is heaven for me.
I think
Liam Neeson for so long, you know.
No,
now
it
you
was,
guys can't
yeah,
remember
there we
Kamala's name.
go. No more Nielsen.
I'm on it. I got the name. I'm the name guy now.
He has Post-its all over his monitor.
He has Post-its all over where it's like, don't say Nielsen. It's Neeson. Yeah, I don't think Trump's going to win, and that's kind of been where I've been at for a bit. I didn't know, but yeah, I dislike Kamala so much. She's so unlikable, and
Why is
so
she unlikable though?
Because she wasn't even liked by the Democratic Party until the media told her to be liked about a month ago. And then suddenly a bunch of people were like, oh, yeah, I guess this is the route we're going. So like, no, she dropped out of her own presidential election because she was getting butt fucked so hard by all the other Democratic nominees. Like it feels like an entirely media produced
Trump in 2012. That happened to Biden like every time until he ran
in
against
2016.
Did he run in 2016?
No, you said it happened to Trump
in
in 2012.
In 2012, Trump ran for president and got butt fucked, left early in the party.
Yeah, but I think it's definitely different. Someone
I bet
coming
there's a lot
into
of cases of presidents who had
I doubt
an
there are
unsuccessful run for president years before.
Yeah, but it's like it's a cart before the horse thing. Like,
I think that if Trump changed his strategy and actually talked about the issues at hand instead of trying to make fun of how someone looks or they're laughing and stuff, I think that it would change the game. But I don't think he is capable of doing that.
No, I don't think
Trump
so.
could talk about the issues without lying about them all the time.
Oh my gosh.
Right? You know,
like,
oh my God.
When you're
18
afraid to
million
have
immigrants a day, they're all MS-13. It's an organized plot by every government south of us. And like every time you listen to him, you're like, dude, this is 95% untrue.
Do you think illegal immigration is like a big issue?
Yes.
Oh, huge.
Yeah.
But
you agree that like
it
depresses middle class wages, it raises the cost of housing,
it depresses lower class wages even more, right? That is the big
and middle and upper middle now that you have H-1B visas coming over and such.
But it didn't help
illegal immigration, but
it didn't help that the GOP
any kind of immigration.
It didn't help that the GOP came out saying certain people said not to solve certain immigration issues or vote on certain policy because they wanted to use it now as a tool for the getting elected.
Well,
you know what I mean?
That's a level of different like cynicism though. Like I would say the reason they shot that down is that like proposed, bipartisan thing was that it didn't actually solve the issue at hand.
No. But it hired tons of judges to handle the asylum issues. It hired tons of border agents.
Yeah, tons of
it
judges.
Did a ton of great things for him. It was the most conservative immigration bill we've seen in like 40 years. It was spearheaded by a Republican from Oklahoma, Ruby Red over Oklahoma.
There have been way more conservative bills.
And then Trump took credit for killing that bill.
Because in his mind, and in the mind of many people who are serious about shutting down illegal immigration and the border, it didn't address those issues.
But it's bad aesthetics, though.
It is
not hiring border agents, not hiring judges.
I mean, if they were concerned about it, they would have given us. They could have given us what, $8 billion in 2017, 2% of what we sent to Ukraine, and we could have built that whole. You remember that news cycle where it's too expensive.
You leave Ukraine out of this because I disagree with you on that one.
Yeah, I know. Ukraine's a blast lately, man. Ukraine's taking Russia.
Ukraine war. Let's agree on something, Woody. Let's fucking shit on Taylor. Shit on Taylor.
Miles of Russia they've taken.
Ukraine just released 30 robot dogs into the battlefield.
Yes, the robot dogs are in service.
Now, is this practical?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
We've released 30 dogs from Lockheed Martin, 40 mil a pop. It was wet.
Is that how much they cost?
It never is. I don't know. The drones are something Ukraine's making themselves. Like that's if there's any weapons of war that Ukraine makes, it's this drone stuff. That's where
guerrilla warfare at this point, right?
I saw video last week. No, it is not guerrilla. They've invaded
pretty frontline.
What does drone mean nowadays? I'm sorry. What does guerrilla mean?
I saw them blow up like a $15 million Russian attack helicopter with a drone. They hit its tail rotor. They hit its tail rotor. I've never seen that. It came in from above the helicopter. I don't know why they're flying so fucking low, or why they're not able to detect drones around them. Maybe I'm giving helicopters too much credit. Like you would think.
I saw a military expert talk about that, and he was saying that drone was so cheap. That drone was less than $1,000, and it took out a $15 million helicopter. Our missiles cost $1 million. What are we talking about?
I was doing Kobe dying in a helicopter.
Do it again. I like the fear and hopelessness in your eyes.
Who's Kobe?
His daughter was next to him. His daughter was next.
Kobe.
His young daughter was next to him when he died. So incorporate that into your like.
No, I'm not gonna do
so bad.
Well, because I noticed before you looked left and then right, like you were looking for a way out, but clearly there was none, and you were resigned to your fate and terror.
No,
but now you have your daughter to worry about as well. So action.
No, just Kobe. Just the one who did those not so chill things to those ladies.
Just
Taylor,
one lady.
you don't understand. He was really good.
One
at
lady.
basketball.
4 rings?
So good.
Was it 4?
He was so good in putting the ball in that hoop, hooping it up.
Yeah.
Ask anyone.
Yeah. Well, don't ask her because she'll tell you a terrifying story about rape. I don't know if the NDA is the NDA still binding if he's gone. You know his penis was degloved
by her?
By the helicopter.
Oh yeah. No, he wasn't. No, we saw the picture. Not the picture,
and I read
the
fucking there's on the picture there's a coroner's note that says penis degloved.
Jesus.
Oh, I thought his whole like lower body and like one arm got ripped off because it just showed like in that diagram.
The penis is there and it's degloved.
Oh, I didn't notice a penis in the.
Oh yeah.
Bloody hell.
There's a notation.
Bloody hell.
The doc was like, he's like, holy shit, his penis has been degloved. And he wrote down there, penis found 8 meters away, northwest from body, degloved.
Gross, 2 underlines.
Holy
so none of the other guys will say I'm gay.
Still quite. Still bigger than you think.
Priorities, man. Priorities.
Yeah, that's.
Let's hope he was unconscious though. Jesus,
don't ride in helicopters, folks.
I think he died quick.
I do it all the time for my games. Trust me, I'm double thinking.
Dude, you couldn't keep me out of one if I was offered a ride. They're so fucking fun. I know how dangerous they are. Like,
they're pretty cool.
I've done a handful of times, and every time I knew it was dangerous, but I was like, "Fuck it, let's go."
Let's go. Absolutely.
It's the neatest form of flight, as far as just visually. It's not the most practical. It's not the safest, but it's very cool.
I got to shoot out of one with a paintball gun, so I was happy and bliss.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm not trying to one up you, but I shot a real gun out of one, and I think Woody, did you shoot a machine gun out of a helicopter?
Yeah, a minigun.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, it was
That'll be
for
sweet.
a G
That's
Fuel thing.
Hey Taylor. Hey Taylor.
What'd you shoot, Taylor?
What'd you shoot at when you were in your helicopter ride? What hardware did you have?
I've been in a helicopter once and I didn't get to shoot anything.
Niagara Falls was nice though, right?
The minigun was a Huey, like a Vietnam era guy. The pilot had a Medal of Honor.
To like real gun to
a minigun.
But a cooler thing was when the guy was a crop duster. That's what he did, and he landed his helicopter in my front yard and took me out for lunch. That was neat.
Oh, that's
steak.
Yeah, did you put out?
Obviously.
Yeah.
Steak dinner, you got to. They expect it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. A steak.
I was offered to go down wild boar hunting from a chopper, and I was like,
"You should do that."
I want to do that. Yeah, I want to.
That is so. That's
the timing
what I
wasn't
did.
right. Oh, nice.
I've done it twice with two different companies. And they put you up in they do different packages. One of them is I think a Robinson 44 style helicopter with the big sliding door, so that you can have two guys side by side. And they do all sorts of different firearms and packages you can pay for. Okay. But if you're doing like a group package, you'll often be in that, and you can switch gunners out, and you can have they do all sorts of filming for you. They'll edit together a montage for you and like a whole video. And the other place, we were in Robinson 22s, those little fucking birds.
Yeah,
where like
little birds.
And like I'm harnessed in, but I brought my own harness. Like they didn't have. I harnessed myself in, and like half my ass cheek is off the seat. The seat is so fucking small, and you're just hanging out the side. But that guy could fly that Robinson 22 sideways forward, so he made my seat the leading edge of our travel plane. So I'm behind, and we're chasing a pig. We're so low off the ground. I know if I jumped, I'd be fine. We're maybe 15 feet off the ground, 20 feet off the ground or something.
But you're going crazy fast, though.
Not that as fast as he matches the pig's speed, and I've got like an ACR with a drum magazine on it or something like that. So it's like it's child's play. It almost felt bad shooting them, but I hate those pigs, so you don't feel bad. I've killed a lot of wild pigs in Texas, and I've done it every single way you can do it. We've blown them up with explosives. We've sat in deer stands and shot them when they came to eat over their food plots. We've stalked them through the underbrush with pistols. We've shot them with bows. The explosives was hilarious. And shot them with machine guns. We've chased them down. I killed them with a knife. We've done all sorts of crazy things, and you just don't feel bad because they're like monsters. They look like the bad guy from a movie. They're all snarly and disgusting looking, and they're mean.
My first helicopter ride was totally dope. We went on a family vacation, whitewater rafting down the Grand Canyon. And to get there, you hop in a helicopter and you go in the Grand Canyon, like smoothing and like, if there's a curve that's like going around to it starts left and goes right, he's turning into the rocks and drifting like a Tokyo drift style before it like catches and goes around the next turn. And, I was so late to puberty. They needed the lightest person to be in the front seat, which was me, 15 and like 98 pounds. It finally paid off. And so I got to be in the front seat, which had like glass under my feet and everything going through the Grand Canyon. And I'll always cherish that.
Was it when you were 15, 16, I don't know what age you hit the growth spurt. Was it like a real thing you'd think about every day? Like, when's this going to happen? When's this going to happen? When am I?
So as it was happening, it was like I didn't notice so much. Like I feel like I grew 6 inches over a summer, like something wild like that. I'm sure it wasn't actually 3 months, but like I came back to school and suddenly I was like everybody else's size. Yeah. Prior to that, really, I felt like I was looking at guys with envy. Like, fuck, is it hairy armpits? Like, look at his legs. He has like man legs. There was one guy who said he had more hair on his ass than I did on my legs, and it was like,
oh, how embarrassing!
Yeah, weird brag.
That's embarrassing for him.
But he did. Like, we had gym class.
He showed me.
I saw it. Like, he was my friend. We
like had a merkin back there.
There you go.
And so I would just look at the guys with like muscles who like, look at that guy got all those fucking muscles. I know he doesn't lift. He just got them like a fucking chimpanzee or something. Like now he's just jacked. And I'm like, when will the puberty train pick me up and take me somewhere?
Man, those days have got to feel like years just waiting for that day, because your conception of time at that age is so fucked up. Like a summer feels like an eternity. So just waiting and being like, oh, is it? Oh no, soon though. Like,
I got like Wolverine hairy like quick early in my puberty.
My man,
beard and everything. Like,
were you a early puberty guy or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Big time. Yeah.
I was
me too.
You guys,
early puberty bros.
Had to figure out how to shave and all that stuff, and because I figured out that I couldn't shave with razors because I get razor bumps because my hair, my face was curly, so I had to use electric shavers, and it was like a horrible process. My dad wasn't around, so I had to figure it out on my own. It's like, ugh.
Were you using those ones with like the circular? Discs on? Those are the worst.
Yeah.
Oh, those are the worst. You have to go over an area in every conceivable direction in order to get it. You can't get it to go. I hated those.
But now I got a special one for my freaking head because I'm bald. So like I want to, and the technology is much better.
Dude,
now,
have you considered waxing it?
I have. And
have you seen that video,
bro? I was a straight up 40-year-old virgin waxing on the chest, so painful. But you mean on the face?
The whole head.
Oh yeah, I saw them.
There's a
trying
video,
to rip the wax off,
and he's going, and he's got like this dude had like very patchy hair and his black eye, and they waxed his whole head, Woody, his whole skull, and
so his
one
face,
piece,
the top of his head. Wait, in one piece.
One piece, his entire, like, it looks like a helmet. It looks like he's wearing a helmet of wax.
Okay.
And they start rolling it up the side of his head, and he's going,
bro.
And he couldn't be silent.
And the barber,
no,
like
you can't,
dude. And he's not showing. He just keeps rolling, like he's skinning a deer.
He's got that hooked blade to open his
like
innards.
Jerking the fucking and. The dude he's having the worst day ever. I've also seen Asian dudes getting their whole faces waxed, and they do like a whole, like, it looks like
really
like no, he has
with all that facial hair they get.
He does though. It's just patchy. This guy, so it depends on what kind of Asians you're talking about. But this guy, he had.
I'd win an Asian facial hair championship.
Japanese dudes get beards, bro. You're talking about Chinese guys don't get that much. Japanese guys get beards though. But I don't know. I did the chest waxing thing and the back wax, and 40-year-old virgin. You know when you got the wax in your shirt? That is literally on point. That shit is painful, bro. And it's like I'm trying to hold it in. I had this, young Chinese lady laughing at me because I was cursing so much. But you feel it, bro.
You never did the chest ever again, right?
I did the back a couple times because I couldn't reach it because I didn't have the right. And I said never again after that because it was painful, bro.
The chest would be awful.
The chest was rough, bro.
I'll just link one. Hopefully we show it. It seems like Zach's AFK.
Yeah, it's good shit. That's the Asian guy I was referring to.
No, that guy didn't make a sound.
No, he didn't. I need to find the black.
I know who you're talking about though, Kyle, because I've seen that one and it's brutal. They're like peeling it off like it's carpet, and that one's bad.
And there's still hair on his face.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, that's the thing too. You'll see in a second they put some more on and do it again. It looks like it hurts almost as much without hair. Like just the skin it's sticking to is rough.
If you want your hair to be longer, so it's easier to grab onto it. If that makes any sense,
right?
You don't want it too short. They're not going to do it.
That looks long enough.
It has to be a certain length for it to hurt less. See, that guy's not even really in pain. The one Kyle's talking about, he was in pain.
I found it, dude.
But it's crazy.
First of all, there was like 3 other videos of dudes getting their whole heads waxed.
Yeah,
black dudes, and all of them took it like a fucking man. Let me just say, the other 2 dudes that I just watched took it like a man. Now they were like,
yeah.
Like, this dude does not take it like a man. He takes it like he's being scalped by an engine.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I feel like you can choose to ignore pain.
Bro, you
so
can.
Funny.
Oh yeah.
Just the still frame of it is so funny.
Turn the volume up.
Oh.
He's laughing.
Bro.
Tell me he walks around with that crown on.
Bro.
The windows, you scare the customers.
Yeah, dude. Suddenly, a hat seems like a pretty good idea.
And you know the worst part is, and the worst part is, he put alcohol on it after he did that, right?
Ooh, why? That shit down.
Are you supposed to do that?
That's what you have to
bad.
do. Yeah, you
No?
do it for the pores. Trust me.
Maybe a little lemon juice.
No, you got to. They put black barbers put straight alcohol in, and it burns.
You don't want to
like
get
hell,
infected.
bro.
You got.
Isn't alcohol like? Doesn't
No,
it dry you out a lot?
Bro, it's like an alcohol with a little bit of Jehovah oil. Like it's a thing, and they spray it on sometimes, it's so painful, bro. It's like burns.
I think
it's witch hazel. I think witch hazel is like alcohol at a lower level, and then like maybe some oils or something like that, something soothing.
I use this stuff called Ten Skin, TEND, and I use it after I shave so I don't get like razor bumps and stuff. I use it on my head so I don't get razor bumps, and it's like you know how like old school aftershave used to be, and you feel it.
Yeah,
just times that by 10. It's like Jesus, because our hair will curl back in and it gets razor bumps even worse. You have to have some a little stronger.
Oh, you get like an ingrown hair.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's like, oh my gosh. But the stuff put on after that, because I'm watching that black guy go through that and I'm like cringing in fear. It's like never, bro, never.
Dude, if I got like ingrown hairs all over my face when I would trim, I feel like I'd just use the shortest option clipper and just go around with stubble a lot.
Yeah.
Like that'd be the move. Yeah. Right.
The black barbers have clippers that shave close enough that you can't see the hair, but it's not baby soft. You know what I mean? So
Woody's very familiar.
Better on men than a bare face.
That's my favorite Woody story, by the way. That's the one I tell people when I'm talking about you guys. I tell them the story of you going to the barber because it's so funny. That's the funniest little like. It's like a Seinfeld episode. Like one thing led to another to another. It gets funnier 3 times in that story.
Oh, it's one of the funniest life experiences you've shared with us, Woody. Like
a comedian stole that story and told it like it was his own experience. I wish I could find it. I've searched a couple times. But
I feel like you've shown it to me. As evidence.
In fast forward, I had this idea that black barbers were the pinnacle of barbers, right? Like I had seen it on YouTube and the environment where everyone's goofing and stuff, and I was like, this is where I want to get my haircut. And I guess I had seen a lot of fade videos on Reddit where these black barbers were getting it like it was like a work of art. Yeah. And I'm like, shucks, I want to try this out. So I go, but he squares me up like I'm a black guy and I look ridiculous. And then at the end,
did you get the 3 lines in the side like Vanilla Ice?
And I came with my son, and after he did this terrible job on me, I'm like, I guess you're next. Like I felt this social pressure, and then he squared up poor Colin.
He'd already told him it was 2 haircuts, and now like after he ruined Woody was like, all right, boy, your turn. Haven't we done enough to their people already? Get it,
Colin. We'll look cool if we both have it.
So that's how I'm so sure the comedian stole the story, because his ended with the same kicker where he brought his son and had him go up after.
Oh, really?
Him. Yeah.
Wow.
It wasn't just like a shared experience. Like, he retold the same.
Sorry, Woody. That was for the ancestors.
I'm sure I've stolen enough comedians' jokes.
No, he's apologizing as a fellow black man for what that barber did to you.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm saying he did that for the ancestors, bro. So.
He knew what he was doing. It was just revenge.
Have you ever looked at your ancestry, Woody, to see if any of your ancestors owned slaves?
You talking to me?
No.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Well,
I don't think so. Well, so my father's side is very new. His parents came from England and Ireland. So boom. My mother's side was here like before the Revolutionary War, but they're from New Jersey. So I don't think they owned any slaves.
Well,
maybe they have. Were you wealthy?
You kind of had to have money to have slaves, right? So
yeah, you had to be like rich.
Aunt Jemima is type situation. I'm imagining maybe there's a mammy in the kitchen.
I don't think so. I don't know.
Well, I don't think so.
We'll get to the bottom of it.
Mayhaps, but I'm willing to put that on you. Probably
I am as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just in case, man.
Racist ass fucking Woody.
That's pretty awful. That hypothetical would be, that's pretty terrible, Woody.
My bad.
I'm disappointed in you.
Yeah.
Sorry for what I guess.
I don't know how you
brother
go about
did some
finding
stuff.
out.
The chat
Like
was
my
right, Woody.
brother did some ancestry thing.
Little genealogy.
Yeah.
Well, there's a guy who
And,
interviewed.
like I don't think my
black-
dad's side of the family or my dad's mom, like the more Italian group, was even here until like the late 1800s, maybe early 1900s. But the other side, I think, is more English, French, that, and so they could have been here for a while. I don't know. It'd be interesting to know. I've just never spent the 4 minutes it would take to go online and be like,
Nobody
Where
hassles
do I enter
Koreans
this?
about this shit. Their people owned slaves for way longer than ours did.
dude, slavery is still in the world. You can buy slaves in
There
Libya.
are more slaves now than there were at the height of the American slave trade.
I don't doubt it.
I've heard that. I've heard that
Yeah.
theory before. I don't know if it's been proven or not.
Yeah.
But it's like,
Well, you just have to look
I don't know.
globally. Like Africa has a shit ton of slavery.
And maybe you need to define.
yeah, but
slave,
it's
too.
yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? You have to define different
Better
ways.
not count those guys in Alabama on that work
there-
crew I sent.
Like what's a slave? A
Because
prisoner?
remember, there are different slaves, different categories of slave throughout history, right? Like American slaves are a lot different than Roman slaves were, because Roman slaves you could work your way or buy your way out of slavery, where North American slaves are the whole different thing, right? So there's different evolutions of slavery throughout time. So
Yeah.
there's a whole thing.
That's
behind
I
think-
doubt the
yeah.
Libyans are being chill to their slaves.
But like Abu Dhabi, right? They apparently have slaves.
Yeah,
that work on their skyscrapers and such, but they're not the slaves like American slaves were.
Well, that's
they
the
just
thing,
don't
right?
have the means to go back home.
It's like when there's Israeli slaves, right? There's they call slavery is like if you go somewhere, there'll be like black nannies who go to like Israel or different countries, and then they take their passports from them so they can't leave, lock them up in rooms. Take care
Yeah,
of them.
I think
You know what I mean?
There's
There's
Qatar
different
did
types
that
of
with
yeah.
like
No, it
maybe
looks
it
like
happens
American slaves
all
could
over
buy
the
their
place.
freedom.
yeah, they could. I
In
remember
the
here
later
we
years
learned
of
about
19
like some slave who bought his freedom in like 10th grade English. I don't remember what the book was, but
What?
he wrote it.
yeah, some of the Northerners could do that. It was different. It was weird. It depends where you were.
I thought the North didn't have it.
Charleston.
Isn't that an
Yeah.
indentured servant, not a slave?
Not well.
Yes, if you can buy your way out of it, right?
Indentured servitude. Yeah,
They
It's
just made a law in
complicated,
1839 that said you could buy yourself. And I don't think they wanted to redefine the practice of slavery. We didn't abolish slavery anyway. We just re-outlined when it could be applied, like because
To
prisoners are slaves.
prisoners.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's that picture I sent you guys the other day, and it's a chain gang of nothing but black guys being taken to a work farm in either Alabama or Louisiana, and the prison guard is a chubby white dude wearing a cowboy hat, riding a horse with a gun, and it looked so
He's
bad.
just
It was
having
like-
a fun time.
it was the worst. They all had hoes, Taylor, like manual implements. Like they weren't out
What
there.
were they hoeing?
I don't know. They were corn. Or
They were
something.
tilling the land.
They were tilling the land.
Yeah, there you go. Getting a little use from all the murderers in the prison seems like a good idea. We could
They're
make them
not
make Happy Meal
murderers.
toys.
They don't let the murderers go work. They make the people on fucking drug offenses and child support payments working in a goddamn field. They do. That's who's out there. That's just some guy who got like me, who was swept up in the fast world of marijuana, looking for quick highs and wild nights, playing Skyrim.
Playing Skyrim, spending hours and hours making thousands of iron daggers and leather bracers.
Smoking away
Up my
at my illegal
smithing to
doobies.
100, for I needed
No,
bone dragon armor.
It's genuinely that, because if you had committed a violent crime, they wouldn't let you out on a chain gang work crew. That's a privileged position to be out there and be a fucking slave in that field. I know. I didn't want to do.
Was
any
it
work when I
a
was
field or
there.
the side of the highway? That's how I imagined it.
They were being walked to a local farm to do agricultural work.
What? I don't think I grasped just how
and
slavey it was.
And
when you said
again,
that.
the prison guard is a white man with a cowboy hat riding a horse behind, I'm going to call it 50 black guys. All, I'm going to say, prison work attire looks a lot like slave attire, and they've all got like.
Did the prison guard have a whip by chance?
He had a gun. He had a gun. And then, like, clearly there's somewhere where people can take pictures, which seems like super humiliating. I know when I can't remember which state. I was driving from like Texas back to Georgia. So it was one of those awful states in between.
Bible Belt.
One of those, like Arkansas is such a nothing state. You don't even notice you were there. You're just in Louisiana or you're in Texas or whatever. You forget Arkansas even happened. But their crews wear those pink, I want to say it was pink and black stripes. They looked like cartoon characters. It was clearly a humiliation tactic that you have to wear a pink uniform and pick up garbage while and they were chained together. But they were chained.
Is it humiliation or is that just a side
They
bonus?
They could have went with orange or green.
Yeah, I think it's a humiliation tactic.
Because if it was tan, there are regular people who choose tan overalls to work in. Like if an auto mechanic had tan overalls, I'd be like, that's what he's wearing to work. Maybe.
I've seen him do the thing. Remember the old movies when it would be black and white stripes, and they'd even have a little hat. The little hat would be black and white. That it was that pattern, but I think it was pink and black or something. They looked absurd. I just remembered driving through this little town and seeing them and being like, "Fuck!"
If a warden told me, "No, you don't get it. They escape from prison and they hide in the woods, and it's tricky to find them, so we put them in pink. We can find them via helicopter." I might buy it.
Maybe, but nobody else does that mean ass shit. They put them in orange.
Orange, yeah. Orange and pink. I didn't realize orange was so much less embarrassing.
What are you talking about? Pink.
It's pink?
It's a girly princess outfit they're in. Yeah, they're all in girly princess outfits.
Apparently, you don't look as dope in pink as I do. So,
Zach, my point here, Zach. Find me them prisoners wearing them pink ass suits. They're embarrassing as shit. Chain gang.
I see.
Personally, I look great in salmon, so I'm good.
Right?
A nice salmon polo shirt. But
they're not salmon. They're pink.
Oh yeah.
I don't know the difference.
It's the same thing.
Salmon is much more subdued pink. You want to think about like Barbie and like the brightest crayon in the box, pink. That's not at all what I was looking for.
That guy looks dope, and that is fuchsia.
He looks fucking hard. He's like, yeah, I wear blood, so I wear red so the blood doesn't show.
Yeah, they're not gonna do it.
That's why I wear white.
That's why you're yellow.
This is the kind of shit I'm talking about. Like this is clearly some sort of clean and sober work group that these poor people have been forced into.
I wonder if they're even prisoners or if they're just doing community service on weekends. I guess
the stripes is crazy, bro. Interesting.
Look at this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's loud. You're not going to blend into society like that.
No. Yeah, people will know.
That's fucked up. Do you think the guy with the white suit has seniority over the others? Like he's earned his lack of stripes?
Interesting.
That's how maybe, or maybe he's also in the
maybe
hospital.
He's a trustee. They got him in the middle too, so he can kind of like move the group around. I feel like,
or maybe the guys in pink are being transported somewhere, and the guy in white is not. Who knows?
He's handcuffed to him.
Is he? Are his hands handcuffed together? The white suit guy.
Yeah.
Look, he's connected to the guy in the back.
Everybody's connected together. They made a human centipede of.
Oh no, he's not. He just handcuffed to the two people. I keep my screen closed small so I can look at the camera a little closer. Anyway, now that I have a full screen, Wolf? I see the hem of his shirt.
Yeah. I have a weird story about that. You want to hear that one?
Yeah,
no, I do.
Maybe I'll wait for Tyler to come back. But when I
call him Tyler when he gets back.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's better.
It's funny.
It's an upgrade, and we like it.
But
I call him all the time
because that's my nephew's name is Tyler, and it's spelled the same way.
Is he white too?
Yeah. So it's like, yeah. So I'm just used to doing it that way.
Shit, that was supposed to be.
When I got arrested, though.
God damn it.
When I got arrested, though, that's when I really learned how messed up the American legal system is. Because if I had a public defender, I would have been screwed.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like my hired attorney got the charges dismissed immediately, got everything expunged. They took away all the pictures. What do you call it? When you're processed. Oh, yeah. When you're processed, they take the picture of you and stuff. They go. Anyways, so I was in university. I was in New York State, and I was out on the. I don't drink. like when I just go out to bars and stuff, I just dance, and that's how I pick up women and stuff back in the day. So every university has like a street where you have a whole bunch of pubs and stuff, and that's where all the students go to party, right, and stuff. So and of course when the bars are closing like 2:00 in the morning, that's when all the idiots want to go out and fight. So I've always been the peaceful type, right? I'm a young martial artist. I'm in my 20s. I purposely stay away from fighting because I don't believe in violence. So I'm a very nice guy, but I'm always splitting up fights. I'm that guy who doesn't want to see him. I'll let him fight for a while, and then when it gets getting too violent, I break it up. So I'm out. We're outside. It's it's a summer night, 2-something in the morning and everything, and some guys are getting into fighting really hard, like they're just like getting into, they're pummeling each other. So I start to people are just watching too much, and I'm saying, someone's gonna die here if this keeps going, because I've seen people die before, and that's a whole different story. So I start splitting up the fight. One guy pushes me a little too hard. I push him back. I lock my foot behind his and then push him so he falls down. So I just, I got the upper hand and stuff like that. And then one of his girlfriends starts pushing me around, so I kind of move her away without hurting her and everything. And some guy grabs me by the neck from behind, like right behind the neck. And like this was like a dangerous thing, right? So if you get,
like a rear naked choke or like a collar pull?
No, physically around the back of my neck.
Oh, okay, like loose skin, just crap. Okay,
yeah. Not even loose skin, but like it's a big guy, and he's like pulling me back and everything. So like I just do a basic martial arts move. I just elbow around and just give him a nice, beautiful left hook, right? And then all of a sudden I hear the crowd just go silent, right? And I go, "What? Did I kill him or something like that?" And then all I see is like a badge hanging from his neck, and it's on the floor beside him.
Oh no!
I back the blue, damn it! I don't like the sound of this.
Yeah, and
Wolf, you got to learn to comply.
And so the uniform guys just come and rush me, and I'm just like, you know what I mean? Like immediately, I go, "Hey, I didn't know what was going on." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This guy's out cold, right?
And
I'm like, I just like. I was trying to explain to him, hey, it's self-defense. I didn't know who he was. I couldn't see a badge. I didn't hear anyone else or a police. Yada yada.
They were really understanding.
They didn't care. Yeah. They loved it. They loved it.
Once you
used the Black Panther move on him.
And I even got like in a little more trouble because after they put me in the back of the squad car.
It turns out you can't spit on cops.
They put me back in the squad car, and I didn't. They handcuffed me, and I did not want to be left vulnerable. So as they were driving me to the police for the station, I took my handcuffs and I put them under my butt, and I got my hands in front of me with my handcuffs.
So you slipped your cuffs.
Okay. Yeah. So they were even more.
And they didn't like that.
They weren't too happy. They weren't very happy about that.
Offer to put them back.
you jump rope over him again, get him back behind you.
I did, because I did not, because I've heard of police doing stuff to you when you're handcuffed from behind.
You thought we were gonna do some weird shit before?
Yeah.
So he thinks he's hot shit. Jethro, are you attracted to him? No, you're not. Does someone have a big ego? He must to think that we can only do as well as you. Now we are gay, man. Fair enough.
Yeah, bro. They took me to the station. They processed, yada yada, put me in the cell overnight. I got my phone call, and I called my mommy, and she goes, "Don't worry, we're gonna find an attorney for you immediately." Right. So next morning, the attorney called. They released me ROR. You know what that means? Are released on your own recognizance or whatever it's called.
Okay.
And so the lawyer said, "You know what? Don't worry about it. We'll take care of it." And again, he's got a huge retainer, yada yada yada. And so the lawyer, my mom flew down to the States, and we had a
It was
meeting.
an American cop you KO'd?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
I told you
we were in the fucking
You thought it was a
snowy
Mountie?
north where
New
you
York
could just
State.
kill a cop.
No, New York State, baby. New York State.
Yeah, he would have got a real finger wag in
Yeah.
Canada for that.
I would have had to say sorry 3 times. But
Oh yeah.
Second time,
Sorry.
but yeah, and by the time my lawyer was done, he said, okay, everything's gonna there won't be, you won't have a record, things gonna be deleted, because I was on my way to law school, right? So that would have messed me up. And they said all you need to do is sign this waiver saying that you will not sue the police department for a false arrest, because the police officer did not identify himself properly.
That was why you were found innocent's a weird way to phrase it, but that's why the whole thing was thrown out, because he didn't identify himself.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Yep.
They really should.
Yep.
Before you grab somebody from behind, you should be like, I'm a cop.
Yeah. And then they even had
That's how I do it.
one of the girls who was from my school, like, actually called in as a witness to say he was actually helping people at the scene and stopping them from fighting each other and stuff like that. Right. So my attorney's assistants tracked her down to find, like, it was a whole thing. So
dude,
if I didn't have the right representation, bro, who knows how that would have ended up, man. It's crazy. But that's my story of getting arrested.
Stolen Valor Cops is one of my favorite YouTube genres. These guys who's dressed their cars up like squad cars.
Oh,
They'll buy a retired car and it'll be full of radios, and they'll have stun guns and pepper ball pistols and fucking bulletproof vests, CB radios. They got a canine sticker on the back with a dog cage in the side. They got a bite rope, and they got fucking pepper spray and fucking running lights. They've got fucking blue lights on their fucking car, red lights and shit. And a full like tactical vest, like they're playing Tarkov, like they're going to war. And the cop is like, now what did you say? What department again? And the guy's like, if you go to this website, you'll see that I'm a member of the National Weather National Weather Enthusiast of America, and we take temperature readings.
Well, there's one guy who was caught several times doing that, right? By the same police department.
There's,
like,
he rides a motorcycle, that guy, and like pulls people in traffic.
Yeah.
Is he the guy I'm thinking of? And his lights, like, he thinks he's legal because his lights aren't red. If you look carefully, they're kind of a fuchsia. And he's like, oh, if you see the badge that I have on the side, it has 6 points. Now, a police car would have 5 points. I'm not pretending to be a cop. This is just how I outfit my So what he does is
That's so funny.
Yeah, well, he's not doing it for fun. It's a business that escorts funeral processions and stuff like that. So they pull into intersections, they stop traffic, kind of pretending to be policemen, but not. And he claims that anyone who identifies him as a cop is just mistaken. Clearly, we have these differences, but he's pretending to be a cop.
I don't like that.
That
causing fucking traffic and problems for everyone because
dead people need to be moved around.
Do they? Is there a rush?
Yes, and let them all get to the
dead.
funeral. And okay, but their families aren't. There's a whole line of them. Let them fucking go. I saw this one kid. This one kid pulled somebody over and is conducting a traffic stop when another cop shows up and is like, hey there, pal. And the guy gets out of his fake ass. He's in like a Subaru or something with lights on it. He gets out and he's wearing like street clothes with a pistol on. And he's like, bro, what department are you with? He goes, I'm out of uniform.
ATF. Officer Samuelson. It doesn't look like you actually showed me anything there. No, I'm quick. I'm good.
Stick your hand like that, and no, it's there's a whole genre of YouTube videos of guys getting caught doing it, and the amount of they must be such fucking losers to like cosplay as a cop, because not to shit on all cops, but it's a real easy job to get. Like if you show up, how many people do they turn away? Like that's what
really
I would.
Don't think you could have a little fun impersonating a cop? Where's your childlike?
I would be terrified. Wouldn't you be terrified? The fact that people do that all willy nilly, I would be terrified if I was.
I would have fun impersonating a cop. It would be a good time.
It would be like
next year. He's going to show the guy we're talking about, Jeremy DeWitt. He pretends to be a policeman, and his lights actually are not red. I remember it was closer to red in my memory. I hope.
Yeah, but he's obstructing traffic illegally.
You know what I'd get before I impersonated a cop? A flat top.
Oh
Really?
yeah, yeah, he has one.
Does
Look
he
at
really?
this guy. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's him.
I
That's
am
him.
the law.
He's like, people shouldn't mistake me.
And he's
for a
trying to say
policeman.
because the lights weren't red, he's okay.
That's fine. This isn't any weirder than fucking furries. Or,
Yeah, what are you talking about? This is
like,
not weird at all. It's his fucking job. This guy's
Yeah.
not part of what I'm talking about. This guy's got a business. I'm talking about assholes who are like cosplaying as police and
No, that's
going
Jeremy
out and-
DeWitt.
and like pulling people over and like enforcing their own version of the law. Like those people are
and
wacky
you don't think
wild.
that would be fun? Yeah, it's wrong. Oh yeah, but like,
What would you
you
do?
wouldn't- I don't know. The steel.
You know how many times I see people driving like jerks that I would love to just like, turn the lights on. Whoop, whoop. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, just guys not using
Even if
the
you just pull him
signal.
over just to give him a scare.
I like
Officer
it.
Wolf,
Scare
give
him,
me your
bro.
license. I'm keeping
This
this
is
to
him,
give you
Taylor.
an errand to remember this by.
This is the guy who doesn't, shouldn't
That's
be
him.
confused with a cop.
That's him.
Yeah,
See,
that guy
if-
behind him
if-
said, "You see this star here? It's got 5 points."
if he had a flat top, he's got the beginning of a mustache, which is
What he laughed so hard he disconnected.
very solid. I mean, none of the real cops have mustaches, but still.
Some do, like Tom
Some
Selleck.
still
always
do.
had a yeah.
No, I mean, no. These three. I mean, the
Oh
No,
yeah,
he-
yeah,
yeah, none of
clearly
these
don't.
guys.
He's a convicted felon now, and he's not allowed to carry concealed weapons.
That's a big corn-fed
He
boy
carries-
to the left. See, that's
probably-
who you need. That's the body type you need for cops.
Is this who you would want
No
coming after
girls,
you?
no little people.
When they come for you, that's the ones.
Little people, I mean midges. None of them in the mix.
Wow, that's
Yeah,
one I haven't seen.
yeah. It's just got to be.
I don't care
big,
about police.
big guys.
They should hire whoever they want.
Really?
Yeah, I
Even
think
the
it's open
retarded.
reign.
Kyle wants the most incompetent police officers we can find.
Yeah, I've been led to
That's
believe
been my stance for a while now.
that you're transporting Skittles illegally.
It's like send the best and brightest to the fire departments, the ambulance crews, the first responders, like the people that need to kick doors in and save lives. Maybe they do need like a mentally ill squad. Now I think the mental health awareness squad or whatever fucking trendy
Our own
name you
little
give them.
suicide squad.
Those guys need to be rolling deep. They need to have some pistols too. But
Listen. I think that if you're gonna have a license to kill, that it should be some of the smartest guys that are out there. One
they
thing I'll
don't
give
send the
credit
best and the
for.
brightest.
yeah.
Listen,
or at
one
least the
thing
tallest.
I'll give credit for in like Canada, well, Toronto, I should say, is that after living in New York and living in Toronto, Toronto police are some of the best trained officers you could ever experience. Like these
They
guys,
get paid a year, I wonder.
they know they get paid a lot. They get paid at
Do they deal with? Is there
no
crime
less than
in
six,
Toronto?
no less than what?
Is there a lot of crime in Toronto, or are they
Nah,
like dealing with
there's
people being
crime.
grumpy?
They got
park
their Tim
anywhere,
Hortons order
Taylor.
wrong. We got crime, but it's nowhere close to the
Yeah.
States. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time,
Yeah, we just heard you were leaving Timmy's, and someone didn't get a thank you. Just wanted to straighten this out before it, impacts our national culture.
we have crime. We have crime, but it's nowhere close to the States. But at the same time, the police officers are that much better trained.
No,
it's
I'm
like
up for it now.
de-escalation.
I think-
knowing to use
I think
how
part
to
of the
use a taser.
academy, part of the academy should be watching Judge Dredd. Just watch fucking, the new
That's
Judge
it?
Dredd with Tom Hardy. Yeah, we watch. That's it. You watch Judge Dredd. You watch him fucking mop the floor. He kills like 97.
We're gonna watch
people in
Judge
that
Dredd first, and
Hold
then
on,
we're
Tom
gonna
Hardy-
watch The Passion of the Christ, so you know who you're doing this for.
Tom Hardy was in Dredd.
movie. I like that. Everybody gets a cowboy hat. I want all police to wear cowboy hats. I feel like it's a hat
Not
from
Troopers
authority.
scare me,
you'd look,
bro.
You'd look ridiculous in the
No,
hat.
I respect the hat. When I see that hat
Oh.
step out, I'm like, oh, let's get our.
Well, that's
A-game
not
on.
a that's not a
I-
cowboy
yes,
hat.
sir.
What,
I
are-
see
what is that
Cletus.
called?
I see Cletus from Dukes of Hazzard when I see a
Oh
cowboy hat.
well, I wouldn't
Stetson?
mock his accent when it comes to the winter.
What are those flat brimmed? They're not cowboy hats.
Oh,
They're
the
like
troopers hats.
either Mountie or trooper hats. Yeah,
Yeah, troopers. Yeah,
replace
I
all
think-
those with cowboy hats. 100%.
yeah. We don't see Mounties in Toronto.
Georgia
How
State
about, how about
Patrol.
sombreros? Add a little festivity.
There you go. Think
I'd
of the
like
money.
that.
See, you can wear turbans in Toronto.
Yeah, as
Police
silly
officer.
as I look, sir, you really are under arrest.
There you go.
Oh, look at that dog.
I used to do the best
Roscoe
Cletus impression,
Pico
but I
Trainer.
can't remember.
The best
Roscoe
Cletus impression.
Pico
Wait.
Coltrane.
That's not Cletus.
Cletus
Is it
was his
Cooter?
partner.
Mm.
Is it
Cletus was
Cooter?
his partner. Cooter
Yeah,
was the
that's
guy.
true.
No, Cooter drove the
He
truck,
was the mechanic.
the pickup truck. or the tow truck. See, Cletus is on the left, and then
Roscoe
was
Pico
on the right.
Trainer is on the right. Yeah,
That
they
was
were
these,
not good policemen.
Were these the like?
This is Dukes of Hazzard. It's a
Dukes
show
of
based
Hazzard,
on the
baby.
idea that you can commit any crime you want, and if you get across the county line, you're fine.
Yep.
But these guys were kind of like the bumbling comic
Yeah.
relief cops. I could tell from how they're
I
stanced.
loved this show as a kid.
Oh, it's
bro.
Boss Hog.
Boss.
Ooh, I
Boss Hog,
like
in
I
my
love
childhood
It's Always Sunny
memory
episode.
was impossibly fat.
Right?
He was, he
Right?
was supposed to be so fat that
Like, yeah.
Awesome.
like you'd
called
never
Boss
see
Hog.
somebody who was that fat in
You
real
thought
life.
he was
Find
Kingpin
me
fat.
Jessica Simpson as Daisy Duke. Find me some good pictures of Jessica Simpson as Daisy Duke. Now
I know what you're talking about.
When
I've had her
Jessica
there.
Simpson did it, did they get a fatter boss hog to reflect the
They
time?
got a fatter ass for Daisy Dukes, and that's kind of what I'm.
She looked pretty good. She
be
looked pretty
reminded
good.
of,
Not
yeah.
gonna lie.
Yeah, she
And
did
that's
one
a
of
boss
those.
hog on the right, and he is a bad guy, but kind of good-hearted
That
and funny.
picture of milk.
No,
is
he was
all
All
just bad.
bad, actually. Yeah,
He's
He
drinking
had-
directly from the pitcher.
Okay, so he was the bag. Oh, drinking milk from a pitcher, that's fine.
Oh, what?
That
No.
wasn't bad. That was not bad.
Is that Daisy? Is that Jessica Simpson?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
it
She
is.
got
Yeah,
really good
that's from
shape.
that's from the remake.
Yeah, from the Daisy. Yeah, there you go. That's the picture I was looking for.
Johnny Knoxville was in.
It's a good movie, dude.
That's-
There's a scene where they take the General Lee to like a college campus,
The high
to, like-
school. Yeah, the college.
and
yeah.
everybody's like throwing bottles and calling them racist, and they're clueless. The whole roof of the car is a Confederate flag.
Yeah, that was
Yeah, but they're
hilarious,
just
bro.
smiling. They don't know any better. They're just having a fun time.
Yeah, they're just
Maybe
good
it's
old
because
boys.
I'm old enough, but I don't
Never
see
meaning
the.
no harm.
I think very negatively of the Confederate flag, but
Be all
not
you ever saw
this
been in trouble
car.
the law since the boy.
I have a picture with they were selling that same paint job up here, and I have a picture with one of the Dodge Charger, is it? But
Sounds
yeah,
right.
they had it. Of course, it didn't have the Confederate flag on the top, but it had the 01 and everything. And I was like, that was like my dream car.
I
Like,
saw
Damn.
one with the flag before.
That's some pussy shit.
I was beautiful. Oh, that car.
We
was
should have
beautiful,
just kept
bro.
the flag on it.
Yeah,
And then
You put an
everyone can
American-
look at it and
A lot
go,
of what I've seen collectors do is some of them put an American flag up there. But I was at a gas station next to somebody like 10 years ago with a beautiful one that had the flag,
yeah.
and it was like perfect. It was so fucking cool.
You know
It
what would be
felt-
fun is to put a Union Jack on the top of one,
There you go.
and then have everyone, and then just be like, "What?
Drive
are
it
you-
down
what
south?
Are you, what are you retarded?" You just get like some like pink hairs yelling at you, and you're like, "Oh, I'm sorry. What flag do you think this is?"
Wasn't
You
the
dumb
cast?
fat whore.
Wasn't the cast of Top Gear down south one time making fun of American cars at one point?
They did. They liked to bully the South, but they also
Well, who doesn't though?
they don't even know how to use guns, so they can get fucked. Today we're going to be bullied by rednecks.
I love me some firearms, but we got our own issues up here right now, so that's a whole different
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the issues are in Canada. No Stanley
Well,
Cup. Since
I'm licensed.
Oh,
I'm
hang on.
licensed. I'm licensed in New York State and I'm licensed in Toronto, but Toronto's got a whole different thing happening right now.
I think New York State is. Don't they have like one of the highest reciprocity? So if you're good in New York with guns, you're probably good all
most
over,
places.
right?
There's a lot.
I'm
most places are
I'm
constitutional.
grandfathered in, but New York just changed their carry conceal laws that it's getting easier to get a CC right now.
Oh, that's
But
good.
that's a whole thing right now. Yeah, that's a whole different thing right now.
Trump's America.
Need more guns. More
Didn't
guns
Trump's
on the
America
Wait.
ban the hold on? Didn't
Isn't
Trump
this
ban
Biden's
the
America?
butt stock?
Yes, and Trump's America
Yeah.
through due process.
Kyle, you can tell it's
figured out
Biden's
that
America because
ruling
groceries
was-
are up 80%.
Trump's America fixed that ruling.
I'm not going to get into that debate.
That was
'cause-
clearly 3D chess.
We're certainly not involving
clearly
ourselves in the
Donald
debate.
Trump doing some 3D chess. What did he do? He banned a plastic stock for 4 years. He gets the votes. They come back around. They say that ban was unconstitutional. And now my father's out so much money because he melted all of his stocks. Because I told him he had to melt all of his stocks because
There
the
you go.
ban was in place. Then they, whoopsie daisy, we changed our mind. Well, my stocks are melted. They're gone.
There's no
No,
bringing those
Trump.
back.
No,
You should have hid them like an American would.
that sounds no. I
lost him in a boat
I'm
accident.
not doing anything illegal, but he did have like a ton of stocks, like 15 or 20 of those things or something like that.
I don't.
boxes.
I tried it. I didn't get it. I like it's
What, the bump stock?
Yeah, I don't. I'm one for grouping and being able to aim. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's just a toy.
I just didn't get it. I think it was
the thing is the guy
gimmick.
used it to shoot into a crowd at a music event, a concert.
Yeah, Vegas.
And that's like the one place where it does.
So they say,
do a good
dude,
job.
that's the weirdest mass shooting ever.
Yeah,
like
but
there's
I
no...
don't want to leave the bump stock thing yet. Like, I agree. They're complete. If I was to go to like, Mal, I don't know how to even talk about this.
If you were going like target to target, seeking around, and walking,
yeah. If it was,
then you wouldn't want a bump
sparsely
stock
populated
to do more
mall,
damage.
The bump stock would make me miss more. You'd be safer, I think, if I had a bump stock in a sparsely populated mall.
Yes,
But
absolutely.
in a crowd, like a music concert, it will help you get more rounds out.
I don't know what happened that night at the Mandalay Bay. But I do. There's no fucking way that was just one guy doing that.
What? We got a whole conspiracy here.
He just lugged all those guns up, and nobody did anything. And he was
no, they don't.
I travel everywhere with
that.
No one checks my luggage.
So let me speak to the luggage thing.
He had dozens of guns. Like
that's very commonplace there. So I don't know if SHOT Show was going on that week, but SHOT Show was the biggest firearms get together in the world, as far as I know. They probably do some European version, but it's a giant convention center full of guys with guns. And all those guys go back to the hotels every night with stacks of guns in cases on luggage racks. It is not an uncommon thing to see a guy in a Vegas hotel with a luggage cart full of assault rifles and suitcases and in like locked cases and stuff, because it's just part of the thing that happens there. They fly in with them. They take them to their hotels. They take them to the booths, and then every day they're shuffling them in and out for a week. So they would have seen
the most likely cause though is that it's a deep state, set up operation to get bump stops banned and then reauthorized 4 years later. Don't you think that's
what I do think is that what I actually think is that guy's motivations were rub next to something that is a secret, and like not like aliens or anything, but maybe a CIA operation of some kind with some foreign player. Maybe it's just the financing. Maybe that guy's finances had something to do with some other high up investigation, and the finances are intertwined in such a way that we need to be silent about what this guy was into because it interferes with some other stuff. Like that's what I imagine it when I see people being weird and secretive and talking about was there a note or wasn't there, or what did it say, and how many guns were up there, and why? Just why would this person do this?
Yeah, why is there no explanation? Why is there no motive?
That's my guess.
But it's not even that hard to transport that man. Like when I travel, when I travel for games, I'm traveling with 3 or 4 realistic looking stuff, and like this is me going up to my hotel room. Yeah, like right. I've got like 3 or 4 realistic looking things like these on my wall.
Yeah,
and I'm trying. You know what I mean? So it's like no one gonna say anything or stop you, you know what I mean, for no reason. So
like
it's not that hard to realize how he got up there with it, right? It's not like they're open carry; they were in bag.
Yeah, I've traveled with multiple
there
were
like that. 47 guns
exactly
in his
47
hotel suite, and
that's multiple trips.
I could easily
but that's hotel suite and Nevada home. Looks like 24 were in the hotel room.
So many guns.
If I was trying to kill as many people as possible in a crowd, I don't know what I'd do with more than like 6 guns.
Well, I think most people in that crowd
you like that scene in Boondock Saints where you're like
right?
firefight.
I still only have the one trigger finger.
Yeah, I don't want to like craft the best mass shooting tactics.
I was gonna say the same thing. I'm not trying to.
Does it not seem curious? Like why? Anytime there's something unbelievably impactful that we get no explanation for, no sussing out of the motives or that person's connections, it seems sketchy. Like there are school shootings where 6 people died, and there's entire depositions and things that are figured out, and we learn more, and they have a fucking manifesto and this and that and the other thing. This guy, nothing. Nothing. And there doesn't seem to be any curiosity from intelligence agencies.
Sometimes crazy is just crazy, though. Like it doesn't always have to be something deep.
Yeah, but if it was crazy, they would have released his
kind of concert
ridiculous.
Wasn't it country music?
It was a country music.
See, that's crazy person. No one would dare fire at a country music festival.
He did.
Why?
At least one person.
Why not a country music festival?
I mean, no, it seems like
that-
he did it, but like, what's the surrounding situation? Who did he know? What was he like? Did he know anything? Or like you said, which seems realistic, maybe something to do with him was adjacent to something that can't be discussed in the media because it jeopardizes some operation,
investigation or operation or something.
I think it was
like
some old crazy guy. I'm sorry.
We would have heard more. We would have heard. They would have done a deep dive into that guy. We would have known so much.
He was just going broke and just went crazy.
It seemed like it was getting hushed up the same way that like the motives of that trans shooter. We had Herrera on last week, and he was talking about he met the cop that like shot that trans shooter at that school that killed all those children.
Yeah.
And like I think that person had left some sort of manifesto that was, you know, some wacky crazy shit that they hushed up because it was upsetting, and they were clearly like an anti-cis and, you know, trans agenda crazy nonsense. But it's the ravings of a mad person. So I don't know. I guess I want to read it because
I want to see it.
Yeah, I want to see it, but I am a little scared that like they'll project those same feelings across everyone else who is trans.
See, part of the reason behind it
That's
is
like that Norm Macdonald joke where he's like, you know what terrifies me about a thermonuclear bomb in America that kills 50 million people planted by Islamic extremists? The backlash against peaceful Muslims. Like that's like you just did it.
Like, I didn't do the same thing though. I didn't say hide the manifesto.
Could, you know,
I was just saying like a lot of hate would come towards people who were already pretty hated. It would
It's funny because
Leave
you
them
don't
alone.
want. I think half the reason why they don't release manifestos and all this crap is that
do.
you don't want to
all the time.
Yeah, but you don't want to inspire more of these acts because other guys say, hey, he got his message out after what he did. If I do the same thing, I'll get my message out, right? So you don't want to encourage it that way.
Yeah.
I mean, they do release manifestos.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, what manifestos did they
release?
release?
Who's your favorite?
In America, by the way.
Uncle Ted.
Uncle Ted.
Uncle Ted's probably my fave, man.
They haven't released a manifesto for a long time, though.
In New Zealand, they did that one, right? The guy that shot up
Shooter, they released that because he was you know, fucking white supremacist or something.
That's top 3 all-time, like crazy motherfucking public shootings. There was this one that like, all right, so there was this Antifa BLM summer where a lot of people in Texas, I remember, black guys were calling the cops and ambushing them with assault rifles. And there was a shootout with one of those guys where I don't know where the camera was, but he was fighting a cop at close range around concrete pillars under a building. And he rushed the cop like paintball and shot through the cop. And you could see the bullets sparking on the concrete as he killed him. I think that's the guy maybe that they sent the robot in with the C4 on its arm. Remember that shit?
Ooh, I do. Dude, I don't know if that was the same guy.
The shooter got holed up in like a parking garage, like a second or third level of a parking garage back in one of those.
I remember the footage. I didn't hear the particulars.
Yeah, back in one of those little nook-like corners where Jerry Seinfeld was peeing in that one episode. He found him. He like hunkered down with his gun, and they sent in a fucking like remote control bomb defusal robot, but instead of bomb defusal, they gave it a C4 bomb in its hand. And they walked it up to that motherfucker and blew him to smithereens.
It's a good way to get rid of him.
The one story that I need to hear about that I don't think we heard everything about? Do you remember the one black ex-military guy who went off on some cops?
Charles Dorner, right?
Yeah, and then he escaped and he was in the woods for a while and he held him off. Like, that's the story that I want to hear. There's something to that.
Christopher Dorner.
That was very Rambo-ish, First Blood-ish type of story, and I want to hear more about.
What else was going on with that guy?
Yeah,
you've seen First Blood.
Asking questions.
Yeah.
What?
You've seen First Blood?
For the sake of what are you going to say?
God damn it!
No, I haven't. But it's Rambo. He's going around like, if I have to get violent, I guess.
That was a great movie.
It's not what happens at all.
Classic.
Not what happens at all.
I guess I gotta kill the Vietnamese.
No, there are no Vietnamese in the movie.
You're thinking of
there are
that's Rambo
Vietnamese.
That's like the second one. That's the second one.
That's Rambo's 2, 3, and kind of 5. That's in Cambodia though.
To
Guess what? I'm never watching the fucking movie.
you should watch First Blood though. It's actually a good movie.
Definitely, yeah.
It's actually a good movie.
He has such a long list of great movies
I
he
could
refuses
imagine.
to watch.
I put
Really?
Cliffhanger in the Plex if you want a real gym. That's where Sylvester Stallone is a mountain climber.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Cliffhanger. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Where he drops.
That's a good one.
That
Yeah.
sounds more interesting to me than Rambo.
Oh my
honestly.
god,
All right,
your
so
music
I'm a
John-
movie buff.
so bad.
It has one of the
Love that
coolest
guy.
stunts in any movie. I don't remember the exact specifics, but I think that that they wouldn't pay the stuntman's fee to do the stunt, so Stallone paid it out of his pocket, like $1 million to do this stunt.
Was
So
that the double axe one?
It's this
Okay.
gimmick where, so the premise of the movie is Stallone's a rescue climber in this mountain range, but unbeknownst to anyone, him and his like mountain people, there's a hijack going on where a private plane approaches a government plane that has like not bullion, but it's got like the $1,000 bills or the $10,000 bills or whatever, like these huge stacks of them. It's like a treasury plane, and they take control of the plane because they've got moles already on board. And then they secure a rope between 2 airplanes at altitude, and they have a guy zip between the planes with nothing.
Yeah.
He fast ropes from one airplane to another, gets in it, and then like, oh, welcome aboard. And it's incredible.
It was
and
before,
later on, they do a lot.
it was before Bane
I don't
did it
remember if he had a
in
parachute.
Batman.
Hmm.
But that was a
Huh?
cool scene though. It was before Bane did it.
Yeah, that Batman scene is really cool with Bane,
Yeah.
where they cut the private plane away and just drop it. That's a cool fucking scene. With Littlefinger.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll expect one of us in the wreckage.
But in the cliffhanger, wasn't cliffhanger was the bad guy was the dad,
John
from
Lithgow.
The Rock from the Sun.
Mhm.
Yeah.
John Lithgow. He's
He was
menacing.
great. He was
He
great.
actually
He's like
seemed
6'4".
pretty scary in that movie. You wouldn't think a comedic actor would be so good at it.
Well, he was super scary in Dexter when he was that serial killer.
Yep.
True.
Really creepy and disturbed. And he's done some really scary stuff. He worked with Brian De Palma a lot, and he would often play these terrifying like villains. He's like a CIA hitman in this what's the movie with John Travolta? In any case, he needs to kill someone, but so he needs to shut up. He needs to kill someone, and so to hide that this person's being targeted, he kills 4 women and rapes them all as well. Like his goal is to assassinate one woman.
The perfect crime.
but that would like look bad. So he just sex assaults 4 different women and murders them all to
Throw them
get it
off.
to throw them off.
There's a new
Yeah.
Rambo-ish movie coming out called Rebel Ridge, but it's a black guy instead, and it looks pretty.
no.
It's a Netflix movie, and it's coming out.
Not again.
It looks pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, the trailer looks pretty good. Like it's a.
This is a pretty
tactical
black
looking-
man. He's got one of them little thin mustaches right above his lip.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, like the John Waters mustache. I'm fine with the little
I'm
John
starting
Waters
to see why you
mustache.
like this show so much. It seems like you're the star of the show.
You know, I can relate.
I can relate. You should go through the mustache mode, Wolf.
What?
Then you'll have to get this waxed up here.
This is thin mustache mode, bro. It's just like got some grays in it. Don't zoom in
What?
too
I
much.
need to put this in
showing
full.
my age.
Oh, I see it.
Dude,
Hello?
grays are good in facial hair. You're rocking it. Woody is like
Dude,
found.
I am
pump his
fucking
tires
Santa Claus
over
in my
this.
beard. It's none of it. I don't dye my hair. It's gray on the side, but under my headphones. But my beard is solid gray.
It's
You should-
good. It's a good
Oh.
look.
I'm a black Santa if I grow out my beard. It's all white.
Let's all grow out our
white.
beards.
I think
I
Wow,
do-
you would
I
look so good.
I would
I
like.
want Woody. I want Woody to have the Colonel Sanders, that little beard, that little Confederate beard.
It would do that.
With a little strip?
pokey, you got the little pokey like thing on the chin, and then the little
No.
stash.
Dude, Woody has a classic Gibson. And he needs to pursue that Mel Gibson facial hair
Gibson?
look.
I don't
Mel
want to.
Gibson, where it's all entirely gray.
Scraggly.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Isn't he all gray?
I don't want to
I
spoil
knew- I
anything.
mean,
Have
you
you
would.
guys seen Deadpool and Wolverine?
I haven't seen it yet.
No.
I'm
I
gonna
have
wait
not,
till it's
but
out.
don't
I
you know
won't say
he'd
anything
spoil
I
it.
don't.
Okay.
I don't like to go to the theater because
But just you liked it, I assume. Everyone seems to like it.
There's just a beard in that movie that would be interesting on Woody.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I do want to see it.
Are you guys going to go see that in theaters? Or
Oh, it's awesome in theaters, bro.
It'll be out soon enough.
I've seen it twice.
Oh, so you really liked it?
Yeah, it was really good, bro.
Fish saw it twice too from the PKA Patreon.
The jokes were constant and on point. Like I was crying, laughing. Like, and he breaks the fourth wall all the time. He's making studio jokes,
It's so funny, and it's not at all a cover for bad writing and world building.
Let me just say this, Taylor. like that guy wanted to get this project off the ground, and nobody would fucking do it. And he leaked Ryan Reynolds, and and they leaked like this CGI test footage of his character like whistling on a bridge and then jumping into a car through the sunroof and like karate fighting and sword killing a bunch of bad guys and the car flipping and everything. And the internet fucking blew up. And from that, they are gonna make like $2 billion fucking worth of movies. Like it's an incredible success.
Didn't you tell
from
me
a remarkably likable person? The fact that you don't like him. He seems so genuinely like fun.
I don't
you
think
don't like Ryan Reynolds.
He hates Ryan Reynolds.
I don't think he's very funny. I think he plays Ryan Reynolds in every movie I've seen him in.
I don't think he's very good looking. Taylor and I know things you guys don't.
Jim Taylor
don't you put that on him. He's as hot as the day is long, but he is a bad
I thought we were doing unpopular, ridiculous takes on Ryan Reynolds.
It's not unpopular.
No, we're just making up lies.
People don't think he's
Canadian, you son of a bitch.
Oh, you in a lot of like real deal film critic groups, and then the pinkies up, and everybody's talking about Ryan Reynolds.
Me and the gang, the Minor Things Club of movie watching.
Okay, I didn't know you had a whole movie club. You were a real auteur, it seems.
Yes.
For someone who hasn't seen Rambo, I don't know if you can call yourself.
I don't waste my time with that. Have you seen the King of the Hill where Bobby goes to self-defense class? Yes. You haven't?
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I could be a movie snob big time. I love movies, but it's
you haven't seen
Mr.
Mr. Plow
silly
100 times?
What? Mr. Plow?
Mr. Plow.
Like
which is funnier than anything Ryan Reynolds has ever done in the aggregate.
The snow plow.
I thought Wade was hilarious.
His reputation precedes him.
Oh, you're killing me right now.
No, you guys are wrong. Ryan Reynolds sucks a dick.
We got away from it earlier. Ukraine has pushed very far into Russia, seemingly capturing towns. And I sent you guys that clip in there. If you want to see that man's head exploding, it's pretty hard fucking core. There's a Russian fellow in the woods. No. Yeah, it's good. Watch it. Watch it. I want to watch a little piece.
I want to watch
animals
dissolve. Fight, not people.
Like Alka-Seltzer in water. A little bit of your soul. It's
a tweet. The tweet said Russian soldier headbutts a drone. Mm-hmm. So I was like, oh, that's clever. Like he took it to the drone before the drone blew up, right? Like swatting it out of the ground, but he has a helmet on, so he headbutts the drone. Turns out that makes drones explode, and he had an awful headache. Yeah.
He literally headbutts a drone flying straight at him, but it was one of those exploding on impact drones. So that was like the worst thing you can do. Excuse me. Second worst thing. I saw a guy in a field and one of those drones was coming at him, and he must have been like a motorcycle Russian or some shit because he had a little canister of gasoline. And at the last moment, he thought to himself, I'll huck a can of gasoline at the exploding drone. And I swear to God, it blew the gas up like something out of one of my fucking YouTube videos and like shot it all over him and burned him alive in the field.
That guy was not a professional Russian.
Jeez.
No, and he didn't have a backup crew with a fire hose or anything.
How can you not watch like a snake eating another snake and you can watch people die?
That's right? It makes no sense.
Absolutely true.
Watching people die is bad for you, dude.
The snake didn't go into the other snake's land to like raid the village and steal. Okay, look, those guys are trespassers.
You say tomato.
And I don't like trespassers. That's it. Full stop. As a, I just don't like trespassers. They should go home, and they wouldn't have any of these issues with drones exploding.
Technically, this happened in Russia.
According to the Russians.
It happened to a Russian, not a Ukrainian.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't watch the videos where Ukrainians die. Like, there's just as many, but I got you now. Yeah, I never watch those. I only,
as far as I know, that hasn't happened yet.
I haven't seen one die yet. I have, but it was heroic. I've only seen Ukrainian. I saw like a Ukrainian like running through foxholes, like da 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 da.
Yeah.
You know what? Like I put that on my channel, and I lost like 1,000 subscribers.
Wow.
What did you
I
put?
put it on my. Did you see the one where the guys are going through the foxholes, the tunnels, and then they corner these guys in the room and they finish them up in the room? I saw that, I think. And it was the one that I posted on my Instagram stories was even like pixelated and stuff, so you couldn't see particulars. And a lot of
what were you
people
like
were
comparing? Like, so we learn a lot about this in our paintball games, guys. Do you see here how he's begging for mercy? Well, amateur move, because none is shown, as we're about to see.
That's how it goes. That's the real. That's how it goes, bro.
That's how it is in paintball.
Dude, I ain't taking no prison. There's no way I'd be trying to take any goddamn prisoners if I'm running into a Russian foxhole position. Like, do you give up? Like, we've got some kind of language barrier? No. What the fuck?
Language barrier?
Do they even have resources for prisoners?
They're different languages. They're just similar. They're like cousin languages.
A lot of Ukrainians speak Russians. I heard this story, and you'll like it. So the Russians are trying to send their army equipment, big trucks, tanks, etc., to the part of Russia that the Ukrainians occupy. So what the Ukrainians do is they call all the Russian civilians, pretending they're the Russian government, and they tell them to evacuate. All the roads jam. There's traffic jams fucking everywhere. The military can't get their tanks and trucks into the towns, and the Ukrainians take them.
They should really have a better system for governmental message passed down in Russia if they're getting got by what amounts to a prank.
Yeah, yeah. So, apparently, and part of the story, I'll be really quick, that a lot of Ukrainians can sound just like Russians.
Oh, yeah. Well, they were.
Well, it's like Canadians and Americans, right?
Until the 80s or 90s.
Yeah.
So here's an article from a couple years ago. It says in it's from the Moscow Times, by the way. So indoor plumbing still a pipe dream for 20% of Russians. Like, just know who you're dealing with here, okay?
Still a pipe dream.
Yeah, that's a clever little thing. I like it.
Oh, Sergey is booming today. Just writing
on his old typewriter, probably.
Yeah.
Right, with the arms that go.
Oh, I make a funny. Greatest Russian joke ever. Pipe dream. Send that guy to the gulag.
Hashtag LOL.
Yeah, theirs would be like hashtag XYX or like something unbelievably aggressive. They have an entire language in caps.
Dude, that is the Russians.
So
I worked with a couple of Russians at Cisco, and it was like, are you mad at me? Like, why are you yelling at me all the time? We're talking about the project.
We are from unbelievably cruel and cold place. And I will treat you like...
Yeah,
no, but I watched a YouTube video the other day, and it was like a documentary in rural Russia somewhere. That's a pretty broad statement, obviously, because Russia is so fucking gigantic.
Yeah.
But anyway, in this village, they didn't have any plumbing. So, and to describe the weather environment, it seemed like it was perpetually muddy and mucky and damp, and not quite freezing, but cold.
Oh,
that seemed to be like perpetual. So there's always standing pools of water and mud, and the mud seems slippery and sticky at the same time. And you had to walk up to these shit and all of the garbage. And I mean, not just like your average box of like donuts that's empty, but like whole like doors and like manufacturing roughage was just thrown in heaps in the field, in the town. Like, they didn't put it somewhere. And then they were shitting in India. And this lady, they interviewed this old Russian lady, and she's like, they're like, what are your biggest fears with, the upcoming blah, blah, blah. And she's like, my biggest fear is I will fall into outhouse shithole and no one will find me.
Oh,
what is my greatest fear? Have you looked around? It is -100 right now.
Bro,
I am fucking cold.
It looks so awful. It looks so awful.
Have you seen that?
Hold on. Did you see that the Hawk-Tuah girl thought that Canadians didn't have indoor toilets?
Well, a lot of you don't, and that's fine. You'll get
a lot of us don't really.
And we support your lack of.
This is just a roundabout way for Wolf to brag.
I understand there's a broad. There's a broad
In the
group
last
of immigrants.
35 years, you guys have no cups, so I assume you have no bullet bowls. You know?
Oh, I thought we were talking about those Indians that poop on the Canadian beaches.
Yeah, that's
Well, they are wont to do that.
That's kind of
they see that and they're like, "Oh, look at this pristine beach. It reminds me of my shithole."
It's like when skiers see fresh powder. It's like
Bro, that happened. I think that happened like
That's prime
We
pooping
can be
powder.
the first ones to go down the mountain, and I will spit and throw Coke bottles at the.
Just imagine like they got pinching one off.
And
in the
my
park
main
sandbox
position
like a
is
cat.
fuck God and fuck the earth.
Did you see did you see the Photoshop the guy did of the Indian guy pooping at the gas station? though? Like it's like getting out of hand.
Oh, Photoshop. Yeah, there aren't a lot of those photos to use.
Zach, show me a real picture. Zach. First of all, the timer starts now. Zach, don't worry, this will be easy to find. A picture of an Indian man shitting at an actual gas station, and then get back to me when you find that. The story though was this woman was like, "Hey, so bit problematic here. I just witnessed an Indian man, and perhaps a refugee even, shitting in a hole on the public beach. Now, I don't want to report this because obviously he's a minority and things might be misconstrued. What can I do?"
This
can come over here, baby girl.
Look at this. Dude, look at Zach coming in so fucking clutch it hurts. Even
But
wearing a
the
turban.
URL is viral picture of a man defecating is allegedly photoshopped.
Well,
yeah, it is. It is.
well,
It is. Like
don't show me the Photoshop one, Zach. You're proving his point.
But it's funny because I'm actually hosting a big paintball game at the beach where this supposedly happened.
Where the shitting happened?
Yes.
It's
You're
Wasaga
going
Beach. Wasaga Beach, big game.
You go into the big Indian bathroom down
And
by
this
the water?
is the.
I was not hit on my forehead. That mark was pre-existing.
I don't know. Here's a
gosh.
Twitter video of it. It seems pretty
It's fake.
real.
Yeah.
There's-
The gas station owner showed the actual video. It's a
James
deep-
Cameron made that deep
fake.
fake, Woody. That's CGI shit. That's Avatar shit. He used the same technology he used to make that liquid in the abyss.
There you go.
You know, it's hard and harder nowadays to see what's fake, and I think I'm below average at it. Taylor's above average at it.
Bro,
He's
it's-
always seeing something about a hand.
Well,
You
it's
just
like
gotta-
when
or like just look at things that don't
Taylor,
line
no-
up correctly.
Taylor knows better than to trust anything.
But like you were looking at a Taco Bell from the 1980s, and you're like, "That's too much signage. That looks
That
like
way
a gas
they
station,
never
not a
get
Taco
you.
Bell." And I wouldn't have caught that Taco Bells have less signs than that typically
Oh, yeah.
from 40
Maybe I
years
am
ago.
But
He's
look at
mad.
how many. Look, like even Trump was tricked by the Kamala airport one, right? Like, and that was obviously real, but he was still posting that was fake. Like,
Dude, everything he says is a
Jesus
lie.
Murphy.
Yeah, you
man.
have
I
to-
don't
you
know
have
if he
to
was
look.
tricked or just lying.
no,
I would imagine probably fucking tricked because he's a 80-year-old man, and I can't imagine any of them doing well parsing the AI versus real things unless it's like beyond obvious with multiple fingers. And even then, you see people going for it.
yeah,
It's going to become like
it's gonna
like
be
a real
it's gonna get-
skill
Yeah,
to
it's gonna
be
get
able
scary.
to look at something that's AI and be
Yeah.
like, no, that doesn't make sense. And eventually it's not going to be things like too many fingers. It'll just be like, you'll have to be like, no, that's not how this would have looked. A person wouldn't have been wearing that. That person looks too close to the ground. They're not sitting naturally. Like, it's going to get so difficult to suss through the nonsense. And there's no, like, what's the good thing that society gets from this? Like, it seems like it can only be used nefariously.
Well,
Like,
What?
fake,
AI
like
creation tools?
faking politicians into things, faking random people into
Are you
stuff.
talking
Like
about AI in general or AI pictures?
Oh, what happened to
the
free
AI
speech
pictures and
absolutionists?
videos, like AI as a whole, I'm sure there's a lot of uses, but like the whole like, hey, we're getting to 100. Yeah, AI still can't tell you a fucking build order on Age of Empires 2, but it can show a hyper realistic picture of Trump shaking hands with Coney 2012 or like whatever. Like,
but that's part of the reason why the big writers' strike and actor strike happened, right? Is because they were getting extras to sign over their face rights so that they could put it on AI instead of hiring extras later. That was a big thing that they're putting in the contracts and everything. So it's like it's becoming a real issue right now, bro.
Then they got off the writer's strike and gave us 10 years of the most poorly written television and movies of the past half century.
That happens. What you gonna do?
Oh, I finally watched the end of House of Dragons. You see it too, Woody?
Yes.
Don't spoil. No spoilers. No spoilers.
Okay, I won't spoil anything. Nothing.
You spoil it for me though,
it's
but
hard
not
I'll say this: it's pretty hard to spoil anything because like nothing fucking happened.
Really?
The plot didn't move forward an inch. It just let you know where all the edges were. It's like next time you're gonna have to deal with this stuff over here. Next time that over there. Next time that over there. It got like 4 storylines to the edge of something happening, and
but
said,
nothing.
Next time.
That's BS.
The thing is, it was kind of a setup, and I feel like the last episode of this season would have made a pretty good first episode of next season.
Yeah.
Right? And what's the second to last? Is it called Penultimate? Do I have that right?
Yes.
Yeah. That episode should have been the finale because it was pretty cool.
Yeah, I agree. I'll watch it, whatever, but it'll be probably a year or two before the fucking show comes back on.
But Taylor, if you're old like me, shows came out like clockwork. Every September or October, the new season would start.
26 fucking episodes.
You could you could set your calendar by that shit. Like it would happen. Now they're all oopsie daisies. Things got delayed. Oh, you know what? We're doing 18 or 19, 20 months between seasons.
Yeah.
It is not like it was.
Oh, teehee. Are you paying for a service for this 1 or 2 shows that you really want to watch? Oh, I'm sorry. We can't get around to that for another 8 months. It's so ridiculous.
One of the things I blame about that is like the BBC style of making seasons. Because the BBC back in the day, they're the ones who always had
series
6 or 7 episodes for a season, whereas in North America you'd have like 30 episodes for one season of Grey's Anatomy. Right?
They should have taken a page out of our book. And
absolutely. Because like one of my favorite British shows was Luther, was Idris Elba.
I've started that recently.
Amazing show.
Yeah,
great show. But
I like Idris Elba a ton.
6 or 7 episodes per season, and it's so frustrating because
I'd be okay if he was James Bond. I'd be okay with
Bro, did you see the new movie that he released? The Luther movie? It's outstanding.
Oh, I saw. Yeah. I've got both of them on Plex. I've been watching the show. I wanted to watch the show before I got into the movie. It seemed like the right order. Maybe
is he like a spy?
But I hate
like a cop.
He's a cop. Yeah. He's like a really good cop. But it's like the short seasons really get on my freaking nerves. I really hate that. It's like Black Mirror seasons. They're like 7 episodes or something.
Oh yeah,
like that, right?
Yeah, I'm going back through old The Office right now.
Yep.
Finally, because I haven't. That's like Kyle has a unbelievably encyclopedic knowledge of The Office over any other media.
My daughter does too, actually.
Like he knows it, and I'll like go through season 5 or whatever. And I'll have it playing in the background. I'm paying attention and whatnot, and I'll look up after hours of like 3 days of doing this every night and be like, "Oh fuck, what season am I on now?" And it's like, nope, you're still on season 5, episode 27. And it's like, this is great. This is so much better. No, there's like 25 plus episodes in a couple seasons.
Are you saying you don't really like that?
No, I like it a lot. Like it's great.
If you have Peacock, then you get the extended versions, and you get like 10 or 15 extra minutes every episode, which makes them it stretches. And Peacock's been smart about this. I don't know where that footage came from or who does the editing. I think it's being done like now, like because they release another season with the extended versions every like 8 or 12 months. So I'm waiting right now for the last season or two to get its extended version. I've seen the first maybe 5, 6, 7 seasons, whatever it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've seen that show so many fucking times. It's been
dude, the Dwight Mussolini speech. I watched that one recently. That kills me. It's so funny when he's like just trying.
Blood alone moves the wheels of history.
And it is a privilege to fight. And he's like banging on his thing, and everyone in the audience is like kind of getting excited about it.
I've seen excerpts from the show. I haven't watched a full one. My daughter keeps telling me I need to watch it because I would like it.
It's tremendous.
I'm not the biggest Office like fan. Like it's not that I don't like it, but it's not one of those shows that I hang my hat on.
You know what? The Office, the first season's not that good. It's before Michael Scott had a change in personality and look. And if you try to show someone The Office and tell them, "Oh no. You're gonna love it. You just have to watch 10 hours of season 1 first."
No. You skip it. You go back to it later, and you can appreciate it with eyes that know how good it's going to get, and you can kind of laugh at it. The same's true with like Star Trek:
Always
The
stunning.
Next Generation.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
The first season or two of that is bonkers bad.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
First season in particular is and
It was pretty basic.
It's like 20 something episodes of shit. I mean, it's shit.
See,
they don't even know.
15-year-old Woody liked it.
They don't have well-defined
Agreed.
character roles yet. Jordy's driving the ship for some reason. Worf is like
They put the blind guy in charge of driving.
Yeah, I think it was a joke. Yeah. I think that was the joke. But later on, they sent him to engineering so he could, I don't know, be back there. And then you got Tasha Yar. Anyway, the show was shit. But
got better after Tasha died.
Yeah, for sure. They killed her with that oil monster.
Yeah.
Michael Dorn is my favorite.
Serious.
Look, Worf is my favorite Star Trek character of all time. He is the number one best, most developed,
He lost every fight. Lost every fight.
So Worf was the tough guy in the room. So when you bring like an alien or a monster on, you have them beat up Worf to demonstrate that this is an overwhelming force which cannot be dealt with physically. It can't be overwhelmed in that way. So therefore we must science our way out of it or talk our way out of it. He was there for that purpose, especially in the early and mid years of Star Trek.
And that's all they did with him, bro.
But when he went to Deep Space Nine, he became fucking Worf's son of Mo, hero of the Klingon Empire.
Yeah,
like he did some. That's when he got his respect. Shit.
Yeah.
Yes, it was so good. Like he literally like earns the honor of his house bag. He like hooks up with Tony Todd, plays his brother, the Candyman, his brother Kern. And they fight in the whole fucking Klingon war, and he gets married, and then he loses his wife. And like he kills Gowron
and his son and all that stuff.
Yeah, when Worf has a problem, he just fucking straight up murders the dude. Yeah, like that. Going back to Next Generation, there's like a dude killed his baby mama, and like he didn't go to Captain Picard and say, "Sir, there's been a murder in my quarters." No, he went and got his sword and he went and killed the guy. Yeah. Like, and then in Deep Space Nine,
his baby mama was hot too, bro.
She was really hot. She's got a lot of camel toe in the HD versions.
Yeah.
And then in Deep Space Nine, when Gowron, the leader of the Klingon Empire, is ordering his troops to do these suicide missions, and they're going to lose the war because of his pride and his arrogance. Worf steps up. He's like, "These other warriors would not say it, but I will. You are a fool, and you will lead us into dishonor." And he's like, "There can be only one answer to that." And they go into fucking hand-to-hand. They get their swords off the wall, and Worf murders him right there in front of everybody. And they throw the fucking imperial cloak on Worf, and they go, "Hail Worf, Emperor of the Klingon Empire! Hail Worf!" And Worf goes, "Silence! Hear me! I would not lead, but there is a man here who could lead us." And he does the whole like power must be thrust upon.
Pass it on,
whatever. Yeah. And he puts the fucking cloak on General Martok, who's the baddest motherfucker out there. And then he gets to be Emperor of the Klingon Empire. Worf's awesome. Everybody else is kind of a static character.
Did you see the last season of Picard?
Yeah, it was amazing. It was very good.
Yeah, okay. That was awesome, bro. He was
awesome. Star Trek Prodigy good?
I haven't seen it.
Prodigy?
Is it a cartoon, maybe?
It is animated. It's on Netflix. I think it was on Max. And they brought it over to Netflix.
I can't do the animated stuff.
Oh, you're missing out on Lower Deck. It's hilarious.
Lower Deck's real good. Lower Decks is so many callbacks to like tons and tons of deep cuts and callbacks to not only the Next Generation, but Deep Space Nine and Voyager, and like all of the side shit. There's something called Short Treks. Okay. And that was animated, and it was like little quick Star Trek. It was almost like Black Mirror or something, these little 7-minute episodes. Not Black Mirror, that other Netflix thing that had those really quick Love, Death, Robots. That show. Okay. It's kind of like that. With these really quick Trek stories that were like in a room or on one ship or whatever. That was good. Strange New Worlds is fantastic. I fucking love that.
Yep.
And but I haven't seen Prodigy.
Yep. I'm a Trekkie. I love it. I even like the one with Michael, the black chick, as the captain, which is a little too emotional, but I still enjoy it.
I haven't watched a single episode of that. I've boycotted it.
Why?
I think on Prodigy,
the woman thing.
It's a lot of things. The fungus network they're traveling on. I see.
It's a little weird.
I saw some lesbian alien do like, "Ooh, get a little nookie tonight." She's like, "How about?" And it's like, fix the deflector shield, you dumb cunt. Like, what are we talking about? Aren't you scientists in space? Aren't you the best of the best? Aren't you supposed to be like the best engineer from your whole fucking planet on this ship?
I'll give you one thing.
Fuck you. Fix the shields.
I'll give you one thing. I think they jumped the shark by going too far into the future. I think they.
Although Tasha Yar did suck Data's dick, so like, I mean, who am I to say?
What's that about, right?
Yeah, well, they got infected by that thing that made everybody like drunk, basically, and all the men are like, "We're gonna tough our way out of this, boys. Sober up, damn! Come on."
I remember that.
Engineering, you get to your station, and the women are all like, "It's been so long. I've had a man, and I'm just a woman."
Riker is still
like,
my favorite.
all of them turn into whores.
Tasha
Yar shows up to Data's door wearing like a Jennifer Lopez, nothing in the middle type dress. Like, and she's just like, "Are you fully functional?"
That
and it's like, and Data, like, he's got no like no bitch in his blood. He's like, I am well versed of forms of love, of copulation.
He's like, I've been trained in 9,000 different ways to please a woman, or something close to that.
He pulls it. He makes finger gun, and his hand goes.
That'd be great.
Oh my god!
We're
right back to the Sybian again.
Yeah.
Jeez, there you go.
I think we're ready to wrap.
Wolf,
where can everyone find all of your stuff?
Oh, check me out on YouTube, Wolf Paintball, TikTok, Instagram, all that fun stuff. Subscribe to the YouTube and say hi. How you doing?
Go say hi to Wolf.
PKA 713.
That was